We're good. We're live. We're started. I was muted there. My bad. Tony, can we hear you?
Yes, I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can. All right, go ahead.
Okay. Well, Ted, you're with Fair Vote Canada, and why don't you tell us just a little bit about Fair Vote and how it got started and how you got involved with it, just to add that personal component, and then we can get into some other aspects of proportional representation and why we need it.
Yeah, great. Well, thanks very much. Just happy to be here and chat about electoral reform for sure. Well, Fair Vote dates back to, I guess, the early 2000s as a kind of organization. Certainly the movement and the concept of people campaigning for electoral reform goes back much, much farther. You can really trace it back like 100 years. But Fair Vote, you know, when we finally got around into the kind of the late 90s, early 2000s, people across the country were saying, we need to get organized here and really come up with a campaign and structure ourselves so we can lobby the politicians, but also educate and inform everyday citizens and voters about the struggles of our electoral system and why it needs to change. So yeah, it's crazy. You know, it's already been 25 years or so since we've been doing this. I often wonder, you know, you think back 2 decades, what did those folks think? Like, and surely by 2026 it would have happened, right? We're working on it.
Well, I guess the thing that I've observed in my political career is while you haven't persuaded the politicians to do what they frequently say they want to do. I mean, Justin Trudeau in 2015 said that it would be the last election under first past the post. Yeah. General public has a much better understanding, I think, of the failings of the first past the post system. But I think, you know, the first past the post has a failure in terms of representing the will of the people proportionally and accurately. But the other thing is that the politicians have a very bad record of, once they're in office, of responding to the need. And Fair Vote has a thing on the 100 years of the failure to bring in proportional representation that really goes back to the time when ordinary people got the vote. Because up until after the First World War, only rich men were eligible to vote in Canada. And then horrors of the First World War, they felt they had to let ordinary people have a bit of say in government, but they gave us the vote, but they didn't give us a system that makes our vote count. So can you describe, you know, how, I guess one of my concerns is it seems to be that first past the post really helps disenfranchise everybody. It doesn't, you know, people say, well, the Greens aren't getting the number of seats they deserve. The NDP isn't getting the number of seats they deserve. But frequently, even the main parties don't get representation. And also, my understanding is once a candidate gets, you know, 25 or 30 votes above their closest opponent, all the rest of the votes that they get don't earn any representation. Am I right about that?
That's basically it, because it literally is first past the post. Whether you win by 1 vote or 1,000 votes, 10,000 votes, it's all the same. There's no, I mean, there's no extra kind of weight to that victory. You only need to win by 1 vote. And so I mean, there are systems. People say, well, that's the way, how else could you do it? There are systems with transferred votes, like such as the single transferable vote system we can talk about a bit, but there are interesting ways that aren't complicated. People just rank the choices they want, and the ballot keeps working through each round of counting. So because there's like a threshold of where people get the amount of votes they need to win a seat, all the extra votes, percentage of those votes, are then transferred to other people depending on who people voted for. So it's a fascinating concept that does exist in other countries. People use systems like that where your ballot keeps working for you. Imagine if you could elect, depends where you live and how many representatives you need to elect in your riding. It could be 2 or it could be 4. But imagine if you go to the voting booth and you're tasked with, say, electing 4 representatives, and you have a ballot that's structured that way to enable you to do that. So with the way that the transfers carry over, your ballot keeps working for you for as long as you keep ranking people that you want to vote for. It's really neat. It's fascinating, and it comes back to first past the post. It is nothing like that. It's such a waste of votes. People don't need all those extra votes. You need enough to win, right? It's all designed in the system, as you talk about, back in the 19th century for white men of certain wealth and status and the two-party system. That's the system we're still living under, 150 plus years later.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, so because the extra votes, let's say in my riding, where often the conservative member gets 50% of the votes, and the Liberal might get 35, and in a normal year, the NDP might get 15, and the Greens are 8. Then all those between the Liberal 35 and the Conservative 50, that 15% of the Conservative electorate, their votes don't really get counted for anything further. They're just gone. And so is this why we can get governments that are elected with less than a majority? We'll get a government elected with fewer votes than one of the other parties? Is that why that happens?
Essentially, yeah, because we think of elections through the polls, and the polls will say, a certain party is 40% and another party is 35%, and then we go and vote in a national election. And let's say that the popular vote equates to about the same. Well, look at the last election. The Liberals got 43% and the Conservatives 41%. Like, it was pretty tight. But did that equate to the number of seats? We think about votes and the results of election in the framework of popular vote. That's how we usually make our decisions. We think somewhat locally, but usually it's about, who are the party leaders, what are the national issues, and that's how people go to vote, and that's how they think about the legislature. But the legislature, the seats are not assigned proportionally to that popular vote. This is why we call it proportional representation. That's the campaign we've always framed it around. Is a proportion of seats in the House should equate to the proportion of votes in the popular vote, which is how people think about elections. So we can't really do that under a system that's winner take all, because, as you say, all these votes are fractured. You only need to win by one vote. We see people winning individual seats with maybe 32% of the vote in that riding. So let's say 32%. 68% of people in their riding did not vote for the person who won. It's crazy. So that filters out on the national level to how the seats are assigned.
And let me go back to that riding where the person who actually won got 32% of it. That means 68% of the people there didn't earn any representation. They are not their concerns, their positions where they voted didn't get any representation in Parliament. And so I guess one of my feelings about democracy is that it's best, it has everybody around the table trying to figure out what to do. And at the best, a majority decides on our collective wisdom, in effect. And, we can move along. But if you've got, what I see happening is, phony majorities where a party gets 38% of the popular vote, but ends up with over 50% of the seats in Parliament or the legislature, and then they've got 100% control for 3-4 years. Then that sort of shifts the discussion in their direction entirely. Sure. And then when people get tired of that or get frustrated, then 38 or 40% in another area, another party, takes us off in another direction. So we don't have that stability. Do countries with proportional representation have, a sort of greater stability in terms of the policy? Because those kind of phony majorities seem to me to create policy lurch that go off in other directions, cancellation of programs that already have money spent. They're wasteful. And it also can be very confusing for people who want to invest in an economy. How long are these guys? How long is the policy decision going to be going in this direction? And then how soon will it switch? And where do I situate my activities in that kind of policy uncertainty? So how do other countries that use a much more proportional system fare in that regard?
Well, that's just it. There's much less of that policy lurch. And on one hand, because it's more collaborative, but in terms of you almost certainly would have coalition governments when you have proportional representation systems. It would be very rare for one party in a PR system to win more than 50% of the votes in the seats. It could happen. It happened once in New Zealand and a few years ago, but that was very, very much an exception. So you have to expect that there will be collaborative governments and parties, 2 or 3 type thing, which was probably what we would see in Canada, provincially or federally. We wouldn't have these unwieldy coalitions of 8 or 10 parties. There'd probably be 2 or 3 that would collectively work together and form a coalition government. So because then it's like you have all these parties who have participated in the process. they have some investment and ownership in policy and legislation as well. So at the next election, well, maybe it's the party that was the junior partner, or maybe even the opposition party, but in a coalition government, in a minority parliament, you could say, the opposition, and we've seen it in Canada, we've had minority parliaments far more often than not over the last 20 years. So the opposition can have more of an impact and more of an influence because they're not just flat out outvoted by a false majority government. So the point is that people, whether either side of the House, have more participation and more ownership in policy. So when they win that next election, they're very unlikely to say, we're just going to rip everything out and do things our own way. They'd be ripping out policy that they probably had a role in the first place. They may tweak it, they may change things, but they're not going to say we're going to go a completely different direction because they were already there at the table participating in that process. That's how you remove as much as you can that policy lurch and the waste and everything that goes with it.
Well, it also sounds to me like it also creates a system that encourages more dialogue and cooperation between the political parties, because there's no incentive of going from 37% to 39% by really polarizing things. Am I right on that?
Yeah. And you lose the appeal of the snap election, which we might see in Canada this year. You never know, right? But that's the appeal of like, well, we're so close, we're so close to our false majority government if we call an election. Well, if you're in a stable coalition government that's been elected with a 4-year mandate, what's the point in calling some snap election? You probably need your coalition partners to agree to that, or they'd be pretty annoyed if you were like the major party in that coalition and you decided we want an election. Like, it's not going to go over very well. So, but there's just not as much incentive because you go through all the process of an election and candidates, and it costs hundreds of millions of dollars and all the rest. For what? You might win an extra few seats. You'll probably lose some because you call the snap election. So all that incentive just disappears. People are incentivized to cooperate and work more together. And I know it can sound a little rosy and like everything works out. Obviously, there's going to be debates and discussions and conflicts and things like that. But there's more incentive to work together than the opposite we have right now, which is just conflict and people trying to, trick each other and kind of, whatever it is, win the next election however they can.
Yeah. So, that certainly is one of the things that appeals to me in terms of having a system that encourages people to work together and discourages the opportunism, as you say, of a snap election where you only get 2% or 3% more of the popular vote isn't going to turn you into a phony majority government in a proportional system. And and then it also says, are you appealing to your base, or are you appealing more broadly to the public as at large? And what actually do the people want in terms of majority position, as opposed to what does my base want, and can I appeal to, just really strongly appeal to it to get that 2 or 3% more of the vote. So certainly as someone who feels that society could do with a lot more cooperation and collaboration, it seems to me. But do we also have a sense of how it plays out in the real world in terms of, do countries with proportional representation in effect not only have better cooperation across party lines, but also how they do in terms of their overall performance socially and economically? Are there studies that have looked at that, and is that kind of information available, say, on Vote's website?
Yeah, there's definitely studies. I'm sure we put some of that there. Democratic participation is higher, turnout rates in elections for sure, because that's the whole point, really, in a sense that people feel that their vote counts. They feel more incentivized to vote. They're less likely to say, what's the point? It doesn't make any difference. The same guy wins all the time anyway, right? They feel more incentive. Imagine every time you go to the ballot box that you really feel you have a chance to elect something. The notion of safe ridings, I don't know if it disappeared completely, but it'd be massively diminished, because now you have more of a chance of other parties and other candidates having a genuine chance of winning that seat. Or, there's different systems, of course, often where you have like a local representative and then a regional representative, but that overlap. And so you're tasked to elect one of those people. So, you know, you have maybe the party, the candidate you support has a better chance, let's say, on a regional basis than local, but you have the chance of electing that person. It just changes your whole mindset. You don't have to strategic vote. The whole thing is the NDP, what happened this last election, right? It's that, well, we don't like the party we don't really like is better than the party that we really, really don't like. So we can't vote for who we want to vote. We have to vote for who we like. We don't like the least. It's you know, we're all used to it here in Canada, but it kind of twists your brain around how to understand the logic of that voting. So imagine just going to the ballot box to vote for who you want to vote for. That increases democratic participation for sure. And then you get, you know, the policy consistency for sure. And yeah, more political stability. Now, there's a thing, people will say that, well, you know, what about countries where there's a whole bunch of parties and they have 10 or 12 or 15 parties and these unwieldy coalitions and parties with 1 seat or 2 seats and forming the balance of power and all that kind of stuff. We've often studied this with Fair Vote and other academics in Canada. It's pretty unlikely that would happen here because it's such a big country. So what would likely happen in Canada is we would go from, say, 4 or 5 major national parties that we have right now. I could see it probably be 7 or 8 or something that might be competitive, but there would always be a threshold. So you'd have to win at least 5% of the national popular vote to basically qualify for a seat. And that eliminates those little single one-issue parties that might win a seat and another seat, and they hold that balance of power. That's what you see in places like Israel and so on. It wouldn't happen here because there'd be thresholds. And, you know, people get used to that kind of political culture where you still have to work hard to earn that seat. It takes a lot to get to 5% in the national vote. So that's part of shapes the way that this would unfold. And another point I want to make too, you know, Canada is the only country in the world that uses exclusively first past the post at every level of elections. And so especially provincial and federal, even in the UK, right? When they devolved their parliaments in Wales and Scotland and so on, back 25 plus years ago, what did they choose for those parliaments? Proportional representation systems. The point is here in Canada, we're just not used to it. I love talking to people from the Netherlands or from Europe and other places who have voted in those elections, or New Zealand. Like, what's it like? What's it like to actually go to vote in a PR election, right? Just the whole feel of it. We're just not used to that in Canada. So when we think about changing the system, and it's as much changing the political and democratic culture, and you have to kind of fast forward a generation. Imagine after 15, 20 years, we've had a few elections like that. The parties have understood, they've pivoted, and the leaders, you know, get used to it, and how you strategize and work with other people, right, under that kind of system. That's what we kind of have to look forward to over 15, 20 plus years, how it would really change. That's what people would be used to. That would just feel normal.
Okay, well, in 2015, we were told that it was going to be the last first past the post election, and a lot of people came out and voted for that, was my sense. Right. And then, of course, they got disillusioned because when the party got into power, and that if they couldn't get an even, I think, worse system, which is the single member constituency ranked ballot approach, it actually further exacerbates the impact of first
it's
past
another
the
winner take all system.
So fortunately that did not get put in place, but we also didn't get a proportional system out of it. Vote's been suggesting a citizens assembly to develop the system, and could you explain a bit about why that's a good idea and how that could work? Because my own sense is once politicians get in power, having gotten elected by the first past the post, it's fair they have a conflict of and are not in a good position to develop an alternative that works for the voters as opposed to a system that worked for them as politicians. And so Can you explain a bit about the recommendation for a citizens assembly?
Yeah, well, that sums it up well. We've finally recognized over the last few years and almost accepted that there is an inherent bias in the system. When you're asking the people who've been elected under a certain voting system to change the system that got them elected in the first place, unfortunately, it's a pretty tough ask. There are people, absolutely, there are some politicians federally and provincially who say, yes, I want to change the system and I'm prepared, you know, maybe to lose my seat, maybe to have to run an election against my neighboring person, neighboring riding, right? but they see the big picture, not just for themselves, but for democracy and maybe even for their party, for sure. Every party benefits under PR, whether it's liberals in Western Canada or conservatives in downtown urban centers, NDP, Greens across the country. Everybody benefits. It's just a question of changing your strategy. So Citizens Assembly is a way to take that bias and that influence as much as we can out of the politicians' hands. Now, they're still going to have to vote on it and implement the legislation at the end of the day. We know that. But it'll be much harder to just ignore, walk away, try to change the recommendation of a duly selected Citizens Assembly of everyday people who are asked to participate, or they themselves apply to participate, they're vetted and so on. And they go through this process, they learn about all the different systems, how it works in other countries, and most of all, how that would apply in Canada. If we take it at a federal level, if it's a Citizens Assembly for electoral reform in Canada federally, they're looking at different options and what would really make the most sense, a made in Canada design system. We can't copy, word for word what works in Germany or New Zealand or something. We have to design something that works in Canada and our geography and the way our population is spread out. But that's their task. So imagine they've gone through all that and they've heard the experts, they deliberated, they come back with a recommendation. We're pretty confident, and there's precedent in Canada for this, that they would recommend some kind of system of proportional representation. So imagine all the media attention to that, right? Imagine all the pundits and people like us talking about it all the time. It would be hard for politicians to just say, no, we're not interested, we'll take it under consideration, and then we don't hear, there'd be a lot of pressure, and it's up to us to keep up that pressure. But that's kind of the system, the process we can envision, and it just takes so much of that bias out of the politician's hand, because it is a pretty tough ask.
Yeah, and I think in terms of, as I said, I think people are much more aware of the need and the way that first past the post fails us as a country. So my understanding is that in the surveys or the polls that have been done, the people who vote for all the different parties, a very significant majority of those voters support moving to a proportional system. So it's not as if any political bloc, Liberal, NDP, Conservative, Green, is saying no, that's not a good idea. So it's the inertia of the politicians who are currently our beneficiaries of the first past the post system. But you made another point that I think is really important for us as a country to consider and understand. And you talk about liberals in the West or in Alberta, conservatives. I see from my watching of the political system over the last 50 years is that it's getting harder and harder to get a phony majority government that actually has good representation across the country.
Yeah.
Because, if the Liberal Party is currently the government, but doesn't have very significant representation in proportion to how folks in Alberta vote Liberal, then it's very hard for them to have those voices speaking up and being heard by people in Alberta. And similarly, if the Conservatives, have a huge block of MPs elected by first past the post from Alberta, it makes it much harder for conservative voices in Atlantic Canada to carry much weight in their caucus. And so we're getting what looks to me like much more fractured, even phony majority governments that look like, we've got the government, in fact, don't have the country. They don't really represent the country because they don't have a good proportion of MPPs from across the country, which I believe they would have if we had a proportional system. And I think it also much better chance. And I think it also leads to the Western alienation or Quebec feeling alienated, because if you don't have members getting elected from your area, then you don't hear voices from your area in government. And so it's very easy to feel nobody's speaking up for me. But that's a fault not of the political parties so much as from our electoral system that doesn't let those parties get members. Am I seeing that correctly, do you think?
Yeah, well, it seems exacerbated for sure these days. Parties only care about getting enough seats, more seats than the rival parties, right? So they can form government. So they'll do that however they can. And if there's huge pockets of the country where they don't have any representation, Sure, they like to have it there, but they'll take the seats wherever they can. So we need to change that mindset that says if you're liberals, you need to get as many seats across the country as you can. If you're conservatives, you should be able to get seats in downtown Toronto or whatever are. And there are voters there. That's the key. There are lots of conservative voters in downtown Toronto, and there's lots of liberal NDP voters in Saskatchewan, Alberta, etc. Right? So where's their representation? If you're a liberal, let's say in Alberta, rural Alberta, then who do you feel represents you? Who do you go to talk to when your MP is almost certainly going to be conservative, and not just the one right now? It's been like that for generations, right? So who do you feel you can talk to that understands your issues, your values, the things you care about? And now it always come back to, changing to proportional representation. As I say, it's not this rosy thing that's going to fix everything, but it makes it it gives us a chance. It gives all these people in different parts of the country a chance to get better representation. And over time, as we get used to that culture and that system, then they figure out how they can, find the candidates that can get elected in these places. It just gives us a chance, which just doesn't exist right now.
Well, I think the other thing that I heard you mention was that you might have, instead of single member constituencies, you might have larger multi-member constituencies. But, I may use a team of workhorses on the farm, but I don't use a horse and buggy to get around, and I have a telephone and I have a computer. So, there's this fear of a larger constituency. But if you had members, if in that constituency you had, two conservative members and a liberal member and an NDP member, and on a broader basis, you had some green members for each province because of the way the system was designed by the Citizens Assembly, then you'd have people who you could share your concerns with and not think you were going to get one of those letters that says, "Thank you for your concern. I appreciate you getting back to me." And doesn't have the byline underneath, which P.S. we're going to ignore everything you said because it's not in our party's position and interest. So, that larger area, yes, but we can still figure out how to communicate and contact and work. And I personally think it's also important to talk to people who don't necessarily support what you're doing and believe should be done, but at least to share with them. So I would be writing to, all my members for my area, but I would also be really talking to the one who I know is actually supportive of what I believe, because then you really feel connected and hearing your voice then presented in Parliament or in the legislature, rather than feeling that your voice is being totally ignored, both because your vote didn't count and the smaller proportion of people who are in the legislature or Parliament representing you are being totally ignored because of phony majority governments. And that's certainly what as somebody who's been concerned about trying to make things better for people and better for the planet, I've felt for some time. Yeah,
absolutely. So we have a couple minutes. I can tell you a little bit about systems if you want.
Sure. Yeah, no, that would be great. We're going to run out shortly, but and also tell people how they get to the Fair Vote Canada website.
Sure. Well, that's just fairvote.ca. There are chapters across the country, largely in the more urban centers, but certainly in some smaller cities too. And if there isn't a chapter,
Huron Bruce has a little chapter. We have a chapter.
You're a wonderful example. And that really, because you can be in a small city like Owen Sound or something like that, and absolutely have a Fair Vote type chapter or working group. So if there's nothing where you live, you can certainly start something, and we can help point people your direction, right, and find other volunteers in your area. So there's lots of resources, lots of data, however deep you want to dig into systems and how things work. But I do want to come back to that. It's important because, we often have conversations like this to talk about the great results, the outcome, how it would change things, but how would it actually work? And as much as it's up to a citizens' assembly, in our example, of making that kind of final recommendation, well, what are some of the systems? So either, you can have, a fundamental principle, really, if there's any takeaway, is this: to get proportional representation, you have to be represented by at least two people. That's it. Always just remember that, at least two people. Right now, we're used to one representative per riding. So that's our mindset. You have to change that so that you would be represented by two people. Now, how is that set up? Does that mean you have two MPs for one riding? You could, but I don't think we really want to double the number of politicians. So we have our local ridings. One system is the mixed member system, where you have a local riding, and then you have regional ridings, and they overlap. So the regional ridings would be bigger, and they could be the size of Southern Ontario or something like that. This comes down to the details of the actual map and how it's structured, but the principle of it, you have regional ridings and you still have local ridings. Now, the local ridings would probably be a bit bigger because you have regional ridings now that overlap, but everyone's going to have 2 representatives. When you go to vote, you're voting for your local, you're voting for your regional. That can be separated by the local candidate and then maybe a party candidate, which is another great thing with PR, because say you have a local candidate, somebody that regardless almost of their party, but you know them, their family friend or whatever it is, you want to vote for them, but you also want to vote for a different party. PR gives you that chance because you're casting at least 2 votes. So you could vote for that regional seat for the party you support, or vice versa. But you're going to the ballot box to elect 2 people. And then we figure out the number of actual seats and politicians so that, hey, we may add like another 15 or 20 politicians, but they do that every 10 years anyway when we do the census reorganization, right? So it's not really asking too much. That's a mixed member system. There's also the single transferable vote system we talked about a bit earlier, where the votes transfer, right? And the ballot keeps working as you're counting and they're adding it up. And the way that basically works is that you group ridings together, neighboring ridings. So let's say instead of 3 ridings next to each other, each with 1 representative, now you have 1 larger riding with 3 representatives. So the same number of politicians, but 3 times the representation. So when you're electing someone, you're tasked with electing 3 people. You should rank at least 3 candidates on your ballot. There'll probably be more than that. You can keep ranking as many as you want, but you're tasked with electing 3 people. Whoever wins, wins. And then when you see the results, now you have an option of 3. You literally have 3 MPs that you could go to. And there's a decent chance that one of them, at least, is somebody that your vote contributed to electing, maybe your second, your third, your 5th choice, right? But you feel some kind of ownership and connection. Like my vote contributed to that person getting elected. And that means you feel so much more encouraged to go and talk to them and say, hey, I voted for you and you reflect at least some of what I'm interested in. That's a single transferable vote system. I mean, it's very similar to the other one as well. So now we come back to the logistics, how big the ridings are and how you actually group ridings together. We're very, very, very conscious in Canada of not having even bigger ridings than we already have because, the distribution of population and so on. But so that's a task of the Citizens Assembly and the people who put this suggestion together. But that's essentially where it works. That fundamental takeaway, you have to get proportional representation. You have to be electing at least 2 representatives. And everything kind of flows from there. So that's an important thing to remember.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much, Ted, for sharing that with us. And certainly if people want to have a better understanding, they can go to fairvote.ca. There's, I think, a lot of information available there. And helping people, as I say, I think the general public now understands the importance of it. What we've got to do is figure out how to take it out of the hands of people who have a conflict of interest and a vested interest in the system as it currently stands. And you say that the politicians would still have to vote for it. I wonder if the politicians instituted the Citizens Assembly with the conditions as they instituted or legislated the Citizens Assembly, that they would take the Citizens Assembly's recommendation and use it in the next elections and not have to vote again, that they are ready to turn this over to the people. Because and a Citizen Assembly in a sense works a bit like a jury, in that you're selecting people randomly from the community, from all walks of life, and but you give them the opportunity to do the kind of thorough research and learning. And I certainly have been with what Citizens Assemblies have come up with, both in other countries, some around environment, not just reforming electoral systems, but certainly the Ontario Citizens Assembly, I thought, came up with a brilliant alternative. But when you stick it to a referendum and then handicap them so they can't actually share their information with the public, we have politicians who I think have sometimes designed things so that the move toward proportional representation can fail. And I think that's a tragic situation when I see how, in some ways, polarized politics has become. So, anyway, well, thank you very much for your time. I think we've got another project and program coming up in the live stream, but great. I certainly would encourage folks to go and learn about there's a wealth of information, I think, on the Fair Vote website. So
Yeah,
we
absolutely.
need to share with our readers.
Yep. And thanks to you, Tony, for all of your amazing hard work and advocacy. I loved your interview with CBC just over a week ago, and you cut right to it. Proportional representation. It's above everything else. It changes how our politics function and all the policies and things we care about. It all starts with getting how we elect the people that make those decisions. So I really appreciate that you went straight to that. It was great.
Well, when I was in high school, we were taught that democracy was about the majority having the say and the minority, sharing concerns or criticism, or I like Jack Layton's to be not opposition, but the proposition, how we could do things better. But with our system, that's not what we get. And I think it's making life much harder for Canadians and much harder to make the kind of progress on big issues that we need to be figuring out how to work together on. So to me, in holistic management, we talk about logjams that are preventing progress across your system. And to me, our failure to have a proportional electoral system is a huge logjam, and we need to fix it.
Yeah, absolutely. Great. Well, thanks very much. Appreciate the time.
Well, thank you,
Thanks
Ted.
so much for coming on, Ted. Have a good one.
Cheers. Take care, guys.
Okay.
Tony, before I have you go, I was going to do a fundraising ask. I know you don't like them, but unfortunately we have to. Okay. Let's talk a little bit about why are we here today, because all the other live streams we've done before was for our big entry fee, and we have made the entry fee. Though we still need to fundraise. So, Tony, if you could tell folks kind of where we're at and why we're doing this still.
Okay. Well, we made it across the party's $100,000 or $133,000 entry fee hurdle, in part because I loaned our campaign $10,000, and it rotated and it got us across. So there's a loan to the candidate, that's me, but there are also the expenses, and we run a very, very frugal campaign. I took the train to Ottawa for the CLC thing. We did a carpool to get to the Montreal debate. I ended up having to fly because we couldn't see how to use the train or to try and carpool across Canada to get to Vancouver. So for Vancouver, I had to fly. But I flew stowage. No, I didn't pack myself in a bag and ship myself in the cargo hold, but I was in the regular economy. And then, in Vancouver, we bought a couple loaves of bread and some cheese and some apples, put them in the trunk of the car that we rented so that we could do 12 workshops around Lower Vancouver, Vancouver Island, and basically ate sandwiches rather than in restaurants for most of our travel. So we've kept our campaign really frugal, but we need to raise the money to pay those expenses. And that we're an entirely volunteer campaign, so we've had to pay some professional help, but very little. And then we have to pay for things like an email server and possibly a phone system and those kind of things as part of our campaign, because the $100,000 doesn't get you access to any of the party's capacity to do those things. So
and it's expensive to raise $100,000 as well. Unfortunately, it's not free to raise $100,000. But one thing I want to bring everyone through is just remind folks about the tax credits, because we do have a generous political tax system. I'm going to block my own face. But you'll see here, you get 75% back for what you give, $400 and under. That's if you pay income tax. If you don't pay income tax, then unfortunately, it does not apply. So it's not that generous of a tax system.
Well, Keith, before you go on, it's another way our tax system is weighted in benefit of those who have money and against those who don't. And this is one of the reasons I'm running, and redistribution is our second R, is because it costs the government the same amount, whether they, it's a foregone revenue, but they say, well, if you don't have the money to give us the tax in the first place, you ain't getting anything back. That's just fundamentally wrong in terms of an equitable distributive economy. So yeah, and the other thing I did want to say, Keith, before you go on is, so many of you have given generously to our campaign and supported it that I just really want to say thanks. It's been very humbling and honoring, and we're planning to keep working on the themes that we've been talking about right up through convention and beyond. So back to you, Keith.
Okay. All right. So we have about 19 minutes left of my segment. Tony, I'll let you go, and we'll see you back. I think at 11:30. Yeah. And so we'll see you back at 11:30, and then those who are watching, you're gonna watch me play GeoGuessr for about 19 minutes, and then we'll pass on to our next segment, and then we'll be back with Tony. Okay, Tony, we'll see you soon.
See you soon. Take care.
Okay, so we're gonna be playing GeoGuessr. Anyone who's watched the stream before, you will have seen me do this. This is called my time filler. We're gonna play the Canadian version, where it's just Canada. Okay, I do believe you can see. So anyone who doesn't know who I am Keith de Sylvie Legault, and I am Tony's campaign manager, and I am also your MC for today. So this is my GeoGuessr account. Okay, give me 1 second here. Canada. There we go. All right. I will not be looking at the chat because it's cheating if you help me. Okay. Just got to keep them. All right. I think we are in. This looks like it's giving Ontario. It's giving Ontario. But also maybe not. I feel like the road isn't really giving Ontario, actually. No, I feel like this is Ontario. I see white license plates, but that also is a lot of provinces. No, this is giving an Ontario vibe. But it's something about. But I don't think it's. What do these street signs look like? Oh wait, no, I see a number. 20th Ave. That usually does not mean Ontario. Ontario doesn't really have that many numbered streets. This actually isn't Ontario. I completely changed my mind. It's looking rather flat. Oh. These are flip. Oh. Oh. Okay, we're in the Maritimes, question mark? Is that British? Wait, is that the British Columbia flag? Why would it be French? This doesn't make any sense. But this also could. No, this is not. I am more confused after seeing this. Okay, that's BC. That's the BC flag, is it not? Yeah, it is. Okay. I'm confused. Let's walk around here. Oh. What kind of bus stop is that? Okay, I think we're definitely in BC. Now that I've seen the flag, I think we're in BC. I don't know where though. I don't think this is Vancouver. I don't recognize this kind of bus stop. Wherever this is, I have not been here. It's like low mountains. Okay, they got church here. I'm just gonna kind of guess, but we're definitely. I feel like we're somewhere. Oh, is that Prince George? We're in Prince George. All right, cool. That was helpful. That's right. I've not been there. Nice. All right. Okay, immediately, not even turning, I think we are in Montreal. But maybe not. No, I see French. This is Montreal. Is there a good key with GeoGuessr is a garbage. A garbage will often tell you, or at least in Canada, will tell you where we are. But only if you can read. And I can't read that. Okay, yeah. So we're definitely in Montreal. I feel like I don't think this seems definitely like Montreal to me. This doesn't, so I'm just gonna, I don't know where in Montreal exactly we are, but we're just gonna, I'm gonna guess Westmount. I don't really know what Westmount looks like. Just off the dome. But these are kind of fancy ass houses, so I'm pretty proud of myself for that one, actually. I gotta say. Okay. Oh, wherever this is. I want to go here. This is cool. There's a dog. They got dogs here. This is like Newfoundland, eh? I feel like. Oh, no, it's Whitehorse. Okay. Wow. It's neat. It's beautiful. I didn't realize Whitehorse had a bunch of colorful homes. Or maybe it's just this one. No, they're kind of all over the place. Nice. All right. What's our next look? Is that a dog? No, it's a fire hydrant. Disappointing. We could be literally anywhere. This is a place. This is somewhere in Canada for sure. What are we looking at here? Got. I'm kind of. I think New Brunswick is what's in my head. If this is bilingual, which it's not, okay, I'm less convinced. They got golf here, so Ontario. I know that everywhere has golf, but I feel like Ontario has a lot of golf courses. But also, this doesn't really look like Ontario. This is, could be Nova Scotia. Perhaps, maybe. Let's see what we got. Yeah, motorbikes here. Manitoba Street. Okay, I'm not gonna let that deter. But now I'm South Muskoka. Oh, okay, we're in Muskoka. Like, okay. All right, where are we? What does that say? Ooh, bus stop. Do I recognize it? Hold on. What does this say? What's the area code? 204? I don't know what area code that is. Is that Edmonton? No. Saskatchewan, maybe? But hold on. The benches face, the bus benches face the way the bus comes, which I think is genius. I love that. That is not how bus stops are in Ottawa or anywhere in Ontario that I know of, at least. I've only ever seen this in Alberta. I have not seen this style of. Actually, I've only ever seen it in Calgary, but I don't know if this is Calgary. I don't think so. I think we're, and also I know actually it's not Calgary because 204 is not the area code for Calgary. And also this could be Edmonton. or it could be Saskatchewan. It's Winnipeg. Because I saw it on the sign there. Okay, I didn't know Winnipeg also. I like the benches that face the way the bus comes. I wish that was every bus stop ever. Okay, there, the game's over. I did decent. Anyone saying anything with chat? Hey, Joshua. Okay. So we have time for one more, and then we're going to move on to the next segment. Actually, hold on. I'm going to maximize myself here for a moment. One thing I'd just like to bring to everyone's attention. So we're going to be doing some, if you've been looking at the scrolling schedule, you'll see that we have writing check-ins throughout the day. We have 2 writing check-ins. We have one that's going to be pretty soon at 11:30. And we have some folks joining from writing associations there. And we also have a second one. Second one right now, don't have too many signups for that. So if you would like to come on to the onto the stream at I think it's 3:30. Let me just make sure that's the right time. Yeah, 3:30 Eastern time. And then you'd have a conversation with Tony about your writing association, how things are going. So I'm just going to pop up the QR code for that. So you can go ahead and sign up for that. If you fill out the form, just make sure that you fill out all of it. And I will get in touch with you as soon as possible. You don't need to give the email. Actually, still give the email because I will send you the link to join the stream through email. But I will reach out to you via text. So if you're interested in coming on, talking about how your writing association is doing, what you guys are positively experiencing, what's going right, what's going wrong, that's what we'd like to know. And then you can have a chat with Tony. So yeah, I'll just leave that on the screen for about 5 seconds more. But if you want to, and also if you got the email we sent out about this live stream, there's a button to click there as well about the writing check-in. So you can fill that out anytime. And we'll be doing the second writing check-in at 3:30 p.m. Eastern time. So if you're interested and if you're available, we'd love to have you on. Or if you know somebody else who's maybe you're not very connected with your writing association, but you know that that someone in your writing association would want to do that, send them a text right now. Send them a link. Okay, so that's all for that. We'll play one more game or one more round of GeoGuessr here, and then we'll pass it on to the next segment. Give me 1 second to get it back on. Minimize myself. Okay. Sorry, my computer. All right, there we go. Okay. One more time. We might actually not make it all the way through this game. This. Okay, so we're in Quebec. It seems like wherever we are is actually written on the sign in that tiny little logo. But I can't quite read what it says. And we have a limited amount of time. So I think I'm just going to give it my all and try. But I want to see if there's just any giveaway here. Oh my gosh, is that a giveaway? Okay, hold on. I definitely can read that. It might see the problem with Quebec is that I'm not as familiar with Quebec as I am with the rest of the country. Or well, actually, that's not even true. I am familiar with parts of Quebec pretty well, but other parts I do not know. So a lot of the time when I see like smaller towns, not always, it like just okay. So I can't read that. So I'm just gonna give up. And I'm just going to go like here. I'm going to go to, I feel like the probability of it I think it's probably a Montreal suburb or a Quebec suburb or Quebec City suburb. I'm going to go Laval. Yeah. Okay. That was Not great, but it was better than it wasn't awful. Okay, so this looks like Vancouver. It is Vancouver. This looks like East Van. No, actually, this does not look like East Van. This looks like Richmond. Actually, this could be anywhere. This could be Burnaby. This could. No, I don't think this is East Van. You wouldn't think? All right, I have a theory. Bear with me. I think right around here. Okay. We're going to go right. We're going to go right over here. Hey, not so bad. Not so bad. Okay. All right, we're going to try to speed run these and then go to the next segment. Okay, this is definitely the GTA. I've never seen a more Greater Toronto Area place in my life. Yeah, 647. That's GTA. The GTA does have a look. I grew up there, so but it just has kind of a distinctive look, I find. But all of the suburbs look the exact same. They have the same resemblance, I feel. See, I grew up in Oakville, regrettably. This does look like Oakville, but I always think that, and it ends up being like Richmond Hill. I'm just gonna go with my gut. Actually, wait, what does that say? Do I recognize these streets? No. What? These are like random residential streets. I don't. I'm gonna go Oakville. I'm gonna go specifically like around here. Yeah, is that what I'm gonna go with? Yeah, I'm gonna go with that. It was Brampton. Okay, all right. I think this is all right. We gotta be quick. I don't know where this is. This looks like This looks like Eastern Ontario. This is not Eastern Ontario. This is in Brandon. Okay, okay, I struggled finding Brandon for a second. I apologize if anyone is disappointed in me because of that. Hey, that was a pretty good guess. Okay, one more, and then we're moving on to our next segment. Okay, we are in a place. Oh, okay, wait, this is helpful. I feel like this probably will have Charlottetown. Nice. I don't know where the CBC building is in Charlottetown. I don't think it's downtown. This does not look like downtown. This looks like, honestly, it looks like it's over here, kind of. Actually, I was right with my first plot there. Okay, I think that's it for that. I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Okay. We're going to bring on Mason now for our next segment. Mason is our BC field organizer for Team Tony. Hi, Mason. How you doing?
Hello, Keith. Good morning. I'm well. It was a lot of fun seeing you cheat at GeoGuessr.
I wasn't cheating. How was I cheating?
That is cheating. We don't play GeoGuessr on the West Coast like that. Just saying.
What was I doing that made it cheating?
I don't know. The zooming into the CBC building.
That's not cheating. That isn't cheating. That's called being astute. It's called being a detective. It's called being a critical thinker.
Chat, let me know.
Okay. Anyway, if you want to tell everybody what this next segment's about, and then I'll leave you be.
Awesome. So we're going to be talking a little bit about nonviolent civilian defense, and we're going to start that off by listening to one of my favorite songs from the 60s called Universal Soldier. And I hope I'm going to play it, so hopefully it works. And then I want to have an engaging conversation with you guys in the YouTube live stream chat about the meaning of this song, and we'll talk a little bit more about Tony's policies surrounding this.
Okay. So I will be in the corner. If you need anything, just holler.
Awesome. Thanks, Keith. All right, everybody. Looks like it's us. I'm going to share my screen. So hopefully this works.
Coming back for it because I need to give you permission for that. So,
oh, do you?
Yeah, I do. Okay, there, I got it. We're good.
Awesome.
He's 5'2" and he's 6'4". He fights with missiles and with spears. He's all of 31 and he's only 17. He's been a soldier for 1,000 years. He's a Catholic, a Hindu, an atheist, a Jain, a Buddhist and a Baptist and a Jew. And he knows he shouldn't kill, and he knows he always will. Kill you for me, my friend, and me for you. And he's fighting for Canada, he's fighting for France, he's fighting for the USA. And he's fighting for the Russians, and he's fighting for Japan. And he thinks we'll put an end to war this way. And he's fighting for democracy, he's fighting for the Reds. He says it's for the peace of all. He's the one who must decide who's to live and who's to die. And he never sees the writing on the wall. But without him, how would Hitler have condemned him at Laval? Without him, Caesar would have stood alone. He's the one who gives his body as a weapon of the war. And without him, all this killing can't go on. He's the universal soldier, and he really is to blame. His orders come from far away no more. They come from here and there, and you and me. And brothers, can't you see? This is not the way we put the end to war.
I walk away for a minute. Everything. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. I will. I just stepped out of my room for a moment. I'll be up on that.
Okay. Awesome. All right. So sorry about that. So that was Universal Soldier by Donovan. It was written by singer-songwriter Buffy St. Marie, performed by Donovan in this performance here. So I'm going to share the lyrics to this song real quick, but before I do, what I think is really important to do is that we share the thoughts and perspectives of the songwriter before delving into the song. The songwriter said that the song is about individual responsibility. The fact of the matter is that every single one of us is complacent in holding up this military-industrial complex, because when you think about it, the government is only able to govern if civilians comply. So the idea that we have to increase our military spending, we have to increase our budget towards the military, as Prime Minister Carney has done in the previous budget, is absolutely ridiculous. it's just, I'm sorry, it is, because there's so many different ways for us to protect our sovereignty, and Tony's talked about these ways. But more broadly, when we look at the military industrial complex as a concept, the people who are holding up this system is you and I. And that's what they say in the song, that the universal soldier is to blame. And the universal soldier is not just someone who goes off to fight for war. The universal soldier is in each and every single one of us who has been taught from an early age that war is the only answer to our problems, that war is the only way that we can protect ourselves. War is the only way that we can fight for things on the global stage. I'm going to share my screen, and we're going to take a look at these lyrics a little bit more closely. So the part of the song that I think is the most important to look at would probably be the part where we're talking about he's the universal soldier and he really is to blame. His orders come from far away no more. They come from here and there in you and me. And brothers, can't you see this is not the way that we put an end to war? So once again, this is really reiterating the individual aspect of this system. Without you and I being complacent in the system, it just doesn't work. It doesn't. Like this is how the military industrial complex has been able to survive for so long. The idea that you and I, we believe that war is necessary, and that's why it continues. Another part of this song that I think is so important is in the third verse, when Donovan sings, and he's fighting for Canada, he's fighting for France, he's fighting for the USA, and he's fighting for the Russians, and he's fighting for Japan, and he thinks he'll put an end to war this way. So the idea that at the end of the day, war is something that pits humanity against each other. We're not coming together collectively. We're fighting. And I mean, if you look at the present right now, what's happening in Iran, what's happening all over the world when it comes to military incursions and actions, is that it's always somebody who has an idea in their head that this is going to save someone, but at the end of the day, war just creates more war. It's a perpetual cycle. And I think that quote comes from W.E.B. Du Bois, who is a renowned sociologist, who talks about the idea that war just creates more war, which creates more war, that creates more war. So that's the reality of the situation that we're living in today. Does anybody have any questions or thoughts to add on to this song analysis? Anything that anybody wants to say? If our YouTube chat is up to it. Well, what I'll do in the meantime is just talk a little bit about Tony's policy for nonviolent civilian defense. So we're facing a threat at our southern border from someone who wants to violate our sovereignty. And one answer to that question could be to arm our military, could be to invest, actually what the liberals are doing right now, invest in US arms firms to help secure our country. Or another way to protect this flag that is rising up above me back there is to actually focus on non-violent civilian defense. And this is something that Tony has talked a lot about over the course of this campaign. Non-violent civilian defense is the idea that we're able to stand up. Yes, I agree, Mr. Chalister. War, what is it even good for? Absolutely nothing. That is totally true. And if you want to learn more about war and its effects on colonized peoples and Black and brown bodies, I'd really recommend reading Color and Democracy by W.E.B. Du Bois, who writes extensively about how this like democratic system that we found ourselves in post-World War II, and even like before the World Wars, the idea that war is set out and takes advantage of marginalized people. That's how it operates. In Africa, back in the 1800s, colonial incursions, like when we focus on war, there's always somebody at the short end of the stick, and it might not be as overt as the way that we used to see it, but war always punishes somebody, and society doesn't see who it punishes. Nonviolent civilian defense is a concept that basically says, let's put our guns down for a second and let's come together collectively to actually make a change. Because the idea that the Canadian military can stand up to the US military, it just won't happen, unfortunately. Like, the US is just this behemoth of a country with a military force that really is unfathomable for like us to react to militarily. What can be done is a threatening to the US's capitalist order. So there's a few people who talk about nonviolent civilian defense. Gene Sharp is a scholar. I've taken a few classes where we talk about civil resistance. And Gene Sharp is a scholar who writes that basically, at the end of the day, nonviolent actions taken against a government are categorically more effective than violent strategies. So this means blockades, protests, organized boycotts, things like those that threaten the very system that the US relies on. That can help us achieve our goal in this situation. I'll give everyone an example. Last year, when Trump first made his comment that Canada was the 51st state, there was an attempt by a bunch of Canadians to boycott US corporations. I mean, do we all remember this? I think it was very prominent. People were saying, don't shop at Starbucks. Don't even shop at Tim Hortons because they're owned by Restaurants Brand International, which is a US-based company. They were saying, shop at your local coffee shops. Don't shop at Walmart. Shop at your local grocery store, your independent grocery store, not the company, but like your actual independent grocery store close to your home. Tim Hortons is Brazilian owned. Oopsie daisies. But you get what I'm trying to say here. The idea that we should boycott American corporations. But last year, there wasn't an organized attempt from the government to actually come out and say, stop shopping here and shop here instead. Sure, we might get these statements from the government that says shop local, buy local. Like, we get those things all the time. But the government didn't actually say, stop shopping at these stores and start shopping at these stores. Because the fact of the matter is that once US corporations based in Canada start feeling the heat and the pressure that Canadians apply, the White House is actually going to feel more threatened. Why? Because the White House relies on that profit, on that capital. And that's how you threaten a system in place. You punch them in the gut, and in this case, the gut is capitalism. If we ever want to do nonviolent civilian resistance, we have to go for capitalism. And that's why I think it's such an effective strategy. Because if you question the integrity of the US through military action, that's a really dangerous path to go down. But if you question the US's integrity by using acts such as organized boycott campaigns, blockades, or protests, you're actually threatening the base on which the US rests upon, which is capitalism. Yeah, I mean, I think this is what makes Tony's campaign so unique, is the idea that we can have these new and novel ideas, and we know that these ideas work because the academics tell us that this is possible. It's happened in so many other countries when it comes to nonviolent civilian defense. And Tony brings these ideas to the debate stage because he knows that we can't keep on going the way that we've been going. We need to redesign the way we do things, his fourth R. That's why I think the concept of nonviolent civilian defense, when I first heard it, I was like, what is going on here? What does this actually mean? What is nonviolent civilian defense? Because like I said before, from a young age, we've been taught that the only way to accomplish our goals is by using violence and the military. But wait a second, there's another way. There's another way we can achieve sovereignty. There's another way that we can protect our country. Yes. And that's what nonviolent civilian defense is. Does anybody have any questions in the chat? Anything that anybody would like to say or add on to this conversation? And if you haven't had the chance to do so already, I would strongly suggest chipping in to Tony's campaign. Tony and I were in BC last week, and we went up and down all across the Lower Mainland and the island. And our campaign is fueled by people like you. So thank you. Tony, hello. Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. Can you hear me, Mason?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, great. Well, I'm just because I don't have enough to do with the campaign, I'm taking a course put on by World Beyond War on unarmed civilian defense. And when we were going around on the island, the Lower Mainland, I shared with people information from this, and I'd be happy to share it with any of our participants and viewers today if they want to email our email, Tony McQuail, greenprogressive@gmail.com. But there is compelling research that shows that nonviolence is 2 to 3 times more effective than violent responses. Violent responses, of course, immediately trigger further violent responses from whoever you're in opposition with. Part of the value of nonviolent responses, and particularly if you start organizing at the community level ahead of time, which is something I think our riding associations could be doing, is connecting and helping educate our communities about the potential, is that it can let everybody participate. Military action tends to focus on a certain age cohort, healthy age cohort, to be physical soldiers, but a nonviolent strategy first can utilize many different talents, artists, community organizers, farmers, and helps train people in how to not cooperate either with an enemy. I think one of the reasons that it maybe hasn't caught on with governments is it can also be used against oppressive governments or governments that are overstepping themselves. And that's what you see in Minneapolis in the States now, is these techniques being used against a government that's way overstepping. And it can also, of course, be used against corporations that are treating employees or the community badly. So the techniques of nonviolent defense or unarmed civilian defense are many multifaceted. They can include things like, government officials or storekeepers or others refusing to cooperate, people participating in mass action where they crowd, or mass withdrawal where nobody goes to work. It's sort of basically a mass strike, and it can be as short as 1 minute observations of everybody just stop moving to say, you don't control us, invader. And if everybody does it, it's very powerful, or even just enough people do it. So these are, in my opinion, these are techniques should be helping train people in, helping support local communities. Because the other thing that this kind of preparation for unarmed civilian defense does, it also prepares us to deal with things like natural disasters. If you have a flood in your area, or you have a huge snowstorm or an ice storm or a drought, or it builds linkages that help us look after each other and work together. And so it builds society, whereas militarism and expenditures on the military, at our best, we can hope they'll never be used. I mean, we certainly need a military to look after borders, policing, and that sort of thing. But to just keep saying, the military is the way to our security is a very false premise. And as you see the kind of expansion in military spending that Carney's calling for right now, we're looking at diverting funds from healthcare and education and childcare, and for the real needs across our whole society. So as somebody who's lived under the threat of mutually assured destruction by nuclear weapons all my life, I mean, in third grade, we were taught to crawl under our desks in the event of nuclear war. How ridiculous could it be? And by the time we were teenagers, our line was, well, in the event of nuclear war, put your head between your knees and kiss your ass goodbye. But this is insane. We have so many more weapons than we need to destroy the world. And I personally don't think we need to destroy the world. Why are we putting money?
I don't know if you would agree with that.
Like, do we really? But the other aspect of that is just to create, fortunately, the nuclear weapons have not been used. We've just also made much more non-nuclear weapons that are far more destructive than they used to be. And of course, with the drone warfare now, you don't need a universal soldier. All you need is somebody with a joystick. But the world does not need more weapons, and the world does not need Canada to increase its arms exports by 50%. And it does not need us to divert all the more millions and billions of dollars from meeting human needs within Canada and across the globe. Because the militarism that I've watched over my lifetime has diverted trillions of dollars from the needs of society, the needs of the environment. And it's also diverted millions of people hours and ingenuity. If we had, it was the Cooperative Commonwealth Federation at the end of the Second World War that said, and I think it was Tommy Douglas and J.S. Woodsworth were the ones who were saying, if we can create the industrial capacity to do what was done in World War II militarily, why can we not take those resources and use them to meet basic needs of human beings across the planet? And now we would also say to ensure that meeting those basic needs is done in a way that just doesn't destroy the infrastructure of the environment that supports us all, the web of life in which we all as human beings are immersed. If the financial resources and the human resources and the human ingenuity had been set that tax, we'd be in a much better place. But at some point you have to say, no, we're not going to keep going down that path. Yeah. We've gone down that path way past the point where it made any kind of sense. And so now how do we reverse that? And that's where your universal soldier, where it comes to how do we each choose? Do we each say, yeah, more death and destruction is just what I want to see happening? Or do we say, no, enough is enough. It's time to choose other paths. And that's certainly what our campaign is about. And I'm so glad you've been part of it, Mason. It's so many wonderful people have gotten involved because they are saying, where we're headed is insane. Yep. And more military spending is only going to strengthen the military industrial complex that Dwight Eisenhower, a Republican president in the States, first warned about as he was leaving office. But, it is a hugely powerful thing, but its power comes from our acceptance that it's the only way forward, that it's what's got to be done, that it's okay to take my tax dollars and spend it to create more weaponry. Carney talks about 125,000 jobs through this military expansion and export, 50% more exports. Well, I think if I were looking for a job, I'd be much happier doing one that was building heat pumps and electric buses and helping replant roadsides with native plants to feed the insects and birds so that we had a healthy ecosystem in which my community could thrive. Yep. We can create those jobs somewhere else doing something that's life affirming rather than life destroying. And, we each of us have a choice. Where are we going to put our time, our energy, and our vote? And that's why I think we need to be speaking up for real alternatives. And the interesting thing is, people will tell you, you're not being realistic. The world we live in, you got to have all. I hear that. But if you look at the actual research, if you want a world that works for people and the planet, you've got to put your resources will be much more productive and effectively used if you don't put them into militarism and you don't put them into war, because that is not the way to build a society. And the research shows this. The research shows that nonviolent action is far more effective. And it's not only effective at the moment, it's also far more effective in creating the kind of human networks that build a more democratic society, a more effective society. When you use violence to overthrow a dictator, it's grown out of the violence, and you often have then a further repressive regime step into place. If you use civil society working together and saying, no, we won't cooperate. No, we won't let you do this. No, we're going to work together for something better. You end up with something better. And that's why, I think spreading this message, and particularly with our riding associations, learning how this can work, and then learning how to spread the message to our larger community by reaching out and offering workshops or presentations to the local Rotary Club, to the local business association, to local nature group, to whatever groups are in your community that might be saying, how can we do it? Because that's the other thing. This is a way to make your community more resilient in the face of any kind of natural catastrophe, not just to an invasion. So I'm taking a lot of airtime here, but go. Let me turn it back to you.
No, I was just going to say, I was reading a report on Indigenous News a few weeks ago, and it said that Carney's austerity cuts were basically meaning that schools on Indigenous reserves wouldn't be able to get repairs, that construction of schools would be halted. And it really puts this into context, what I was saying earlier. When we expand our military, when we continuously invest in arms, there's always somebody at the short end of the stick. And in this case, it's all those children who won't be able to have adequate infrastructure for school because we've decided that we have to invest in this idea of the new jobs that will be created by this military investment is absolutely bogus. It's bogus. I'm sorry, but like what Carney's proposing would put our money into U.S. arms companies. We're still investing in relationships with those companies, and we're still going to be importing from them. It just doesn't make sense at this point in time.
Well, it very definitely doesn't make sense at this point in time. The U.S. and Canadian military are already far too interwoven, and that has long historical things. But it's interesting to me, J.S. Woodsworth, before the Second World War, who was one of the founders of the Cooperative Commonwealth Federation, said we should not be selling scrap metal to Nazi Germany. It's going to come back to haunt us in terms of the rearmament of Germany. And if prevention is so much easier than cure, and if the cure of the disease is war, preventing war, refusing to support it, refusing to cooperate, refusing to invest in the systems that benefit from it, is so important. And with the U.S. saying, we're going to make Canada the 51st state, or at least the crazy person who did it at the moment, and his advisors and his think tank, we should not be giving more money to U.S. arms company. And if our conservative local member of parliament said, well, we're not going to support the No More Loopholes bill, C-233, because that might mean these companies that are in Canada would pull up and go to the U.S., good riddance. We are not going to defend Canada militarily without huge infrastructure loss, huge human loss. I do not want any part of Canada to look like Gaza or Ukraine. We can be smarter, we can be more effective, and cause far less damage to our people, our country, our environment, because war is one of the most destructive things for the ecosystem. And by not choosing to go the militarization route, we can then invest the money we would have spent on that back into the things that people need in terms of school infrastructure and in terms of healthcare. That's how you build society, and build a society worth doing unarmed civilian defense for. And if you start to arm and build up, you often lose the qualities of and the values that you thought you were going to defend, because militarism tends to force a more controlled and concentrated society in to do it. So, we've got so many better alternatives, and that would really support Canada as a country and and support our best values rather than our worst.
Yeah, definitely. Well, this is the end of this segment. I will say this was a very thought-provoking conversation, and I hope everybody took some value out of it. I'm going to pass back over to Keith, but this is not the last time you'll see me say. I was thinking, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, if people want the little package of information that I shared with people when we were doing the workshops together in BC, Mason, if they write our email at Tony McQuail, greenprogressive@gmail.com, I'll make sure we send that out to them.
Awesome.
And I'm pretty sure that Lucas on our team is working on getting like a foldable like zine that people can print out available on the website. I think that's something Lucas is working on. So that'll be accessible to folks too. Okay, so it is now, Mason, I'm going to take you off the screen. We'll see you later.
Okay, goodbye everyone. Bye Keith, bye Tony.
Bye-bye, Mason. Thanks for all your help.
So we now have the writing check-in. Before we go into this, I want just everyone to know what this is. So we're just there was a forum we have out, which still we have out because we'll be doing another writing check-in at 3:30 p.m. And if you'd like to sign up for that, I very strongly encourage you to, because we'd love to hear from you. So yeah, scan that QR code. I'll leave that up on the screen just for a few more seconds. Okay, so I am going to bring up our first writing check-in, which is Brian from Edmonton Center. Brian, I'm bringing you on in 1 second here. How are you doing?
Good. Hi, Keith. Hi, Tony. Good to see you guys.
Hi, Brian. Good. Well, why don't you tell us a bit about your writing and what you are doing these days and how it's all going?
Okay, our riding is Edmonton Center. It's right in the middle of the city of Edmonton, just on the north side of the river. We have a big river going through Edmonton, River Valley with the beautiful park. And we're right now we're busy organizing a leadership forum on Friday the 13th. Here in Edmonton, it's going to be live as well as be streamed on Zoom. And I believe, Tony, you're going to be participating virtually in this event. So we're just hoping that you let all your supporters know. We sent the information to Keith and let them know that they can join virtually. But we're really excited about having a live event and bringing all the EDAs in Edmonton together and building that spirit for reorganizing and rebuilding after we choose one of these awesome candidates to be our leader.
Well, that's great. As you know, we have our 4Rs, and my regeneration and redesign ones are ones that have meant that I'm not trying to race all over the country, but I'm delighted to hear that you're getting, because it's making those local personal connections and in-person connections that are how we can really, I think, strengthen and build things. And I'm so glad that, I'm able to participate virtually as well, because I think with a country as vast as we have it, we've got to use virtual connection where it makes sense, and then personal connection where it is doable and sustainable. So that's where, I know in Southern Ontario, there's a Southwest Regional group that's working together. And, the ability to share ideas, to share what different groups are working on and doing, and then supporting each other. I know that was really important to us in the 80s here in rural Ontario. We started to do what we called field mouse membership drives, where we get, there were only a couple of people active in these rural ridings. But when we got together and worked in one riding, say 2 or 3 ridings coming together and working together, it built community, and it also helped us get a lot of work done. And so, as you say, that rebuilding sounds like a great idea, and I hope then you can sustain it after the leadership campaign. Because
something I'd like to ask you, Tony.
Sure.
Tomorrow, our committee that's organizing our leadership forum, we're going to be choosing the questions that we're going to ask the candidates at the forum.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just wondering, do you have any suggestions of questions that we should be asking you and the other candidates?
I'd much rather leave it up to the people you're hearing from. I think mean, I've been asked a lot of questions. I'm glad to answer whichever ones come forward. But I think take it from your participants and your the people who are organizing the meeting. What's most on their mind are the important things for us to respond to. I mean, I've already had my chance to share my 4 R's of representation, regeneration, redistribution, redesign. So I want to hear from your folks and whatever questions they have. So, but
Okay, that's fair enough. Thank you, Tony. But we're really looking forward to this. Is just the advanced polling will already have begun, but a lot of people will be still on the fence about who they're going to put on the top mark and how they're going to vote. So we're excited about it. And well, we know like events are happening in the world like right now, they change day by day, week by week.
Yeah. Well, I guess that brings to me the one thing I'm hoping I'll have a chance to talk about, and I'll make the chance, well, don't matter what the questions are, but it's the idea of having a holistic goal, because you're right, events just come at us from all over the place. And when I worked as the executive assistant to the Minister of Agriculture, the deputy minister's office was really good at clipping today's news, right? And then sort of putting it in your face and saying, we got to respond to this now, urgent. And when we get too caught up in the urgent, we don't focus on the important. And if the cattle get out and they're headed to the neighbors, that's urgent. But if somebody's just, this is urgent, that isn't maybe something I at least need to know where I'm trying to get to. I need to keep in focus what's the goal. And so we've created a holistic goal for Canada to try and describe what I think Canadians feel is important in the long term and what they'd like for a quality of life now. And if we can keep that in focus, and I'm hoping it would be something that makes sense to people at the riding level, at the provincial level, and at the federal level, then that can serve as a kind of a unifying way of dealing with the day-to-day bombardment of urgent and things. If I respond to that urgent thing in a way that relates appropriately to the holistic goal, things become more consistent and provide a guidance. So we've got it up on our website, and hope people will take a look at it. And I'd certainly, if people want to explore that more, I'd be delighted to do that, either in the workshop or in the meeting you're organizing or in workshops with people. But we found it a really powerful way of improving our decision making so that it took us where we want to go. And I guess my experience of it was, up until that point, it had felt like our farm was driving us, was managing us, and we were working for the farm. And after we took the course and developed the goal, it felt like we could manage the farm to serve us and our values and our goals. And I suspect at this stage, with all that's going on, many people feel that the economy is they're being managed to serve the economy. And to me, it's much more important that we manage the economy to serve the community, serve the people, and to also work with the planet. And if we change where we're trying to get to and how we steer ourselves, it can make a big difference. So, but tell me more about the kind of things that your riding association has been doing, or the things that you're hoping to do.
Well, of course, we have to get ready when the party says we can and nominate our candidate. We had an awesome candidate the last election, and we actually had raised more funds and knocked more doors than ever before. And the whole Carney wave just like took all the steam out of our campaign. We felt really confident until that happened, and when we had more sign locations than ever before, and we got them up right away. when the election was called. And when we went afterwards to pick up our signs, more than half of our locations, there was a Liberal sign there. Our sign had been replaced. And we feel like it was kind of sneaky, but what the Liberals did is they flew in a candidate at the last minute, and then they went around to our sign locations and told people. I was told myself by the Liberal candidate that Tom Mulcair was advising NDP voters to vote Liberal this time. And I mentioned to the Liberal candidate that I thought Tom Mulcair was a Liberal. And then I opened up the back of my Honda Element in front of my house and showed her my stack of Trish Estabrook's NDP signs. But it didn't help. Like they steamrolled us. We had a worse result than we had in the previous election. It was very disappointing. And our candidate isn't sure if she wants to run again yet. She's, pretty had the wind knocked out of her sails by that loss when we were doing so good.
Well, I would encourage her, and I would be happy to talk to her. I've gone from 12% to 6% to 18% to 3% to this was a very, very distorted election. I would have called it the Trump terror election, where the terror of, the fear of Donald Trump was used certainly in Ontario by Doug Ford, and certainly in Canada by Mark Carney, and certainly the anxiety around Pierre Poilievre. Mark Carney has done what I would call the classic Liberal bait and switch approach. Now he's certainly saying some good things at Davos, but he's at Davos. That's where the big rich folks decide how to run the society globally. In terms of actually standing up for the environment, standing up for ordinary Canadians, standing up for the services that we need, really a bait and switch about face. And I think if the NDP is prepared to work with others, both social movements and other political parties, to put forward a really clear alternative, that some of the Trump terror will have abated. They'll still try to stir that both Trump terror and Poilievre fear. But, I think that there's a real opportunity after a year. Are people feeling more secure? The houses being built that Carney talked about, or should we really be moving toward the kind of approach that was in the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives alternative budget, as opposed to the Carney budget? So politics is a marathon with sprints, and the election is a sprint, and things can get turned on their head pretty quickly in an election, and that's certainly what you and many, many other ridings experienced. But if we're going to get a government that actually works for the people and the planet, it's not going to come to us from the Conservatives and Liberals, because I've watched for 45 years, and they're still preaching growth, but what growth has gotten us is ever increasing growth inequality and ever increasing ecological damage. And so many people have given up voting, and so many people don't get to vote, that we've got to build out there and I think be bold. But I'd be happy to talk to your candidate and say, don't let this election result make you feel that there's no hope. I always believe we've got to have hope. Jack
I'm just
Layton,
sorry, go ahead. Finish the thought.
Love is better than anger. Hope is better than fear. Optimism is better than despair. And, it's really hard after you lose an election and get whacked. But you have to figure out how to keep people together and recognize that you're working for something in the long term.
So I'm just hopping in to say, Brian, thank you very much for joining us again today. And we will see you at the Edmonton Centre event. Thanks for joining in. And so I'm just going to bring you out.
We've got another
Okay, thanks,
writing to talk to.
And now our next riding association check-in is with Jonathan Plank from Regina Capel. I probably butchered the pronunciation of that. Sorry, Jonathan.
Hi. You did
Hi.
all right. John,
I did. Okay.
Regina Capel has a defunct riding association. It has not been in existence since 2017, I believe. I sit in White City Quappel, the provincial riding association. I'm the VP, and I thought it was important to talk to you because rural voters, right, like those in Regina Quappel, are key to winning this riding and winning seats in the West. There's some things we're doing great, some things we need to improve on, and I wanted to talk a lot about Indigenous outreach. During the campaign, this is one of the things we focused on. We have a large Indigenous population that Regina Quappel is Andrew Scheer's seat. As late as 2015, there was a plurality of Liberal and NDP voters here, but we have had zero resources from the federal party. Trying to build up local grassroots resources to actually get us in a position where we can contend. One of the frustrations all over the place is that the federal party is helping us organize EDAs and things so that we're prepared for these elections. I was asked to run in the Regina Quappel during this last election. They asked me after the writ dropped and 5 days after my son was born. I was not in a position to run. Over talking to some former candidates who said, "Oh, you'll do it. You're passionate and get involved." And I said, "Yeah, no, sure. Reach out to the people, whoever the higher powers be, and throw my name in." And it took until 2 days after the writ dropped to reach out. And during that time, there's so much to have that relationship built with if we're ever going to contend.
Yeah, no, I agree. We've got to do a better job of getting candidates in place well before, and the same way I'm talking, we need to, well before we're into an election, work with others, either community organizations, social organizations, environmental organizations, and other political parties, to come up with a clear platform, and a clear platform that's been costed out, makes sense, and would work for people in the environment. And if we can do that, then we'll have something to take to people. And if we get our candidates in place 2 or 3 years ahead of time so that they're at the local fall fair and they have a booth at the Pride Walk or at the Coldest Night of the Year Walk, and are getting out and talking to people and building those community connections, then we have a chance. And from my perspective, as somebody who's in a rural riding that's never elected a federal candidate, we have to do that across the board. We have to do that with all our ridings, but we also have to help them and support them with programs and schools that train them how to do a local guerrilla political campaign. We'll never have the money that the liberals and conservatives have, but if we can have enough money and support from the people in our communities, whether it's $10 donations or $100 donations, or there are certainly folks in our riding who give the full amount because they've got a pension, or they see investing in the NDP as investing in the future for their kids and grandkids, of getting a kind of Canada that works for all of us, and put that money in. So it doesn't, but getting that sense of support and connection with our communities is a critical part. And as a rural person, if I were hit by a truck tomorrow, or I ran over my leg with the tractor, my neighbors would come and help do the chores. And if I'm stuck in a ditch, the first car that goes by stops, because they know there aren't that many cars going by on the road. And if I need help getting out of the ditch, they'll at least find out that they need to call somebody. Now with cell phones, of course, it's a lot easier than it was 20 years ago. But the value in rural communities is we understand that we need each other. And I need my conservative neighbors and my liberal neighbors and my green neighbors, and they need me. And so, figuring out how to connect with people through the local, hospital association or the efforts that work. But I think the other thing we really need is that clear sense of vision so that we can talk to people about what we're trying to do. I mean, the rich and powerful have had a long time in which to integrate and put down the idea of cooperation and community and the whole economic theory that we're in this for ourselves, we're individuals, and we're powerful, strong. Hell, we all stand on the shoulders of those who came before us, and we all depend on the people beside us. And we've got to get that message out to people. And in our area, we don't have we on paper have separate federal and provincial riding associations, but the same people meet together and hold simultaneous meetings. And so because we've got to work together, and we're not that huge a group. But the other thing that I think we need to do better job at is how to reach out and have something that we can give somebody when we're at the demonstration to protect the local park, or at the demonstration to protest the cutting of fees for our hospitals, or the need to keep an emergency ward open. We need something that we can say to people is, we're concerned about this. We helped start the healthcare system. Our movement helped start the healthcare system. One of the suggestions that came up during our road tour in British Columbia last week was the idea of having, celebrating Tommy Douglas Day on his birthday, inviting all the healthcare professionals and workers in our riding to a celebration of, the father of Medicare, and, help make those connections. Go ahead.
In Saskatchewan is we have people. We celebrate Tommy Douglas Day. We have our local provincial ridings hosting events.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. There's things, but I wanted to speak a little bit on people proposals that'll get them excited to want to be engaged, right? Here in Regina Coupelle, we have one of the agricultural research centers that's getting shut down. It has 144 years of history in our riding. It started before we were a province, and it has a long history of agricultural research. It has a history of distributing shelter belt trees during the dirty 30s to help rebuild soil health. And it's just being shuttered for a quick financial gain when that history is going to be lost. Right?
Well, not only the history, but the ability to take that historical soil-based information, okay, the experience on those soils and how those soils are performing, and take that into the future in terms of, okay, now how can we make our agriculture more regenerative, more in tune with nature? How can we make those soils healthier and better for farm resilience of the individual farmer, but also better for the overall resilience of our watersheds? Because that's what people don't realize, is that agriculture plays such a huge part in drought and flood mitigation. So that if your soils absorb water when it comes, then you're going to be better in the drought. If it absorbs water when it comes, it'll be less vulnerable if it's going to be a flood. And
you're in our 11th grade drought.
That's
our 11th year of straight drought.
Yeah. Well, this is the terror of us upsetting our water cycles. We manage our land, and the need to think far more, I would say, holistically or ecologically about how we manage our farmland, because we've been told that sort of the industrial approach to agriculture is the way to go, and it's not as productive as people think if you start looking at the energy costs and the environmental costs and the long-term impacts. But we need to start thinking about how do we manage our agriculture so that we have enough being reserved for the natural part of the ecosystem in which our farms find themselves, so that we disrupt the water cycle, the mineral cycle, the beneficial insect populations, and what's I'm sorry.
There's ongoing issue with the destruction of native grasses here in the prairies, getting wiped out. I believe the rate is all fields a minute. These areas are not going to be replaceable if we don't protect them and preserve them and put real value in that ecosystem. And Saskatchewan's a little bit different. We have intense local watersheds that are pretty localized. They create where all those contaminants that get put onto the land create hypersalinity issues, where it just kills area, right? And people and their response is, let's just plow it over, let's put up a bunch of new topsoil that we took from that hill there and try and wipe it out completely. And it just creates this ongoing waste of resources and destruction of natural environments. And I can't talk enough.
Well, I mean, and it's part of the failure to look at the root cause of problems. And, if you don't solve the root cause of a problem, you just are constantly then dealing with the symptoms. But it's where it takes, regional and watershed kind of planning to say, well, how much natural vegetation do we need, and how do we spread that out on per farm so that we actually can retrain our water cycle and not, if each of us clears our trees and our land, we may make a little bit more money, but if we all do that, and then the rain in our area, the rain that used to come off Lake Huron and land in my area seems to be much spottier, much sparser than it was. And I think part of that is because now so much of the land that used to be hay and pasture land or spring grains in our area is now corn and soybeans. And that means that land, instead of having green evapotranspiring stuff going on, is now got bare soil until canopies don't really cover over until mid-June to end of June. So they're a heat source, and they're now a solar radiating thing that when that moist air comes off Lake Huron, instead of getting more moisture from evapotranspiration and aggregation for raindrops through spores and pollen, it just dissipates because the air is warmer, and now we get more likely flooding further in. And so, trying to understand how individually we can destroy the collective benefit of how our land used to work. And things you solve overnight, but at least have people who understand you need to be thinking of that. But that's where, again, talking to neighbors, both about the things that are urgent in terms of, closing the research center. That has got to be the dumbest, right up there with let's increase military expenditures to make us more secure. That has got to be such a bad decision in the long term. And it just tells me that the people who are at the top of the pyramid making decisions don't have a clue what's needed at the bottom. And as I say, as a farmer, I see the world from a very different perspective than somebody who's in the corner office of a corporate tower, and we need more people who see things from ground level and who actually know what it is to get out to a job and get out on the land.
All right.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
I think
You're not.
We're not quite done. I think we've had some time delays. I would love to do more of this with you, John, on Jonathan, on more of a talk where we're not possibly getting the time delays of rural internet, which I think we were enjoying, which we know all about in Huron Bruce, as I'm sure as well in Regina Capel. And if seriously, I'm doing shops with.
Is the rural Wi-Fi just got in there? Okay. You're back, Tony. You're back.
I'd like to encourage Tony. We have a National Historic Site in Regina Capel. It is the Motherwell National Historic Site, and it is a agricultural farm that's run exactly the way yours was. The pioneer horse and wagon has a threshing machine, and I would love to see you out here one day.
Well, I would love to throw some sheaves into a threshing machine and hopefully not be up in the mow moving the straw, because that's a pretty dusty job. Great. I would love to. And seriously, if some of your local riding associations would like to go together and do a riding workshop with me where we could explore different ways of which you might be able to strengthen your ridings, reactivate the federal one, I would be glad to do that. And I'm also glad to do that after the leadership race comes to an end. Because if I'm the leader, rebuilding our riding associations is going to be a major focus. And if I'm not the leader, rebuilding the riding associations is going to be an ongoing major focus. So whatever happens there, I'd be glad to either meet with you in March or after.
I will see you at convention, Tony.
Sounds good.
Thanks for joining us, Jonathan. That was really great.
All right, take care.
Yep.
Okay. All right, Tony. I'm going to do a fundraising ask, but I'm not going to force you to participate this time. So I will.
Okay. Well, I think my next thing is repairing ceramics, and
yes,
I'm going to move my computer while you do the fundraising ask.
True, but
right?
it's that segment isn't until 30 minutes from now.
Okay.
We have the best Tony moments compilation first.
Well, I'll watch those with great interest.
So you'll have plenty of time to fix up your camera for that 30 minutes.
Okay.
So we'll see you in 30 minutes. And if you have any issue setting up the camera for it, just let me know. Just send me a text.
Okay, will do.
Okay, folks. So I know you're excited for the Tony compilation, and I'm gonna get that to you in a moment. But we're gonna talk about. Let me lower my camera a little bit. We're going to talk about fundraising for a moment. So we are here to make sure that we're able to pay for our outreach program and also all of our expenses we've acquired. The entry fee was $100,000, but in reality it was $133K. We're clear of the line. We're all good there, but it might surprise you to hear that raising $133K is a pretty expensive task. So we have expenses to pay off, and as well as expenses that we are going to be having to incur for this next month. It's going to be a big game of outreach. We're going to be getting volunteers on the phones. We're going to get volunteers texting. That will be starting very, very soon. That will be the next big project after this live stream. But unfortunately, all of that costs money. So if you'd like to help fuel the campaign for this final stretch, we'd love your support. I'm going to put up the donation button right on here. So I'll just kind of leave it there for a moment, give you an opportunity to click on it. One thing you might not know is there's a generous political tax credit when it comes to political donations. You get 75% back for donations 400 and under. So I have a little chart here that's going to help you. Except I'm going to put it over here. So you'll notice that this chart goes only as low as 100, but it still applies for donations 100 and under as well. So if you're given even $20, you're getting 15 of those bucks back come tax time. Not this upcoming tax time, but the next tax time, because we are now in this year. We'd love to have your support, but if financially you cannot give, that is okay. You can always volunteer with us. We have a volunteer form on our website, but also you can also just email us as well. Tony McQuail, greenprogressive@gmail.com. That is Tony McQuail, greenprogressive@gmail.com. You're going to get a faster response from me and Tony if you go through that way. But we'll be doing volunteer outreach very soon. So if you want to be part of our outreach campaign, please sign up and we will get you on the phones. Okay. So I think that's enough of asking you for money for now. We're now going to go on to the compilation here. Just bear with me while I get it up. You're gonna have to. Okay. Hold on. You're gonna see nothing for a moment. Just bear with me.
Our next candidate is Tony McQuail. Tony has called Huron Bruce home for over 50 years. He is a lifelong farmer from Lucknow. Tony has been deeply rooted in his community and in the fight for a fair and sustainable agriculture industry. He has served as president of the Huron County Federation of Agriculture and the Ecological Farmers Association of Ontario. And as a trustee with the Huron County Board of Education, he has also worked at Queen's Park as executive assistant to the Ontario Minister of Agriculture, and he has represented New Democrats as a candidate in 7 federal and provincial elections dating back to 1980. Tony and his wife Fran have farmed organically for decades, proving that farmers and consumers can build better food systems together. His fun fact is that he is a parent of 2 daughters and grandparent of 3 granddaughters and 2 grandsons. Let's welcome Tony. Hi, Tony. So nice to see you again. Please have a seat. Welcome, Tony.
Thank you.
So,
Good to be here.
Tony, yes, give us your view of what workers need to hear right now.
I think right off the bat, they need to hear that they're people, they're part of our community, and they're not going to be thrown under the AI bus. I also want to say that my 4 R's that I've been promoting since I got involved in this exciting and challenging process are representation, regeneration, redistribution, and redesign. Change always happens, and we are facing a number of crises. The 2 that are most on my mind is a collapsing ecosystem and a social order that's in crisis in terms of the inequity that we're seeing. And so representation, workers need representation because our first past the post system has been working for the elites since before Confederation. And after the First World War, after sacrificing hundreds of thousands of workers on those battlefields, when they came back, those who were able to come back, well, you couldn't tell them, you don't get the vote, sorry, we don't get a say in what happens. So workers and women got the vote in the 1920s, but the system has kept them from getting effective representation. And for democracy to work at its best, everybody has to be at the table. At its best, democracy lets us find our collective wisdom, and as a society's understanding changes, make the transitions. But we haven't been doing that. We've been stuck in a corporate capitalist consumer society because that's what serves the elites. If you think back to World War II, what if the CCF had won and said, we've got this incredible capacity to produce as a society and as a country as a result of our gearing up for the war? What if we'd said, rather than, let's figure out how to advertise and make people consume ever more, we said, how can we help farmers and workers and families have more time and use that productive capacity for our basic needs? So we need to get proportional representation. And until we do that, we're going to have to figure out how the NDP and the Greens and possibly other parties work together so that we don't keep making it impossible for us to get around the table effectively. Regeneration is my second point, because if we don't look after the environment, we've got nothing to work with. We don't have anything to be progressive about. So that capitalist consumer society has kept us all on a hamster wheel, rushing to do more and more and more, and getting way beyond the carrying capacity of the planet. And I see that as a farmer. 50 years ago, my wife and I were married in our orchard, and it was just with insects. This year, 50 years later, it was silent. And it was silent. There was an insect. There was an insect. And that's part of the web of life that we share this planet with. And if we crash it, everybody's going to be in trouble. The other thing I'd say for workers is we've got to spread our arms wide. Workers are the person staying home with kids, looking after an aging parent, helping the kids across the street as a school crossing guard. And they're also the small business person with a mortgage and a line of credit. These are the people in our community. They're the 99%. You know, the workers of Canada are the 99%, and not the, you know, if there's a billionaire class, okay, we need to figure out how to get them. That's the third one, redistribution. How we get the wealth of society much more fairly and equitably distributed. And then the final one is redesign, and that's another part in terms of workers, is we have to figure out how we redesign the economy so that it works fairly and works within the carrying capacity of the planet. And for that, we have to make wise and sensible transition programs, because some jobs are going to disappear. They'll disappear no matter what we do, but we can either do it with effective planning and support, or we can just throw people under the bus. And the final thing I'd say is AI is not only a concern for workers, it's a concern for communities, because it has a huge environmental footprint. And I think we need to be worried about who's programming the AI. Is it artificial self-interest? And who's monitoring the AI? Or are we going to end up with artificial stupidity that takes us down a road that we're already on in terms of crashing the ecosystem and destroying society? So those are the concerns when you ask me that question, B.
Thank you, Tony. So from all of the things that you've outlined, what actions would you take on day one?
Well, the action on day one would be to call first all the other candidates, because they're an impressive group of people. And you know I'm the underdog in this. When I reached out to my people and said, do you think running's a good idea? Most of them thought I had important things to say that maybe I should say and hopefully you would want to hear. But they also said, you're probably not going to win. Well, that's fine. But if I do win, I would reach out to them and say, okay, now how do we take all that we brought to this and work it to build? And the other thing I would say is I would call some other party leaders and say, okay, we've been beating each other up. We've been wasting our volunteers' money. We've been wasting our volunteers' time by running competing candidates. What can we agree on now? If we had formed a minority government, we'd have had to figure out what we could agree and work on. Let's do it 3 or 4 years before the next election, come up with a clear position, then figure out how to not run competing candidates, but have a single candidate bringing that forward, so that maybe the disillusioned liberals, the concerned conservatives, and the 50% of the people who've given up on politics because it doesn't work for them, they get promised first past the post election in 2015. Ha 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 ha. The system just doesn't work. For ordinary people these days. And so they're pissed off and they're disillusioned and they've turned away. We need to reach out to them and get them in. And I think that creating an effective, green, progressive voice that has some policies that say this is how we're going to deal with it, would get somewhere.
What is the most important trait that the next NDP leader needs to possess?
Well, I know I don't know everything, and I never will. I think he or she needs to be willing to reach out and work with others, but I also think it's really important to articulate a vision. And I'm a holistic management certified educator, and holistic management was transformational for our family because it helped us look at, well, what do we really value? What do we really want? What's the quality of life we'd like? What's the future vision for our family and our farm? And having that unified vision really then helped us, because we create the future day by day as we make decisions. The decisions we make today have an impact on what the future is going to look like. And so when I reached out to people the first time, I said, what are your hopes? What are your dreams for Canada? And I'm putting them together in a holistic vision or a holistic goal for Canada that I think could be a unifying thing. So I think, the vision, your leader isn't going to be all things to all people, but I think they need to be cooperative, collaborative, and have a sense of what we value and where we hope to go as a society.
So Tony, if you were to walk into a lunchroom of workers who are worried about losing their job in the next year, next month, what is your message to those workers?
You're probably right to worry, and now what you have to do is work together and organize and figure out what are the points at which you can get leverage to either hold on to the job or to ensure that if somebody's going to leave town. I mean, we've got the example of the recent closure of the sawmill in the north, and here you are with a company just walking away from 150 jobs and a community of 1,000 people, and that leaves a huge hole in a community. And so people need to organize, but also we need to think long-term as well. And how do we work toward more cooperative ownership or collective ownership of the mills or of whatever we're in, so that we don't just let foreign absentee ownership end up pulling important parts out of our communities, and that happens rurally and urban.
Thank you for that. With the time that we have left, what I'm wondering about is, what is the future of labor in one word?
Representation. For democracy to work, everybody's got to be at the table. And figuring out first how we, with our current system, deal with first past the post and its handicapping that it does to new and innovative ideas, certainly to the United Farmers, the Independent Labor Movement, the CCF, the NDP, now the NDP and Greens. It's been a terrible handicap. So we need to figure out how we can deal with that. In holistic management, we say, if you have a problem, you've got three choices. You can do the same harder, or make a change. I think it's time to make a change.
Thank you, Tony. Take care. All right, folks. Thank you, Tony.
A Huron County farmer is getting ready for a national political debate this week. Tony McQuail is running for the federal NDP leadership, taking the stage with his fellow candidates in Montreal on Thursday. With more on his political prospects, here's Scott Miller.
I think it's pretty fair to say that Tony McQuail is the only NDP leadership hopeful spending his debate preparation hauling hay behind two horses.
I'm trying to get enough hay out that I can leave the cattle on the winter pasture while I'm away, and they'll have their feed, and I'll be in Montreal trying to put forward some ideas.
McQuail is one of 5 candidates who want to lead the federal NDP party. The first official debate takes place this Thursday in Montreal and will be held mostly in French, which admittedly is not McQuail's strong suit.
In Montreal, I'll be talking un peu français, a little French.
McQuail's strong suit is walking the walk. For 45 years, he's been a regenerative farmer near Lucknow, using mostly horses instead of gas-powered tractors to work his land. His green progressive platform is based on the 4 R's: representation, regeneration, redistribution, and redesign, with a heavy focus on starting to reverse decades of environmental damage caused by pro-growth economic policies.
I think we need to be talking seriously about degrowth, how we share the wealth we already have in ways that help us build our communities. And I'd like to see a program that works with nature clubs and environmental groups and pollution cleanup and municipal councils to fix the things in their neighborhood that start regenerating what we need to do to heal the planet, the damage that we've already done.
McQuail had initially said if elected leader, he would try to merge the Green Party with the NDP to stop vote splitting on the left. He's since abandoned that plan, but thinks there still should only be one candidate from either party on the ballot in each riding come the next election.
We don't have time to merge parties. Merging parties takes a lot of work and a lot of effort.
McQuail has run for the NDP 7 times over the past 45 years, 5 federally and twice provincially. He's never won, and he knows he is in tough in this race as well. Although he's short nearly $30,000 in required funds to stay in the race, he's directed supporters to help push Tenniel Johnston, a BC social worker, over the fundraising threshold by November 30th before restarting his fundraising.
We got to make sure that at least one of us gets into the race, and I'd like it to be her if it's not going to be me.
There is a final fundraising push on deadline day, November 30th, he says, but even if his bid falls short, McQuail says he'll give it his all on Thursday with a national audience watching. Near Lucknow, Scott Miller, CTV News.
Before we get started, I have a question for you. I asked a question to the other candidates about proportional representation, and Tenniel was the only one I saw come in with a strong affirmative. So from my perspective, if we're going to deal with the issues we need to deal with, we've got to deal with that one first, Premier.
All right, we're going to go with the scrum now.
Okay.
No, so for first past the post, that's actually what I want to ask you about. You did hammer that message a few times tonight. We see it's dear for you. do you have confidence that the next leader of the NDP will bring this issue forward and has a chance to make a real change in Canadian politics on that subject?
Well, if they don't bring it forward, they aren't going to have a chance to make much of a change on anything. Tweedledee and Tweedledum have been arguing about who is going to change things, and they switch arguments. That's what got me involved in politics as a young farmer. I was watching the Liberals and Tories trade places in the House and just leave their speeches on the desks, so that while the Liberals were saying how we had to have high interest rates to somehow fight inflation caused by energy prices and instead steal more money from the working poor, the conservatives were saying how terrible it was for homeowners and farmers and small businesses. Then they changed places and they picked up their other speeches, and now the conservatives were defending high interest rates. And man, they told us we had to tighten our belts. Well, some of us tightened our belts. In fact, most people tightened their belts because they were thinner. Some because they were getting fatter, and some because they hung themselves because the misery of losing a farm or a home or a business. Those are pretty ugly times, but they haven't gotten much prettier because we haven't figured out how to deal with first past the post.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm just hoping to know, how was your experience debating in French, and are you satisfied with your performance?
For somebody who had 2 years of high school French 55 years ago, I didn't feel like it did too badly. And, you know, I don't speak any of our native languages. I don't speak Ukrainian. If we're going to let religion or sexual orientation or ethnicity or language keep the 99% separated and fighting over those issues, we're never going to deal with the 1%, the elite, that have control of the economic levers in our society. We've got to figure out how to accept. Look, I'm 73. I'm never going to become Jack Layton in fluency in French. But I do know what it is like to work, and I've been working most of my daily lives. I see the world from the ground as a farmer, and we are in a real ecological collapse crisis. And when I look at the discrepancy, when I got started, there were about 5 billionaires maybe in Canada. Now they're over 70. That's a 1,400% increase. I don't think the pleasantness of life has increased 1,400% for ordinary working people. In fact, I think it's gone backwards. Because as a farm hired hand, I was paid $65 a month for 13 out of 14 days. I worked 13 days on and got every other Sunday off. But that let me have a one-bedroom apartment, and so $65 was what I was paying a month. So a quarter of my income got me my housing. It didn't get me my utilities. But I think I see young people having a much harder time than I did, and certainly in terms of my education costs, because I went to university, and we have not, growth has not made the world better for the environment or for most people in our society.
En français, vous êtes satisfait?
Je brain dead. Sorry, and I didn't bring my cheat sheets, but je pense que, you know, ask your question in English, and I might be able to answer it en français.
That was okay. You answered in English. Thank you.
You have spoken at length about reforming the political system to a proportional system. Would you do similarly if you were the leader of the country, that what New Zealand has done, and incorporate a selected number of seats for the Indigenous specifically?
Well, what I am advocating for is a citizens' assembly, which would be like a jury, but drawn from representatives all across the country, you know, randomly selected, to do that work, so that it's not in the hands of politicians. We saw what happened in 2015 when the politician who ended up in the leadership position as Prime Minister had promised thousands of times during that election that it was going to be the last first past the post. But when he didn't get what he wanted, which would have given even more unfairness to the system in favor of his party, he said, well, that's stupid if we're going to let that happen. So we can't. We have to put it in the hands of the people of Canada, randomly selected, to do a citizens' assembly, come up with a recommendation. And they might well say, yeah, This country has not been very fair to the Indigenous community for a long, long time, and it makes sense. Or perhaps we just create they will have to figure it out. But the people of Canada, the ordinary people from our communities, are smart enough to understand what's fair. I was in a play years ago, which was Everything I Need to Know I Learned in Kindergarten. And it was that 5-year-olds know that if you cut the cake, I get to pick the piece. We know how fairness works. We just aren't getting it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, Aiden Rayner with the Concordian. As a farmer, why do you think we haven't seen a major federal and provincial NDP concerted effort for right to repair?
That's a real issue because, I mean, our equipment is getting more and more complex. One of the things I like about working with horses is I can repair much of it with black wire and bale twine. But the degree to which we have equipment that it's hard to repair and that companies in effect can control now remotely, if things go wrong and that sort of thing, creates huge problems for farmers, the level of technical complexity of the systems they're working with and that. But again, not having a right to repair leaves the power in the hands of the corporations that are pretty monopolistic to start with. And farmers are pretty talented. In fact, much of the equipment that it's creative was developed by farmers who were trying to solve a problem. The disc rotary cutter for white bean harvesting was developed by a friend of mine who's now passed, but he and his brother-in-law said, well, how can we do this better? And they figured out a way. So farmers are very creative and they're also very skilled. But if you say you can't have access to this and you don't have a right to repair, then they're at the mercy of the companies that produce the equipment.
And if you don't win the leadership, can Canadian farmers still expect you to be advocating for a right to repair?
Oh, yeah. But I will advocate from a very different place and position.
Bonsoir. Marco Bellas-Cirino du Devoir, from Le Devoir. You've talked a lot about coalition.
Yeah, oui.
Oui. With libéraux déçus. People from the Liberal Party of Canada who are deceived about
conservatives and liberals. I think we have to throw our arms really wide because the system isn't working for the people who vote Liberal but aren't in the leadership of the Liberal, and it's certainly not working for the Conservatives. I mean, in my community, if I'm stuck by the side of the road, my politics don't matter. Whoever's going by is going to stop if I'm stuck in the snow. And we have a strong understanding in rural communities about cooperation, barn raising. I mean, we understand that we need to be there for each other. But we haven't done a good job of helping people understand how when you get a society that becomes larger and more complicated, one of the ways that we care for each other is things, healthcare, good education, working on housing, and taking the profit motive that is concentrating more and more of the wealth of our society in fewer hands. And people have been persuaded that Tweedledee and Tweedledum are going to change things. And they do. They change their speeches, but they don't change what actually happens.
Yeah, but today you have Stephen Guilbeault, who is a libéral déçu. Should the NDP ask him to join the NDP caucus?
I said aujourd'hui, Mr. Guilbeault. I say they are disaffected Liberals. I would be surprised if there aren't some pretty pissed off Liberals in Alberta at Justin Trudeau because they thought their votes were going to count after the 2015 election.
Okay, so what the interim leader of the NDP should do now to attract conservative and Liberals?
They should at least be talking to them and talking about what do you think would really serve the constituents in your community. And if they aren't getting a pipeline put in it or a liquefied natural gas terminal, and maybe the people in that constituency don't even want a liquefied natural gas terminal, but if we should be talking to them and saying, what do your constituents really need now? And could we form, do we have enough ideas that we could work together on? Because, I mean, I've been talking mostly about, other smaller parties. to say if we had a minority government, we'd have to figure out what we could work together on. Why don't we do it 2 or 3 years before the next election? Put together a platform. If the media says, oh, you're not running candidates in every riding, you can't be on the national debate. So what? Live stream a discussion by the leaders of those parties to talk about what they actually intend to do. Not just talk about it election time, but intend to do after the election if they have enough seats to do it. Then people don't have to try and vote strategically. They don't have to say,
Okay.
well, I don't think you can win, Tony, so I got to choose between the liberal or the conservative, you know? So that,
Hi, Keith. Can you hear me now? I can't hear you for some reason. I'm not quite sure what's
That's because
going on.
I was muted. I was been muted this whole time. I'm realizing. Anyway, now that
Oh,
was
well,
on me.
we can all.
Oh, I think your Wi-Fi cut out, Tony. It did indeed. Oh, there. Okay, we're back. All right, Tony. I'm gonna hand it off to you.
Okay, I'm going to try it without my because I think I made my earphones. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, we can still hear you.
Okay. I didn't want to glue my earphones up here.
Right. Okay.
So when we talk about the right to repair, we're usually talking about it in terms of complex technical issues, getting access to the coding to be able to repair our now heavily computerized equipment, both on the farm and in our households and in our industries. And so that involves being sure that corporations can't monopolize that information so that you're forced to come back to them. But I'm also going to share a bit about some repair techniques that as a grandfather with a 5, a 4, and a 3-year-old banging around, or older kids who also bang some things around, I'll show you one of my favorite materials for doing repairs. And I don't know if you see it, but this lovely piece of pottery that was done by my wife's aunt had this corner broken out of it a while ago, and I repaired it with JB Weld. And now today I'm going to try and repair this corner of it that got broken off after I repaired it. I'm not sure how well I'm going to do with this little cup because it's in some pretty small pieces, and I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get them to go together. But the material I'm using is something called JB Weld. And JB Weld is a metal reinforced epoxy, which takes a bit of a while to set up, but is very strong. In fact, while I put out a dab or two of it here, what you do is you put out a bit of the black epoxy, and then you put out some of the white and you mix it together. But this material got used to repair the reverse idler gear on International B414 tractor, which was the first tractor we had back in the early 80s. And the reverse idler gear is the little gear that lets you, when you switch into reverse, have the engine moving this way, but now the wheels are going to move the opposite direction because the reverse idler gear is in the middle and changes the direction of the motion on the drive shaft. And the reverse idler gear sat in a bushing in the cast iron housing of the tractor frame. And it reached a point where it was no longer, it would sometimes go into reverse and sometimes it would just shake and rattle. So it was going to cost hundreds of dollars, maybe even thousands of dollars back then, to get it into a dealership where they would split the tractor, take the two halves of the tractor apart, the cast halves of the tractor apart, and then get in and repair the reverse idler gear. But my friend Gerald Dusto, when I was talking to him about this dilemma, said, well, you know, if you take it apart yourself, you might be able to replace that bushing and hold it in place with JB Weld. So that's what I did. Gerald was a great tinkerer mechanic, and he and his brother-in-law, Ivan Rivet, came up with the design of the white bean disc cutter that would actually cut the beans and windrow them at the same time, and develop that piece of equipment. But anyway, that's what we did. We split the tractor apart, got the reverse idler gear out because it was flopping around because the bushing had worn and the cast iron around where the bushing sat had worn. And we got the bushing back in place, got the gear back in place, surrounded it with the JB Weld, and were able to get the tractor working again. So while I'm using this on a very delicate ceramic project at the moment, it also can be used on many, many other things. So after you've stirred it up and turned it from black and white to gray, then you get some, and I like to use a toothpick or a match to do this. Get it and put it on the edges that you're trying to put together, and get a nice, not a thick coating, but a thorough coating on whatever edges you're putting together. And with this one, it's pretty easy because I've only got one piece. With that little ceramic cup, it's going to be more of a challenge because I got to figure out where the pieces go first, then figure out which is the first piece to glue up and what is the next. And then this one's also a little challenging in that I can't set it on itself to hold it in place. But if I put it like this and squeeze it, it may be solid enough. And if I put it on something over here, well, first I'll put it down. I've got the newspaper down here so I don't put a lot of glue on the table. I've gotten the point that I don't mind my seams showing up a little bit, but there you go. You see it fell apart. So I've got to try and put it in place. And now for this stuff to really hold and seal, it has to be in place for about 24 hours. So it'll hold after about 6. But what I'm going to try and do is also put something underneath it here so it's not as likely to fall off. And again, press it together for that. Now, when it comes to this cup, I have to decide, no, this doesn't go here. Presumably, well, where does it go? Where does it go? Hopefully my daughter gave me one piece and not several different pieces. Okay. So figuring these things out can be a bit of a challenge, but yes. Okay, it looks like this is the place where this needs to go. It'll fit smoothly there, and the pattern is complete. Then I've got one more piece that's clearly on the edge here. And then I've got this little tiny piece here that I'm going to have to figure out how to deal with it. So I think I'll try and get these together first. Then I'll try and put this in without using it as a wedge to split what I've already got glued together, and then finish off with this last piece. This may be something that doesn't get repaired for the grandkids because it is going to be an awkward operation. The other thing about the JB Weld is can be ground down with a grinder in that if you leave up too much. But as I say, I'm at the point in life where I think that having things that show that they've been repaired is just fine. And having Kleenex to try and clean the stuff off your fingers is good too. But and Keith, if anybody wants to put anything in the chat, if you could share that with me, I'll try and respond. So now I'm going to put this down on the tabletop because with the cup, it has the surface, the top cup of the surface will support things. And so hopefully I can use it. And now I can see from this that the lip here corresponds to the bottom there. So now if I can somehow get glue on this, and I think the easiest way for me to do that will be to put the glue on this portion rather than on the wedge, because I'm going to get real gluey if I try and put it on the wedge. So I'll put it on this portion of the cup, and then while I'm messing with the glue, I think I'll get it on this piece as well so that it'll be ready to push in and hopefully come into place. So I do want to make sure that it's pretty uniformly on the surfaces that I'm hoping will glue together. And I have used JB Weld to put the pin back on my wife's earrings, the pin that goes through the ear, and sometimes they've broken off. I've also used it to put earrings back together, and for the rear part. So there you see I'm trying to support the cup, but at the same time I'm messing it up. Okay, so here's the bottom, the wedge. I think I may try and use my pocket tool for that. On the farm, I have both a pocket knife and a pocket tool, which is pliers and many other things on it, including a, let me get it back together here, a serrated blade, a saw, and when you're out doing electric fencing and there's a little branch you want to get out of your way, this can come in real handy. Get much more than 2 inches and it's hard to saw something down. It does not replace a chainsaw. It has a file, which can be very helpful on smoothing out metal pieces, and a regular knife blade. And of course, inside it also has a can opener, has a screwdriver with various bits. So this is a green Robertson and this is a red Robertson. I usually use the red Robertson. And then it also has some smaller bits. This is one handy thing on it, a little scissors if you need to trim your mustache or cut something else. And it also has a regular slot screwdriver. And if you're needing to do something that's very fine, a little tiny slot screwdriver, and also it can be reversed if you can get it out. I hope I didn't put JB Weld on it. Anyway, looks like that's gotten bent. Anyway, it's got a little Phillips head screwdriver on it. But for today, what I want it for is to gently, because this is ceramic, hold this, and I have to position so my hand isn't in quite such a vulnerable place. I guess I want it this way. As I said, this may be one of those times when it's not going to happen. but we'll see. I think I'm euchred. I think I gotta get a little glue on me for this to happen. Okay. Okay, so that's not going to be pretty, but I think the tea parties that it's going to be involved in will survive without it being perfect. Just trying to get things lined up there. So now those things have to be left alone to cure. And I think I'll see if I can move this, yep, onto that. Move it out of the way. But I thought I'd also talk about some other things that have some J.B. Weld stories. I don't know if you can see it, but if you look closely, there's a J.B. Weld us here. We have older grandchildren now, 13 and 15, going to be 16 and 14 this summer. But when they were a bit younger, our granddaughter was dancing vigorously in our living room and happened to knock this thing onto the floor. And it came apart. And fortunately, this was regluable with the J.B. Weld, and it has continued to be a useful hot plate for our table, and that for the last 6 or 7 years. Another thing that is part of our kitchen stuff is this little thing here. It's a spoon holder. And you can see in this area here, I wasn't too worried about J.B. Weld showing up. These were in many little, there were at least 4 pieces here. And I dealt with the missing piece here by putting more J.B. Weld on the edge so it wasn't going to be sharp, and made that. But if you look real closely, I don't know if you can see, but the handle also broke off. And there, with the J.B. Weld being tight, you can see that there is a little seam there. But it's continued its utility for around the kitchen, and we tend to keep it on the warming shelf of our wood stove, so that it's handy to put spoons on and not set them on the wood stove hot surface. But another place where the J.B. Weld comes in handy is this handle broke off this fencing reel, and I've used it on bigger fencing reels too, but they're in use at the moment out in the winter pasture. Using J.B. Weld, I was able to put the handle back on, and this is one of my cross fence reels that is part of the fencing that I might put up and take down daily, so that I give the animals a new section of pasture every day, so that they get fresh grass and they're moving the manure around. And so I'll come back up here. Now you're in our kitchen, and one of the other repair projects that I wanted to share. You don't think I use it much right now because I grow my beard in the winter to try and help me not get too cold a face. But this is a project that didn't get done with J.B. Weld, but at an earlier time when the handle broke off this cup, it was repaired with a ceramic glue, and then the handle got broken off again. It was in enough pieces I didn't think it was worth doing. But I wanted to save the cup, and I don't know if you can see it. It says Saskatchewan Grain Car Commission or Corporation. And it has an interesting story. One of the things that helped me get involved in the NDP is that our local Federation of Agriculture was concerned about the foreign absentee ownership of farmland. And our federation was looking at how other provinces had dealt with it. And it turned out that Saskatchewan, under the NDP government there, was the only one that had consistently worked on it to the point that they actually had a system that recognized that there were farmers on both sides of the Saskatchewan-US border that had farms on the other, and that wasn't really absentee ownership. It was neighbors farming neighboring land, and had worked to get a system that actually worked for their farmers, worked to preserve farmland in Saskatchewan. So I got in touch with the Minister of Agriculture at the time, Gordon McMurchie, and we got him to come and speak to our Federation of Agriculture. And he brought me a Saskatchewan grain car cup, and because they were very proud of the Saskatchewan Grain Car Commission, because it came into being when the rail companies were deciding that rural branch lines and putting in having cars available was just too expensive. They weren't making enough grain cars available to move prairie grain to the ocean terminal ports. And so it was a further effort of the NDP, or the earlier CCF, when Tommy Douglas was the premier in Saskatchewan. He says, if the private corporations will do the work, great. If they won't, we might enter into a agreement with them, but we'll make sure that the public interest in what we invest is protected and valued, and that we get a return for the people of Saskatchewan. And if the corporations aren't going to do the work or aren't doing it well enough, then it's time for government to step in. And so the Saskatchewan Grain Car Corporation came into being. Initially, they leased cars from some of the other rail lines, but then they bought in 81, 1,000 grain cars, and they utilized them to move grain from the prairies to consolidate it so that farmers could actually be connected to their markets by the more affordable way of using grain on rail rather than on trucks. And it was really interesting to me that 30 years later, over 90% of those grain cars were still operational, still working. And the Saskatchewan Grain Car Corporation returned a profit and paid a dividend to the government of Saskatchewan, to the people of Saskatchewan. So this was, meeting a need and doing it in a way that worked for the farmers, for the people in Saskatchewan, and worked for the government too, in terms of paying a dividend to it. And it was working up until, I believe, 2017, when Brad Wall of the Saskatchewan Party, a conservative party, ended up selling off the assets and shutting it down. So that's, the challenge that we face is we can set up good programs, but if people who get into power, particularly if it's with the first past the post system and don't have a true majority, can still undo the work that we have done in the past. So that's my little repair project. But there are a lot of things around Meeting Place Organic Farm that either have JB weld holding them together, or regular stick weld holding them together, or bale twine holding them together, because repairing stuff is one way of extending the life cycle of equipment, and reducing the speed with which we flow things into the landfill site or the dump. And I also find the act of repairing things is a bit of a meditation, particularly when your grandchildren have turned things into smaller pieces, figuring out how to put them back together and put them back into service or use. And let's see. Oh, just recently, my wife swims for exercise and to keep in shape, and the rubber band on one of her swim goggles had gotten torn, and so was coming off far too easily, and so I JB welded that back on for her as well. So my experience now, I don't have any shares in JB Weld, but it certainly is a material that I found very useful for these kind of repairs. It seems more durable than many other things. And as I say, I was very impressed with its ability to repair the tractor reverse idler gear. And I have used it to build up metal parts and other things in other situations as well. So Keith, unless there's some questions about this technology, I'm probably about out of stuff I can talk about on JB welding.
No questions in the chat, but that was very I enjoyed watching that quite a bit.
Well, let me share a couple other things,
Sure.
because I am set up so that if you can see those two little fans in the background, they're on our wood stove, and there are a couple of interesting things in terms of energy on our stove here. I have to move this around a bit. Well, okay, you can see. But these fans work on a thermocouple. The base is hot. There's a little two metal thermocouple between it and the fans, or the cooling vanes on the top here. And that temperature differential makes causes electricity to flow. And so it's actually, those are little electric fans that are being driven by the heat of the wood stove. And the fan blades are designed, instead of to send out a concentrated thing of air, to send out a dispersed thing of air. And they dramatically help spread the temperature around on the around the room that way. And the other thing that I'm not sure you can see here, I should be able to, but we also have, in addition to a wood drying rack right here, I think if I bring this around a little bit more, if I can, there are some copper pipes just over my shoulder. And those are pipes that let the wood stove preheat the water for our domestic hot water heating. So if I go over here, you can see there's a pressure gauge and a thermometer on the pipe. And so that's telling me that the water going up to the preheater tank for the wood stove is 120 degrees Fahrenheit right now. And if I've got the stove turned down because today's been a sunny day, and so the house has been getting solar heated as well. But if we had the stove going more full tilt, we let it get up to around 170 degrees. And there's no pumps or motors involved with it. It's what's called thermosiphoning. So the fact that the warm water wants to rise and the cold water wants to settle, hot water coming from the stove makes its way up to the tank, and the cool water from the bottom of the tank comes down and gets warmed up. So it's a low energy way to preheat the water that then does go to our domestic hot water heater. And it's those kind of little rethinking, redesign approaches that can be helpful in terms of our energy use and our there are lots of different things we can do to reduce our energy use. And I guess the other thing you may see up here is a clothes drying rack that we use. We have a washing machine. We got our washing machine when our first daughter came along, and we were doing cloth diapers, and we learned that the cost of a washing machine could be offset by the savings that you didn't have on disposable diapers. But we've used drying rack or clothesline for over 50 years. So I guess that's enough of welcome to the McQuail household. Anyway, Keith, I'll let it go back to you there and get reset up.
I always find it so interesting seeing all the components of your house and the farm. So I'm never complaining about that. And I don't think anyone in the chat is either. We've gotten some love from what you showed. No questions, but just everyone's happy with what the segment is.
Good enough. I'll get set back up for other things.
Okay, sounds good. The next thing we have is with the Canadian Coalition for Nonviolent Defense, and they are here. Before I bring them on, Tony, I'll let you get set up.
Yep.
I'm going to do a fundraising ask, so I'm going to turn your camera off and then let you get set up. Okay, so very briefly, we're here today to fundraise for Tony. And why? Why are we fundraising for Tony? So we raised the entry fee into the race, which is $133K. And then all of that money went directly to the Central Party. We didn't get to keep any of that money. We submitted that money so we could be in the race. And we're in the race, but now we need to make sure that we're able to pay off our expenses that were incurred throughout the campaign. So that's like the get Tony out to the debate in Montreal, but especially our BC tour and the debate out in Vancouver. Tony lives outside of Lucknow, Ontario. It's a bit of a distance from Vancouver, and we did a tour there. So we need to earn those expenses back. But as well, we also have a lot of work to do in the final stretch of the campaign. We want to reach out to as many folks as we can, make sure that there isn't anybody we haven't reached out to in terms of members. So if you're interested in helping us for our outreach campaign, you can volunteer with us or you can donate. And let's talk about the donation side of things for a moment. So here's a little helpful chart. Donations 400 and under, you're getting 75% back for what you give come tax time. Keep in mind, this only applies if you pay income tax. If you don't pay income tax, it does not apply. But for example, you give $100, it only ends up being $25 out of your pocket because you're getting $75 back when you file your taxes next year. And that applies 400. When you go over 400, you're still getting stuff back. It's not quite that 75%. That's why I have the chart there for you, because I myself am not a human calculator. And I'm just going to give you the link here. And stick around because we have a bunch of great segments coming up. Okay, so yeah, help us fuel the campaign. Help us keep going. I'm now going to bring Tony back on because I see that he's all set up. Hey, Tony, welcome back.
Okay.
And now I'm going to now bring our guests from the Canadian Coalition for Nonviolent Defense. Hi, Isaiah. Hi, Richard.
Hello. Hello.
All right.
Great.
I'll leave it to you.
And Isaiah, great to have you. Could you tell us just a bit of how the Canadian Coalition for Nonviolent Defense got started? Where are you coming from? How are you here?
I can start, and Richard, maybe you can add any history I missed. About a year ago, with threats from Donald Trump around making Canada the 51st state, a number of peace organizations across Canada were doing individual webinars about the use of nonviolent defense, so the use of nonviolent action to deter or defend against a military invasion, seeing that as a possibility. And we heard about each other. We got together and said, hey, single webinars aren't enough. Like, there's a moment here. We need to get together and do something bigger. So we formed a coalition last summer. There's 4 or 5 grassroots peace organizations that are a part of it. And our purpose is to promote the knowledge and practice of nonviolent defense.
Great. Anything to add, Richard?
I just add that I knew that creating a coalition would be a good talk to Isaiah. But I thought to myself, I said, do I have energy? So I thought to myself, I doubt a pretty energetic guy in his mid-30s by the name of Isaiah. I said, this is the answer to my prayers. Not only knows an enormous amount about nonviolent defense, remarkably good at organization, and enormously diplomatic. You really have to be to develop a coalition, because there are many issues that are dealt with. I can't say that I'm all that good at that. I mean, I'm sort of professing, but I don't have that much patience. So I was very pleased when raised the issue of a coalition, and I certainly was happy to become a co-coalition.
Great. Well, we've certainly been pushing the idea of cooperation, collaboration, and coalition to deal with our first past the post electoral system. But I'm delighted to hear that you've got groups working together across the country, because it seems to me that from the point of view of creating a continually healthy Canadian society, developing a nonviolent alternative to military response to Donald Trump and his belligerence makes a lot of sense. Can you give us some ideas of what kind of webinars you've been running and how you're helping people gain knowledge, but then also perhaps even expertise in the techniques?
So our initial webinars that we hosted were like kind of nonviolent defense 101 webinars, so like a basic introduction to the idea. And since then, we've been gathering small groups of people together to explore the idea more. So we're trying to start both local and sector-based chapters of nonviolent defense across Canada. So places like Toronto, Waterloo, Winnipeg would have local chapters. We're hoping to have sector-based chapters in faith and education and healthcare, farming, Tony, maybe, because we really believe that besides being introduced to the idea, people really need to have like the training and understanding of how nonviolent resistance works. Not that people need to be experts. It's not like you need to be a professional, but like a little bit of knowledge of the history and the methods and the mechanisms of nonviolent action is really helpful as a way of training and preparation, both for like a military invasion and for other scenarios as well. So we've been having like initial webinars. We've been hosting kitchen table conversations across the country. So we've been encouraging people who are interested, saying, hey, you don't need to be an expert on this, but invite 10 of your friends over for supper and have a conversation about that. So we've had a number of those from Vancouver to Saskatchewan to Ontario, people like having conversations about this idea. We've had conversations in the peace movement. We've had one-on-one conversations with different political leaders. So just a variety of ways of getting the word out there.
Okay, great. Are some of these webinars? Go ahead, Richard. Go ahead, Richard.
I was just going to say Monday at 5 p.m., which is organized by Science for Peace. So if any, the topic, which is of war, a realistic goal. That's the name of an article by Gene Sharp, which he wrote in 9 weeks. We are reprising that article all these many years later to ask why it didn't work out progress. And this certainly relates to the issue of Gene Sharp was one of the major proponents of that back in the 1980s and 1990s. So if you're interested, go to scienceforpeace.org and register for the online or on-person. We've also we've had interviews with what you might call influential Canadians, including Elizabeth, to discuss the issue we're interested in. And we found a remarkable degree of we went into these meetings thinking to do a lot of selling of the idea. We need to find that they read the material we sent earlier, quite amenable to the notion.
Well, I would think that anybody who's watching what's happening in Gaza and in the Ukraine would, if they don't think that there got to be better alternatives, is delusional, and particularly from a Canadian perspective, given the degree to which the U.S. spends on its military and the degree of military might that it has, that engaging with the U.S. militarily, it would have to be an incredibly destructive and
yes,
fruitless thing. So in terms of having that model of approach, which we see glorified in movies and we have sort of glorified in our culture as being not a very attractive route for most people. But I'm delighted to hear that leaders are being responsive, or people who you consider important decision makers or influencers are recognizing that there could be much better ways. But I think part of the importance is something you've already touched on, and that is trying to get people to understand it ahead of time and learn the techniques. And so, and I'm also delighted to hear that you're inviting people to eat together, because I think eating together is one of the most important ways of building community. So invite your friends over for supper and discuss it. But do you have resources that say somebody like if I'm going to invite my friends over, is there a little PowerPoint that I could show or is there a video, or is there something that could sort of inch the topic, and some of the places where nonviolent defense has proven much more effective than people would have expected?
Yes, so there's two resources I will mention. First, in terms of written resources, we have a shorter 10-question, 3-page FAQ on nonviolent defense we've produced that we encourage our kitchen table hosts to send out before kitchen table conversations. And we have a longer 40-page nonviolent defense primer, which is sort of like an extended FAQ, which goes into the history, the case studies, the theory behind nonviolent action, and sort of the vision of a nonviolent defense system. So that exists. And I'll also just quickly plug, we're partnering with the Canadian Friends Service Committee to lead a once a month book club on nonviolent resistance starting March 19th. So it's the third Thursday of every month. I don't know if I put it in I sent it to you guys. I don't know if there's a way to let people know that it exists, but just letting people know that exists as well.
I hope Keith is the one who manages the bigger picture, and he may have stepped away for a moment, but I hope he'll put him up in the chat that anyone participating can look at when he gets back. But yeah, those sound like really good resources. And there's a course going on right now put on by World Beyond War that is also taking a look at this area, and there's an interesting researcher who initially, when she started her research, didn't think nonviolent defense would prove very effective, and as she investigated more and more, she found that in terms of positive outcomes, a nonviolent unarmed citizens defense approach was 2 to 3 times more effective in terms of positive outcomes than a violent resistance or violent approach. And that's something we just don't hear about in news media. It's Richard, did you want to add something?
I just wanted to inform people who are interested in a set of resources on nonviolent defense. We've collected a short list of access on our website, which is just now in existence. Nonviolent defense, cc.violent defense, either with a C or an S. We have both those domain names. Defense, cc. So that provides a list of resources, including the ones I referred.
Great. Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to see if there's stuff in the chat that we should begin. Yeah. War, what is it good for? Absolutely nothing. But that's okay, Isaiah, hop in.
Sorry, I think because we only have half an hour, we have a lot to say. I just wanted to say quickly on Erica Chenoweth's work on nonviolent resistance. In her study, she talks about how nonviolent resistance against authoritarian regimes is twice as effective, but that was specifically the effectiveness of overthrowing the authoritarian government. But what they found long-term is nonviolence is even more effective, because even when violent overthrow of authoritarian government works in the short term, sometimes it just reverts to authoritarianism, where in the long term, nonviolent resistance is more, like, not just twice as effective, but I don't know the numbers, but far, far more effective than violent attempts. So.
Is that because through the process of nonviolent, with violent overthrow or violent interaction, you're tending to be concentrated on a cohort of relatively young people, soldiers and whatever, whereas with the nonviolent approach, it tends to be much broader across the whole community. Children can participate. Somebody in a wheelchair can participate. The whole community can come together, and so that it builds not only a force that's working against an oppressor, be it an oppressive regime or an invasion, but it also builds connections across communities, and so that in terms of society, that comes out of that kind of a conflict where violence could have been used or nonviolence was used, where the nonviolence was used, you come out with a much more cohesive community that then works better in the long run. Is that sort of the observation or the thing?
Yeah, it's partially the participation. Yeah, and it's also partially the power of nonviolence is saying no. It's a refusal to obey, which inherently is democratic, versus the power of violence is I will force you to do what I want with a gun. So like the very nature of the power is different.
But nonviolent defense not only builds a civic engagement that Tom talked about, but also says yes. It's not just a matter of saying no to violence. It's a saying yes to at least the society, yes to a certain, what are you defending in nonviolent defense? You're defending against what society are you actually defending? The idea if you're going to risk injury or arrest or potentially death, you think you're protecting something important, and therefore beyond authoritarianism or occupation, you're really saying yes, I think, to a large society.
And it's a view of society that doesn't get, in effect, corrupted by the movement to militarism, because militarism tends to divert resources from that kind of society into a much more authoritarian, militarized society. So that from my years of watching things, it's also often felt to me that when you engage militarily or violently with others, you tend to take on the characteristics that you're criticizing in the other, and you tend to become what you're opposing because of what the means that you've chosen to use to oppose them. So it's sort of self-defeating in many ways, and certainly the First World War wasn't the war to end all wars. I haven't seen any wars that really ended wars. Frequently just buried resentments and hostility in another generation. I guess the other question is, or my sense is that nonviolent defense.
Sorry, Tom, may I make a comment? Yeah. I think it's important to clarify one thing. Given the relationship of power in our society, Canada, we cannot advocate, and it wouldn't make sense, the displacement of the Canadian Armed Forces defense, because obviously that's not going to fly. People would take such a position. Maybe over a long period of time, if the defense showed its viability, that might happen, but not by advocating. And it's a much more complex process, is a joint deployment of nonviolent defense and armed. So in the case of an occupation, let's say an invasion of Alberta or some part of Canada, what we hope to out is a kind of joint deployment, geographical separation between the nonviolent defense, armed defense, because you can't have both at the same time. If the armed defense wants to inflict bodily harm and damage on it, does not want to inflict bodily damage on the opponent. It wishes to deny any cooperation, but basically to undermine the morale and the support of the way win. So the problem is how to actually deploy nonviolent defense with armed defense, and it has to be this geographic separation. My strong argument would be that it would be foolish to oppose an American invasion, because we're going to lose that. It's going to be very, very bloody and with a great deal of. So the armed forces should not take the initial violent defense. There are a number of other things the armed forces can do in Canada, which I won't go into now, because there is that issue of rationalize the deployment of two conflicting modes of defense in Canada.
Could I unpack that a little bit, Tony? Yeah,
By
I'll
all
just
means.
try to be quick here. So when the original policy of nonviolent defense was first proposed, even like 70 years ago, some of the original there's like a little bit of a digital lag. When nonviolent defense was first proposed by scholars 70 years ago to apply emerging non-resistance to the problem of national defense, they came up with this term transarmament as opposed to disarmament. So it's not countries disarming themselves, it's countries transitioning from a military defense system to a non-violent defense system. And so these scholars and activists who proposed this suggested this would be a process. It wouldn't happen overnight. And so in that transition, just like in other societal transitions, there's coexistence between the two forces. And so, for example, in the case of Czechoslovakia, which had a moderate, like a mixed success in terms of a nonviolent resistance against the Soviets, or when the Nazis occupied Denmark, it wasn't that the governments abolished their militaries right away. They just recognized in that situation, nonviolent resistance was more effective because of military asymmetry. So what we're arguing for is like a short-term building up of nonviolent resistance among the citizens of Canada, and then a long-term transarmament, recognizing that that will be a long-term process. And we want to do that like respectful of the valid needs and considerations of diverse members of our society, and in a rational way.
And I mean, the military certainly has a role in terms of, being aware of where the borders are and trying to protect the borders. But as you say, even when the forces are very evenly distinct, military violence can just become a terrible loggerhead of civilian deaths, infrastructure destruction. So, and when they're as asymmetrical as they are now with the U.S. and Canada, it's, to me, talking about a military defense of Canada against the United States is delusional, and it's just delusional. So if that's not going to be a really workable or desirable or effective option, then unarmed civilian defense. And I mean, I think we're in a remarkable position. We speak the same language as the U.S. soldiers. U.S. soldiers are there in part because they're poor, and the military seemed like the best option to enlist in or join. So it's now not a sort of a volunteer army, but it's coerced voluntarism by an economic system that is very hard on the poor. So we should be, if they were to invade, in addition to nonviolent resistance, we should be educating about what a healthcare system could look like if it was a payer public system, and what other things that this society that you've been told is hostile and needs to be invaded and straightened around. Maybe you'd like to take these things home and go home to your wives, go home to your mothers, go home to your lovers. We have no argument with you. Come visit us and hike in our parks and pay tourist money to our little businesses, but don't invade. So we in a very different position than where there would be a language difference, or where, I mean, many of us will have family on both sides of this border. So figuring out how to reach out across the border, that's the other thing. Are you thinking at all about strategic things that people can be doing now to, in effect, fraternize with people who may be on the other side of the border to help them understand better our concerns and why they should encourage our president to stay home?
Well, we do have this.
Some of our friends might be wanting to encourage him to disappear. Go ahead, Richard.
We do belong to the International Force Social Defense, which includes groups from many groups from Europe, from Australia, United States, Canada. So we do have this conversation. Be pretty sure that the Canada would at least bring in a condemnation and from European countries, plus widespread demonstration consulates and U.S. Embassies. Of course, it's unlikely that any of our NATO allies will come to our militarily. In other words, Canada really it's militarily outclassed democracy, and it's on major hostile power. In other words, Canada, in a global context, case for nonviolent defense, in which it is more ideal. The Europeans on the periphery of the Soviet Union can rely on the support of other NATO European members militarily. But we think this is another very strong argument in case in developing nonviolent defense. But I would say that, to really get nonviolent defense off the ground, government support, we do need the facilities, the organization, the use of facilities throughout the land for training, the cooperation of governmental bodies. I mean, nonviolence involves from the provincial government down to voluntary organizations, citizens organized affinity groups. The more groups organize to resist, the more impossible it becomes to assert control over Canada. These links to the U.S., but one has to be to the U.S. because you realize that the Americans can be regarded as traitors if they engage in any kind of conversations picked up, for example, by security services. What I'm willing to do in approaching people in the personal basis, because I don't want to get them into trouble. I know what the extent of surveillance is in the U.S. of nonviolent groups. That's a problem down there. But yes, the support is important. They're not our enemies. The average American is not our enemy against the Trump regime. So we do need and hope to be able to mobilize that anti-Trump majority infest against any U.S. invasion.
Thanks, Richard. Isaiah.
So I wanted to come back to your question, Tony, about building rapport and relationship with U.S. Americans. Aside from the relationships that already exist, I want to name the fact that the nonviolent resistance going on in the United States right now is already Canada's best defense. I think American democracy has a chance because of the amazing nonviolent resistance work going on. And that has to be acknowledged. We have so much to learn and so much to celebrate what they're doing. Our colleagues in the US say they've, in the last year or so, have trained 700,000 citizens in nonviolent resistance. This is amazing. It's amazing numbers. There's such great tradition and wisdom of nonviolent resistance in the States, so that is celebration worthy. We have a lot to, there's already good nonviolent resistance training happening in Canada, but there's a lot to learn. The very fact that, Tony, you're talking about fraternizing with soldiers and not treating people as people, not as you are the soldier. That's a key element of nonviolent resistance. And that's our job. We have to train people both to do that, but also to recognize its value. It's going to be easy to be these American soldiers, they're doing this horrible thing. It'll be easy to hate them, but for practical strategic reasons, don't. There's good reason to believe that they can doubt and be demoralized about even invading Canada if that happens. And our job is to increase their doubt, not decrease it. We're going to increase their doubt about their role if we resist nonviolently. If they have Canadians shooting at them, they will double down on orders and they will want to occupy. This is basic psychology 101. It's what the literature calls security defections. Canadians need to understand this. This is basic level nonviolent resistance, and it's really it's one of the most effective ways we can actually make sure an invasion doesn't even happen in the first place, let alone if it happens, being unworkable.
Well, I think that's a critical aspect, is that nonviolent defense doesn't ratchet up the conflict. It may still there's people still may get hurt, infrastructure still may get damaged, but it doesn't just keep it flying up, and it creates the opportunity for the people who didn't make the decision to invade or didn't make the decision to do something, much more questioning of that decision. And that is changing minds is how you win conflicts, not killing bodies. And so it's that aspect that is, I think, one of the, Martin Luther King would have said, Gandhi would have said, one of the great powers of a nonviolent approach is that it's much more likely to change minds. When you conflict directly, and this is also if you're trying to build coalitions, if you just argue with people's positions, you're much less likely to get ahead than if you listen thoughtfully and carefully and then involve them. So, and find places where you can connect as human beings. I firmly believe that there's a long tradition of humanity surviving because we care for each other and we share with each other. And militarism and invasion are just the exact antithesis to that. And so figuring out how to try and reach out to soldiers, what is best in them. Keith, I'm going to ask, there's some things that got put in the chat by Isaiah and Richard, and I'm not sure they got moved over into the group chat or the chat that's available to everybody. So I don't know if you can do that, but if you can, that would be great before the thing comes to a close.
I put one of the links up on the screen. I can put the other links in the chat right now.
Okay, great. So I see we're coming up toward our time. Anything else? I guess you've given the contact information for the Canadian Coalition for Nonviolent Defense. If somebody wants to try and start a chapter or run a workshop, if they contact that website, will they be able to find the information to figure out how to start something locally?
Yeah, and we'll be in contact with them.
Go ahead, Richard.
They can also contact at scienceforpeace.org. info@science directly to me. Thank you.
Okay, great. Great. Well, thank you both for joining us and addressing this unfortunately topical subject. But it's also a great opportunity from my perspective, because the techniques that people can learn through this process are ones that will also make their communities much more resilient in a drought or a flood or a ice storm, because it helps people learn how to connect, how to deal with the crisis, and how to work together. So it's not a one-off process or one-off. It's something that will be valuable across a number of things, and also in a labor dispute, or if you have a municipal government that's overreaching and is going, well, that's something that a community that knows about nonviolent defense can say, no, not here, not now. That's a way of empowering the grassroots of our communities. But as you say, for a national nonviolent strategy, it's good to have it coordinated from the federal, provincial, municipal, and local levels. But the training and the skills are ones that are applicable across a wide range of situations.
Okay.
We may even have
Isaiah,
to defend
Richard,
democracy.
thanks so much.
Yeah, exactly. Well, thank you all.
Bye-bye.
Yep.
Okay. Alrighty. So going to transition to our next segment now. And Tony, we'll see you again for the next riding check-in at 12:30. Or sorry, not 12:30, at 3:30. I was looking at the Pacific time. At 3:30 p.m. Eastern time. One thing I'll just say, if anyone wants to join us for that segment, if you're part of your riding association and you'd like to have that riding check-in, we want to hear what's going well with your riding association. We want to hear what's going not so good about your riding association. we can have you on. We can you can have a chat with Tony. And yeah, and then the sheet that I just put here, I'll give some time so people can scan the QR code. But that's going to just ask you like some contact questions, but also it's going to ask you like what the strengths and weaknesses of the EDA is, and also like what your EDA is. It's important that you fill those out. Otherwise, I'm not going to fully know like where you're coming from. Okay. Alrighty, Tony, we will see you in a bit. Hold on. There we go. Okay. And I'm now going to remove this because it's irritating me. All right. Jenna, I'm bringing you on. Hi, Jenna. Do you want to introduce yourself?
We're back. I can't believe the last time we did this was December 21st.
Yeah, true. Yeah, that was the last time you
That
were
feels
on
like
it.
forever ago. Hi, my name is Jenna. I'm a youth organizer and a Northern Indigenous advocate in Saskatchewan. I'm here to talk a little bit about youth politics and how to get involved, and maybe talk a little bit about some upcoming things in the youth organization for the NDP in the next coming months, and also to play a little bit of Stardew Valley. So I'm excited.
If you wanted to get the Stardew set up, I just need to make sure you have permission for it.
Is that working?
Yes. Yep. Okay. We're
Amazing.
all good. Okay. If you need
Incredible.
anything, just holler.
Okay, will do. I went to sleep last night under the impression that I was going to chat my little butt off about politics all day today, and woke up this morning and felt a little bit discouraged in that regard. And so I've decided to take a little bit of a pivot in my talk, and we're going to play this fun game. I know that people regularly talk about how much they want to see Tony play this game or somebody on this live stream play this game, so I decided that I would give a little introduction, and then maybe the next time we do these, we can have a bigger event that goes through with it. But I don't know if anyone can hear it, but it's got the cutest little music ever. But I'm not gonna play it because it's just gonna distract me the whole time. Anyway, so we're on Ground Up Farm today. I'm gonna start a new one, and then we'll see if if we keep going with this, that we'll keep playing on this one, and then we'll see how well that goes. I'm going to pull up the YouTube chat so that I can see if anybody says anything. Because the one that I see is just a tiny bit slow.
I was just gonna hop on and say, if you click the chat button on the right of the restream, that is like very active. As soon as someone types in the chat, it doesn't have that same delay.
Oh, good. Okay, great. If you were... Oh, wow. Oh, right. I did. We get chickens. That's right. You don't get seeds, you get chickens in this one. So I think this is one of the new ones, which is lovely. I haven't played this one before, but look at how cute this is. You start with chickens. Oh, you're kidding. I love this game. I haven't played this game in a really, really long time, and I'm very disappointed that I haven't. If you were in attendance at the last stream that we did in December, I basically did this exact same talk, and I yapped for a really long time about an array of things about youth. So I didn't want to come into this and basically do the entire same thing, but I'm going to chill, and we're going to see if anybody has any questions. And I'm just basically going to give an update about what's happening. So most of the people right now that are involved in a youth branch or youth organization of any accord are well aware of the fact that at convention this year, I believe it should happen every year, but this is going to be my first convention, which is very exciting. So I'm just learning the ropes myself. But most people are aware that we're going to be doing an election for the Canada's Young New Democrats. There have been so many amazing people that have put their names forward for these positions, and it is going to be very, very exciting. So if you're not aware, the NDP, the federal NDP, has a very well-structured youth branch that sits with federal council and holds executive seats and has a very, very, very good seat to be sitting in and making proper introductions for youth issues. And it's not being entirely well utilized, which is unfortunate, but the good thing is that people are very on board with changing that and changing that very fast. So I don't know, guys. I'm super full of hope and super excited. I myself have put my name forward for this for CYND. There's an Indigenous director position with CYND that I have said that I would like to run for, so I'll be doing that. You might have seen something like that. I've been talking about it over the last week here for a bit, and it's very exciting. Got very, very busy very fast, but it's very exciting. I don't know exactly how many people had questions about youth organization stuff the last time we did this, but I have this amazing ability that allows me to just continuously talk for a really long time. So I hope that doesn't fail me today, but it might be inevitable just given the fact that I'm talking here by myself. So do bear with me for the time being, but still Saturday, and I'm still looking to relax and chill and play a little bit of this game with you guys. So even if you just want to turn off my voice and listen to me walk around in the grass here in my new chicken coop, that is a-okay by me. But I am monitoring it on the side so that if anybody has any questions, I can answer them. I've gotten a lot of questions over the last week since I've said that I wanted to run for CYND, and I've had such a pleasure of answering them for everybody that has asked. And I had the cutest little interaction on Reddit the other day that, what are these names? Gretchen the chicken. I want to keep it. I kind of love it. I had the cutest little interaction the other day on Reddit where somebody who attended this live stream back in December had posted on the r/NDP about how excited they were, and I had not seen it, and somebody had sent it to me just the other day. So you can imagine how many days it's been since December 21st. And I just happened to pop up there and be like, thank you so much for your kind words. That's amazing. And that's just a testament to how lovely these little live streams are. They like, even if you are just sitting around and listening, it's incredible. I mean, I've been here for like maybe 2 hours just sitting around in the background. And I mean, the talk that we just had with Tony and those two individuals that I'm sorry, I can't remember their names at this time, but that was incredibly pertinent and obviously very, very intriguing to listen to. And some friends that are also running for CYND are going to be attending in the later afternoon, and they'll be able to talk a little bit about what the youth movement means to them and some other people that I've met along the way, which is really cool. See who we can talk to. No, I have not. I usually wait until that first festival to meet everybody. Somebody told me that as like a life hack, a starting life hack. Really long time ago. I have a world on here. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I have a world on here that's very, very old that I do play regularly. I haven't in a while because I've only just started utilizing my computer here for work and this stuff that we're doing now. So I haven't exactly been logging into my old Steam account very often, but what I do have an old world, but I opted to make a new one for us because we have to start this journey together. We do. I don't even really know what people do on the first day. It's been a while since I've restarted a Stardew Valley world, but what can you do? What can you do? Maybe it would be better if I switched over, but I'm almost positive that there's probably some inappropriate names for stuff on that, so I won't testament the stream to having to deal with the fact that I did that at 15 years old. What can you do? I work with youth every day. That's something that I had to come to terms with a very long time ago. Out of room. I've been talking a lot with some other people that are planning on running for CYND these past couple days, and it's about some of the questions that they've received. Most of the time, people are asking the same questions that we are. They're concerned about how things are actually going to change. I don't blame them. I really don't. I can't. But it's always worth a shot, especially when it comes to youth issues. It's always worth a shot because you're truly trailblazing a path forward. And as much as we like to think that there is a past testament to every single step that we can take moving forward that would get us to a place that we want to be in, that's never going to be the case, no matter whether it's something like I deal with or an organization that's something like the main politicians deal with. Things are going to go in different directions no matter what you do. And I think that the fact that a lot of these people can respond to these questions and say, I just want to ensure you that I'm going to do my best and I'm going to try in the best way possible. Is my little thing frozen? I think it is. That's unfortunate. I hope it's not glitching out. Is my game still moving, Keith? It doesn't look like it is to me. They might not be around. That's okay. There's been multiple moments in my life where I've have gone to people in regards to these organizations, and I've heard them speak, and I've heard them say that they're incredibly hopeful and they're ready for this. They're moving forward and all these big plans and stuff, and I believe them. I believe them entirely, and especially coming from a place like Saskatchewan, a lot of the steps that you need to get to a point where you can actually fully implement those ideas and those big ideas that you really want to achieve, you end up in this basic purgatorialist stage that you're stuck. And I say stuck in air quotations because we're never truly stuck, but you're stuck in this stage where you are building up to that point, and then you hit a wall. Personally, I've seen this happen many times, but there's a wall that's hit because you're consistently doing all of the things that you need to do to build to get an organization to the point that you can then do all of these very big important things that you're getting along to doing. And the burnout happens, and these constant thoughts that are reoccurring in your head hit you, and we lose people, and people don't exactly, they take advantage of their free time. They assume that they can push themselves to these lengths, these very, very, very far lengths, that they can do everything all at once, and we end up losing a lot of people, which is one of the saddest things that I see from it. Your job, your family, your school, your personal health, especially as a young person, school, family, your job, personal health, all that stuff comes first, always comes first. And that should never be forgotten, never be forgotten. And it's upsetting that we see it quite often, but I do hope to push the fact that hopefully that won't happen as much. But in regards to CYND, the one thing that I really, really love about CYND, and the one thing that I hear people responding to about the questions about CYND and what's upcoming for CYND is that they have great ideas, but their understanding of the fact that there is that work to do, and they are up and ready to get that work done, to get to a point that these lasting impacts in what they do will hold for whoever comes next after them, and that the people that come in and they have these amazing big ideas, that they have the space to achieve them. And that's something that CYND needs to be. It needs to be that space that new people all across the country, when they have a political aspiration, that they can go in there and they can be a part of it and they can actually do something about it. And I think that even so, we will get a lot of stuff done. But I'm in it to make sure that whatever young Indigenous person comes after me and wants to be political and be involved in political areas, that it's not just going to be a reoccurring cycle of what I will have to do or whatever the next person will have to do in order to get to a place where they have so little time to do stuff that they're really, really passionate about, and they can't. But that's the one thing that I do love about everybody that's talking about it, because they're genuinely very excited to just build the space. I think that my game has frozen, which is very unfortunate. Going back and forth between. Oh, Keith's here. I can't hear you.
I muted myself.
Sorry.
I keep doing this. All right. Request to share your screen again. I missed it. It pops up really quick, and if I don't click it, then it just doesn't work. There.
I don't know why it stopped me, but that's unfortunate. Anyways, what were we just talking about? I had I could probably pull it up and genuinely give a proper answer to it, but I posted about my campaign on Reddit and did about what kind of stuff that they could do to support the youth movements in the future and in the very near future when all this stuff starts happening. And I'm always going to say that you need to take advantage of the very, very supportive groups that you have around you, your riding associations, your EDAs, that kind of stuff. If you have an active EDA, it is one of the most important things that you can get involved with. Very, very important. I personally am involved in my EDA. I'm not very highly involved, but I am involved. I'll be going with my EDA to convention, which is lovely. And they're a great group of people. Like, they genuinely get stuff done, and they will listen to literally anything that anybody wants to bring up. If you reach out to your EDA and you find the next time that they're meeting and you'd like to come and pitch some ideas, especially when it comes to youth organizations. I keep missing my fish, guys. Especially when it comes to youth organizations, Indigenous organizations, women's organizations, queer organizations, any kind of organization that you think is important to be talked about in a federal level or provincial level or even a municipal level. They're so important. And to go to them and say we need to push some of our attention to this. That's very important. That's the first thing that I'm always going to say. The second thing that I said was that your political connections, they matter. Absolutely. But one thing that matters almost as much, if not more, is your personal connections, especially when talking about Indigenous politics. Indigenous people have been wronged for so very long. And a lot of us understand that, and a lot of us don't blame them at all for not wanting to have anything to do with politics at times, especially youth. And, you know, going in your personal life, if you have a family, taking your family to an event, meeting people, hearing them, that stuff matters too. It's because there's a systemic layer to what is happening with Indigenous politics, that it is the fact that having people feel accepted and feel seen is going to do a lot that a lot of people don't realize. Yeah, take your kids to something. Wow, take your kids to the powwow. I mean, we have so many things that happen here. We have great educational institutions. Take your family out. Go yourself. Go listen to somebody talk. Go to your university. Go to your law school. Hear an Indigenous scholar talk. That stuff is so important. I love doing that stuff on my free time. Love doing it. Because one day it'll mean a lot. Not a lot of people, they know. They know. But that action is more important than knowing. I'm not gonna get it. Those scare me. I got it. No, my fishing. This is the most stressful game I've ever played. Notice how I stop talking when my fish comes up? Yeah, that's how stressful this is. 1 inch? That's a baby fish. You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. Where are you going? I hope everybody's having a warmer day than I am. It's just negative 23 outside right now. Thankfully, I'm inside, but there has been something up with the weather lately. It was like +2 this past week, which was beautiful. But the week before that, we got on a major blizzard that had dropped like 10 inches of snow here and then like 20 inches of snow up north. I went to visit my parents the other day up north, and I was astonished driving back up there, and the ditches were full to the brim with snow. They had gotten so much more snow than we had. Saskatchewan weather is weird lately, man. Weird. I mean, weather everywhere is weird lately. I think that the one thing that I also was thinking about my older world in Stardew Valley is that it's currently in winter, and I don't really know what to do in winter in Stardew Valley. I could use guidance, honestly. I just do whatever I want to during the day in Stardew Valley. Should I sell this? Or should I keep it? I'm gonna keep it. I gotta say, it's been a long time since I was on a stream and played a video game. Don't ask any questions.
I'm going to ask a question. Tell us more about that.
That would be like lore. During COVID, I really liked playing shooter games, like FPS shooter games, like CSGO.
Oh, CSGO, okay.
Yeah, and there's a couple that are more popular now. I think Valorant really became popular, and Overwatch really became popular. I found them really, really fun, and I had a couple of friends that would play them online and play them in like big teams, like the big championship teams and play online, like just COVID stuff.
And were you a streamer?
No, but they were.
Oh, okay. So you were a guest in their stream.
I was just a guest, yeah.
Okay. All right. That's that. I heard the question and I heard that and I was curious.
No, I mean, I'm glad you asked. I probably wouldn't have said anything myself. But yeah, it's been a while since I played a game on stream. I've never played Stardew Valley on stream, which is fun. I tend to play Stardew Valley on my own time. It's the cutest little game ever, though. I think that if we had like a group of people going right now, it would be a lot of fun. I forget there's a lot of stuff that I can't do. What else can we do? We can keep fishing. 1 piece of wood and 1 piece of fiber. Is that worth it? No. I'm going to say no. Let me know if you think differently. Don't exactly know what else I could say. One other question that I got this week was how to get started. It's a difficult question because there's actually this, a lot of people can recognize this, is that there's this huge disconnection between pretty much every organization in this party, which is also something that needs to change. But the connection between like federal institutions, schools, organizations, what does that mean? You got some ideas to sleep on. I don't know. The alleyway to get people involved in politics is very slim. For me, it was a very chance encounter. It's like one of my first days at university, and I was walking down, I don't know how many other universities do this, but they would have tables out for clubs and stuff. And one of the clubs that was out there was the NDP for my university that I go to. And I had decided just then and there that I was going to sign up, and then started talking about them. The provincial election had happened within the next couple of weeks here in Saskatchewan, 2024. And I hadn't been following it that much, and then suddenly it was like this turn, and I was basically following everything. And they came to me and they said, we're redoing our executive in a couple weeks. And I went and I became the co-chair of that organization. And then they had really good connections to the youth branch in Saskatchewan. And then I just happened to go and become involved in that. And it was my social media presence and some of the friends that I had made through the Saskatchewan Youth Organization that led me to some federal stuff. And to the friends that I share that also are participating in this stream. And basically I thought I would say that I was just lucky, but if I could tell anybody how exactly to get involved, I would probably reach out to your university group. Genuinely. I think that there's a good amount of them around the country. And if you don't have that, then start one. Start a club at your university. Become that person that is the startup for a NDP club at the university. It's super easy to do too, to start a club. And it's fun. You get to run events. You can also make them keen to university students. We do like pints and politics, and when we like rent out a space at the bar, and we have our some of our MLAs come in, and even like whoever, and just sit down and have a drink and talk about politics for hours, and people love them. That's the kind of stuff you can do when you're accessible on campus. Super cool. I guess one of my biggest pieces of advice is that if you go searching and you don't find something, don't let that be the wall that stops you. Let that be the wall that encourages you to break through and create the thing that the other people will meet once they hit the wall. Be the creator.
I want to chime in on that. Actually, I think that's because I think definitely in the case where the NDP is right now, there, if you want to get involved through riding association, there are plenty of ridings where the riding association, unfortunately, doesn't exist right now,
Non-existent.
or
Mhm.
it exists on a piece of paper but nowhere else.
Yes.
And if you want to be involved with that, you got to be the one to build it up so you can be
100%.
involved. And I think especially young people, we have a bit of this learned helplessness, where we don't see an immediate easy way to get involved in a way that we'd like to. And the minute we see that it's going to be difficult, we think, oh, it's not possible. And then we back up. And that is a thinking that shoots you in the foot, but it doesn't just shoot you in the foot, it shoots your whole community in the foot too.
Yeah. 100%.
Because we need leaders, and it doesn't matter what age you are. You can be a leader.
Absolutely, you can.
I've seen people who are 18 years old and are big leaders in their communities. Actually, somebody, Jaeger Rosenberg, will be on the stream later today, and he's run for MP, and he always tries to get involved best he can, and we need people like that. I wanted to chime in just to kind of give an overall stream update. So the goal for today's live stream is we're gonna say the goal is $5,000 to raise today, and if we raise $5,000 before 9 p.m. Eastern time, then there is a prize, there is reward, and that reward is Tony will do karaoke.
That's a big one.
Tony will do karaoke, and if we reach that 5,000, when Tony's doing the karaoke, people can do song requests. But that will be an additional donation.
He's brave.
So if you want Tony doing karaoke later today, we need to hit $5,000 by 9 p.m. Eastern time is what I'm going to say. And I'm just going to put in the QR code here if you want to scan that and help chip away that 5,000 goal. I will in terms of updating everybody and how close we are to making that goal. Our financial agent is out right now. He'll be back home probably in a couple hours. So we'll start getting updates in a couple hours. So for the next 2 hours or so, you're probably just going to hear me say 5,000. That's not necessarily because no one's giving, just because I don't know. But yeah, okay, Jenna, I'll let it go back to you.
We're still fishing. I gotta say, the fishing in Stardew Valley is one of my favorite fishing mechanics in like any game that I've ever fished in. I don't know if anybody can agree with that, but what the heck? Why am I just getting algae? Did I say algae or algae?
Definitely algae.
Yeah.
Message from Tony is
the myth, man, and the legend.
About you. Am I muted? No, I'm not.
No.
What are the questions you're receiving like while you're running for CYND? Like, what are some of the things you're running into as a youth representative, and also what are you hoping to achieve?
The biggest thing that I'm hoping to achieve is that's a good question. That's actually one that I haven't really gotten. I just feel like I've kind of sort of connected dots throughout like answering some questions. One of the questions that I keep getting all the time is exactly who can vote for the position that I'm running for, and that is strictly the Youth Caucus, the Indigenous Youth Caucus. So you're secluded to the Youth Caucus at Youth Convention on March 26th, and then you're secluded a little bit more to the Indigenous Youth Caucus. So if you know anybody that's attending and is an Indigenous person, and is interested in voting in the CYD election, I am more than happy to speak with them one-on-one. And that if you just look up my name online, you'll find me and message me, and I'm available. One thing that I'd really love to do is to advocate for not only the revitalization of every youth branch for the NDP in this country, because that's pretty straightforward about what we want to see going into making a new CYD exec. But I would like to amend so that at least every caucus in this country has an allocated spot for an Indigenous person. I had received a question that came with concern from a very close friend, in the fact that the youth branch, in regards to Indigenous issues, we could be doing so much more. And I 100% agree with that. And I personally would do as much as I could. But at the end of the day, I was one Indigenous person on this caucus that was trying. And even if I had another person, that was 2 or 3 to 25 who were actively ready and wanting to get out there and talk to people. And I agreed with everything that they said, and that if we can't do more on a provincial level, how is that going to change federally? It's a great question. It really is. I'd like to say that everything will change if you take it up a level and you change the path that was blazed before you. But there is some truth to it. And if we do take it to a federal level and we tell these people that, there has to be more support for Indigenous youth and your rural communities and those who are inaccessible, those who live on reserve, those who live in urban centers, somebody that can speak to and knows them, or who wants to know them and is willing to learn and willing to do something, that is so, so, so important. And even having a position that is entirely just about that, and hosting events for Indigenous people, doing things that connect with Indigenous people, I think that's important as well. So if I were to propose one thing, it would be that at least having one Indigenous person or an Indigenous representative for youth caucuses is very important to me. I will say that I am much more better at answering questions when they're written out, so that I have time to actually think about them. But somebody asked me what drew me to the role at first. The honest answer is that some people introduced me to it, and I was just automatically intrigued. But in talking with other people that are also participating, sorry, this is very jarring, this fish. I'm just gonna let it go. And talking with other people that are also planning on running, I was undecided for a bit, but what's the best way to go about answering this? What draws me to the role? I feel like there's a lot of things that draw me to the role. Mostly it's genuinely just being a face in politics for Indigenous people that understands that if you hate politics as an Indigenous person, I don't blame you. And that I push regularly that having Indigenous people in positions of power in politics is a very important thing. And that resistance, in ways that we see it all around the world, from the younger generations, has been this last route of access in politics in the recent past. And some people think that for Indigenous issues to be seen and heard and genuinely acted upon, that resistance needs to be allocated to to them as well. I want to ensure to people that having people in positions of power and having youth in a position of power can do a lot. And having somebody that's not afraid to just tell people that that's not going to be good for Indigenous people, and to tell you to think about Indigenous people, to tell you to take into consideration Indigenous issues when you're talking about some of the things that are currently running through this country's government. The thought of being able to do that for people was what initially got me running. And I do hope to do that. I was very honest when I came to when I came to the decision that I was going to run with it, that I'm a reconnecting Indigenous person. I was alerted to my real family heritage when I was very young. I was not even in my teens yet. I was barely 10 years old, I think. And I went on the journey with my mother and my elder brother, and truly carving out the rock into what my family was. And that's a reoccurring story for Indigenous people all around this country. And there's a stigma about it, about people who reconnect, about people who, don't fit the bill, as I've been said, that's a quote, don't fit the bill for what Indigenous people should look like. And I'm very against that. Very, very, very against that. I've had people just assume things about me just by photos of me. And I don't want young Indigenous people in this country to go through that and feel like they have to stop in their tracks because they feel as though they cannot do anything for their people. They feel as though they have to go and hide because people aren't going to accept them. I never want people to feel that way. I felt that. I never want people to feel that way. I would never wish that feeling on my worst enemy. And if putting my face out there in this position in politics is going to change that for somebody, then that is enough for me. That is more than enough for me. That's a good chest, guys. Oh my God, and you can marry the blacksmith now. Has anybody seen that? In the new Stardew Valley update, you can marry the blacksmith now. That's pretty cute. It's not the wizard. I know people really, really wanted the wizard, to be able to marry the wizard. There have been people in positions of power around me who have made assumptions about my identity. And it almost shut me down. It almost stopped me in my tracks. It almost made me forget everything that I was building and hide and run away. And I never want people to feel that way. If I am able to be a face for people when they think of Indigenous politics and see a vision of themselves doing something like that, then that is everything to me. And that means a lot to me. So that's also something that draws me to it. And that releasing stigmatisms that are building around Indigenous people who have the same story as me, the same background as me, who look like me. That's very important to me as well. I'm trying to think of what other questions I was asked. I might have covered them. Covered most of them. If other people have questions for me, I'm more than willing to answer them. I can't say that they will be like very very strong if I had some chance to think about them also. If people want to send me a message or something, I'm more than okay with that as well. I share in the belief that affordability in membership costs for youth for the NDP should also be taken into consideration, as well as the age gap for being a youth representative. Some other candidates have expressed the fact that CYND needs to meet more regularly. I agree with that as well. I would even suggest meeting in person at least once during a term. Holding people responsible to what kind of roles that they fill. I am very secure in the fact that I have a lot to learn. That in contrast to other people in Indigenous politics in this country, I know nothing. And that's okay. Because I am so willing to sit down and learn and listen and connect with people who do know so much more than I am, who are so much wiser than I am, and to push that into positions that I fill. What I think matters, but what other people are thinking and what other people are feeling matters more. And if it's a collective feeling and nobody is talking about it, that's wrong to me. It's wrong to, this should be wrong, pretty wrong to everybody, but especially Indigenous people. I want to be able to talk to everybody around the country, no matter what people might perceive or think of me. I am always open and will always be fighting for anybody, no matter what they think of me. Not another one. I'm gonna do it. Oh my god, that was so scary. Who is this person that's standing beside me? Wow! Wow! Are you guys seeing this? I got a ring. Wow. That's impressive. That's impressive. Okay, who are you? Leah. I hope everybody's having a good week. My week has been cold. My week has been long. It's midterm season. I'm sure a lot of people can understand me when I say that it's midterm season. I luckily got a pretty good deal with midterms this year. Spring. What should we buy? Oh, I can't buy anything anyways. I'm gonna buy some parsnips actually. 10 parsnips. Oh, it's a bush. Oh, I should sell my fish. I'm gonna plant my seeds. Look, I'm like Tony. I got a little farm. My little cottage house. I need like a clothesline. You think they have them in this game? It's awesome. I wish I didn't have to rely on that stupid non-environmentally friendly excerpts. I try my best. I use like, have anybody ever heard of like the refillery stuff for like soaps and that kind of stuff? I do all that, and I really enjoy that. And I've cut a lot of single-use plastic out of my life, and like single-use, like I don't use paper towels and stuff like that, plastic bags and that kind of stuff. I do what I can. Perhaps my little farmer can do better than I. When do I get a sword? Oh my goodness. Oh, geez. I gotta have a nap. Another thing I'd say about getting involved in youth stuff is that if you're involved in youth stuff and you get people saying like face value, like they really want to support you and they really want to be involved and really take charge and being like the face of participating in the youth wing, hold them to it. Hold them to it. Genuinely. A dog. Hold them to it. They will always say that they want to better support you guys, and they don't. They don't do anything about it. So bug them. Never be afraid to bug people. Never be afraid to bug people. What should I name the dog? What should I name the dog? Should I name the dog Tony? Should I name the dog Keith? Cause my
Name it Tony. Name the dog Tony. Name the dog Tony.
The dog Tony. Okay. Tony the dog. You hear that, Tony? You be a good pooch. Incredible. Where is Tony? Do you guys see him? Where is he? Surely he's got to be around here somewhere. Is he in here? Incredible. I love dogs. I gotta say, I'm a bigger cat person. But I do love dogs. My parents have two of the most adorable dogs in the world. I might be biased, but I think they're pretty cute. One of them is a Bernese Mountain Dog, and one of them is a Saint Bernard. Big breeds, but the cutest things ever. Huge, fluffy, slobbery. I love them. And I love a fluffy cat too, like a rag doll. My childhood cat was a rag doll. Maybe she was a ragamuffin. I think it was a ragamuffin. I don't really know the difference.
Okay, I'm hopping on here for a moment. We're almost to the end of the time. Yeah, time flies when you're playing Stardew Valley.
No way. I thought we would have at least 30 minutes left. Oh, wow. I yapped my way through it.
You did it. You did it.
Again. No, I love doing this.
But Jenna, do you want to just remind us about your upcoming position you're running for CYND?
Yeah, so you can find me on pretty much any social media at just Jenna Straff. That's Jenna Straf. I'll be running at the convention on March 26th, the youth convention. It's the day before the actual convention for the Indigenous director for the Canada's Young New Democrats. Super exciting. You can read about why I'm doing that and a little bit better formatted information about who I am there. And if you have any questions, just please shoot me a message and I'm happy to talk to you. If you're more of a Reddit user, I'm also on Reddit at the same username, and I have posted about the same running in Reddit. So if you want to respond there and I can answer you publicly, that's also an option. But yeah, so thank you for having me. I'm so glad to be back. I loved doing this.
Thanks for coming on. Jenna, have a go one.
Yeah, you too.
All right. Bear with me when I'm having technical difficulties today, even though I've done this a bunch of times at this point. Okay. So we're going to move on to our next segment in a second. Before we do that, I just want to address this message here. So if we raise $5,000 by 9 p.m. Eastern time, so right now it's 2:30 p.m. Eastern time, if you're not in the Eastern time zone, Tony will sing karaoke later in the stream. That's only if we reach that $5,000 by 9 p.m. Eastern time. And in terms of what songs Tony will be singing, that will be up to you. Any additional donation after we reach that 5,000 mark, and also, to be honest, if you donate before the 5,000, just like as long as we can verify it, you can pick a song that Tony can sing. But all of that only happens if we reach $5,000 by 9 p.m. Eastern time. So before I bring Mac on, I'm just gonna put up the QR code here, and I'll put it in the chat again. Even though I do think I put it in the chat, I'm kind of spamming our own chat here, but I'll just put it in there. And remember, I'm gonna put up the chart. There's a generous political tax credit. So donations 400 and under, you're getting 75% back for what you give. That applies. This chart, I know it only goes as low as 100, but it goes below 100. You're still getting 75% of that. So whatever you can give, you're getting 75% of that back come tax time. Not this tax time, but the next tax time. So just keep that in mind. So if you're giving $100, it only ends up being $25 out of your pocket at the end of the day. Anyway, that's enough of that. I'm gonna bring on Mac now. Mac's gonna paint some miniatures on stream. Very, very excited. Hi, Mac. How you doing?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Good. It's we've been at this for about almost 5 hours now. And I've been looking forward to your segment all day.
Awesome.
So I'll let you take it away. If you need anything, just holler and I'll be around.
Okay, wonderful, cool. So hi, my name is Mac Hillier. I work at the Shaw Festival in Niagara-on-the-Lake. I'm a props builder there, and my personal hobby is that I like to paint miniatures for various war games like Warhammer, and the new one I'm working on now is Trench Crusade. But yeah, I'm here to paint some minis. So I'm just gonna, I apologize, but I'm gonna have to move the camera. So you're going for a flight. And there we go, top-down view. And I'm gonna start with just this like blank miniature of a human warrior for a warband for an old game that I play occasionally called Mordheim. And yeah, so basically I just sort of, you want to start with, and I'll show some other minis eventually, but you basically, when you're painting a mini, you want to start by painting with in the order that someone would get dressed in. So you start with their skin, and you sort of like mush it in to the corners. and you just sort of keep on working into the corners. And the rule of thumb is 2 thin coats for most painting. And my friend Amy is in the chat here. Actually, following on from what Jenna said of being involved, Amy was the person who got me involved in doing this today, and I'm very happy to be here. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to just like help out and fill some time and to talk about my hobby and show people how I do things. One of the things I do actually over the last little while is I've been trying to start a from very much like from the ground up a bi-weekly painting group at my local game store called Phoenix Rising in St. Catharines, and that's been going pretty successfully. I've had some people come out, and it's not necessarily a class or anything. It's just a space for people to come and exchange ideas and work on miniatures and learn how to paint some minis from each other. And sort of sort of not necessarily exactly a collective, but just working on making things how to sort of try technique maybe you haven't tried yet, or try a tool you haven't tried yet, or be able to develop an area of skill that maybe you haven't tried yet, and so that everyone can have a bit more pretty things on the tabletop when they come to play a game. So there we go. Anyway, yeah, I've really enjoyed this hobby for quite a while. I started about 7 years ago. A friend of mine in Toronto asked if I wanted to split a starter box for Warhammer 40K, which is if you're not familiar with it, it's a game about a whole bunch of terrible people in the future being mean to each other. But it's a really in-depth war game, and it's had a few. It's got a long history of gameplay over the last sort of 35 years or so. Just moving into a leather here. And anyway, after that point, after my friend asked me to split the starter box that he wanted to get, I was off to the races and painting things up, and I've never really looked back. I find it immensely meditative to paint miniatures and to just take the time to really work on something. So, and something you can do in front of the television, something you can do in front of a movie, or like I said, like one of the things I've always really dreamed of was being able to do it in a group. One of the things that inspired the idea of starting what I am calling hobby hangout on the weekends was when I was first sort of introduced to Warhammer, and when I was in college, which was about 20 years ago at this point, was I visited a store in the Eaton Center, and there was just a person there sitting, just painting a mini, just working away on it. And I thought, what a great way to sort of encourage different, like not just like the game player, but also the artist, and to come in and try it out, kind of thing. And that was part of the ethos of the game store at that point, or those game stores, the Games Workshop game stores. So anyway, Good way. Yeah, that's pretty much the only way to describe it with no other explanation. Comrade Pizza. It's the other way I describe it is that everyone's a little bit fascist, and that's just how it is. And in that game, not that I encourage it, but yeah, no, it's a and what I actually really enjoy about this hobby is that it does it has many avenues of entrance, and it really allows for a lot of different groups of people to engage with it, and it's there's a lore element. There's what I'm working on right now, of course, it's a painting element. Some people just like to build the models and leave them gray and just use them on the tabletop. And there's a strategic element, and it is very much an all-encompassing kind of hobby. And it's not difficult to connect with someone the way that they want to engage with it, and to be able to relate to someone that way, and sort of to discover the way someone else interacts with it. Yeah, it's a really good way to make friends, sort of in that manner. Yeah. So in honor of Tony, I've decided I'm going to try and go for a orange and green tunic on this guy, at least for as far as I can sort of get him into. And like I said earlier, I will show a slightly more finished, slightly more detailed figurine later. I've got a few sort of lined up here to show off a little bit, but also, like I said, two thin coats. You want to take your paint, and what I'm using here is called a wet palette, and it is very simple tool, which is really good for controlling the amount of moisture that's in a paint. It is literally just paper towel, and then cooking parchment, like you would cook cookies on, laid in to each other, and then all you do is put some water in and let it soak into the paper towel. And as the water is evaporating through the parchment paper, it will the moisture will return to the paint that is evaporating from the paint too. So it gives it lengthens the usability time of the paint, and it helps control how thick the paint is that you're using. And it also is really it will make, like, I can put the lid on this Tupperware container and it will last for like up to a week sealed, before the paint starts to get a little stinky. But I have happily used paints like a week into this container. When I've come back after a week of work and I just want to have some time on the weekend to myself and just sort of relaxing and painting away. So yeah. Anyway, what else can I talk about? I was watching the stream earlier, and through the highlights of through some of Tony's work in the past, which I found really inspiring. He was speaking about proportional representation, and that's absolutely something that I have personally voted for in the past, and it's something I want to see in Canada. in a very, very big way. And one of the things that I think sort of is not really recognized much by people who live elsewhere. Because, like I said, I'm from Niagara on the Lake. I grew up in Niagara on the Lake, but I spent 3 years of my life living out in British Columbia. I went to school out there, and I was out there in 2011 when there was a federal election. And one of the things that I was completely unaware of when before I was living out there was the apathy that is created by the federal election system that we have, and how the first past the post system creates a setup where people in BC actually don't feel they have any real say in an election. And it's one of the reasons that I really am an advocate for proportional representation, and would love to vote for voting reform to be able to have a system which is better equipped to give more people a voice, because quite often what happens in BC is just due to time zones, it is our current system really makes it feel like an election is decided before people have even had a chance to finish voting in their day. Not that results are posted before voting is finished, but just that there's this sense that what they think sort of doesn't matter. And it was something that, in my late 20s, when people who I was talking to who were my age were really feeling. And that concept has sort of always lived with me. And so for the 2015 election, I absolutely voted for voting reform, and then it was thrown away, and very unceremoniously. And it really bothers me that happened to this day, 11 years later. So anyway, yeah, that's so just working away here on orange tunic. But that's it's one thing that I can really get behind. It's something that Tony has espoused, and something that I really would love to be able to see and work towards for Canada, and just across the board, and not just in Canada, but also at the provincial level. That's something that I think is really important, that we are dearly missing in our politics in Canada here. So I was working on. So what I've done while I've been talking about that is I put down a base coat of red, and now I'm sort of just brightening up these sections to an orange in order to sort of create a depth of color. And I'm also one of the ways that I'm doing that technically is I'm mixing a darker orange into a brighter orange, just so I can, if there's an area that I want to have a bit of a deeper red, I can pull again even from my base coat, and then the brighter, and then the brightest color, and just sort of slowly building it up. I really enjoy taking my time with the miniature, and really enjoy working on it slowly and patiently, because things, Rome wasn't built in a day. A lot of miniatures were, and it's but it is, nice little goals to work towards. But it helps if you sort of select areas of volume to brighten. It can add a lot of volume on the tabletop to when you have a model sitting there. And you end up creating this like brighter thing that stands out against terrain. that the game might be using for your models to be playing on. Okay, how's that? Let's bring this in. Get a good detail shot there. There we are. Getting some leather there, getting some orange tunic going. The paints I'm using today are Citadel brand paints. These are the this is what it looks like, and you could be able to find this at any local game store. Also, like just in general, local game stores serve like a nice double purpose in a community. They're a place where you can go to get supplies, but quite often they will have table space for people to play at. And it becomes a community like onto itself. And I know the store I frequent, like I mentioned earlier, the name Phoenix is once again is Phoenix Rising. It's in St. Catharines on St. Paul Street. They have worked very hard over the last 6 years since I've been going there to have a really vibrant and welcoming community, and it's this magnificent like third space to be able to go and visit and talk to people and see people and develop friendships. I've made a lot of good pals at Phoenix Rising. Okay. And I've played a lot of games of Warhammer there. Not recently, but definitely over a fair bit of time a couple of years ago. I was very into the hobby, and it's is a very it's a wonderful space, and the owner is a really good community builder, and the other people who he has, who are what I would call the store ambassadors, are immensely well selected individuals who care a lot about making sure that the store operates like that. And a good store owner will work towards that kind of thing and make sure that their space is welcoming for everyone who wants to be there. It's the green coming in. I'm trying to do a diamond pattern as quickly as I can, but without rushing too much. Yeah. I'm just going to switch to a slightly smaller brush here so I can come in and work on some of these really tiny details here. Get that bright orange back here. Really define these edges. So, yeah. And now that also the skin is dry up on the top here, I can start to come in and do a bit of highlighting on the skin tone that I started with right at the beginning here. This is one of the things that I really enjoy doing, is helping to develop, because you have the original sculpt for a miniature, and then you can start to work on bringing in some highlights. So you can see me mixing up slightly brighter flesh tone into the original flesh tone, just to once again just to sort of like give me bit of an in-between color. And what I'm trying to do is just pick out the spots that are higher up in the sculpture of the piece. And to just sort of feel a little bit like Bob Ross here, just a happy little highlight here on his cheeks. guy's got a very small bit of hair. Seems to be shaved kind of on either side. And I'll show how we can add even more detail to this. There's a lot about mini painting that I really enjoy, just because of it has this, like, I feel like I'm cheating a lot of the time in terms of like how to make something look good. A lot of people compliment my work, and I keep on trying to advocate to say, like, you can do this stuff too. It's just a little bit of practice and a little bit of time, and a little bit of knowledge. But it is about sort of color theory and making sure that you can that you sort of just stick to a few rules about how to make something operate the way you want it to, and and also just doing it, just again, like Jenna said, like getting out there and just sort of doing things and finding your inroad that works for you. There we go. Maybe a little too bright, but that's okay. So the next step for the skin is going to be this. This is a wash or shade. What you do with this, you take a little bit of it. I like to thin this down a little bit, so I'll even put these washes on my wet palette and let some water soak into it, maybe even add a little bit of water from my water jar here and sort of thin it down a little bit. And then just paint it on over top of everything that's already been done and let it seep into the creases and crevices. And once that's dry, it will just add a bit more volume to the work to be able to give the effect of, there we go. Give this effect of depth in the model. Let's do a little bit of work on the leather, perhaps. Now, one of the sort of secrets that I really like to employ is that leather has this interesting quality of turning green when it's worn and broken in a bit. So having a color like this color here, which is a yellow, it's actually reading a fair bit of green in the in my camera, but it's kind of like a greeny yellow, and using that as a highlight on the for any leather pieces that you might have on your models. So this is pretty common material on a lot of fantasy, and even some of the futuristic models, you find a lot of leather. There's pouches and whatnot. But having that green tone, that green undertone in whatever wash you might put over it, really adds a lot of quality to the piece. Some more diamonds here. Where's the line? Right about there. And for these diamonds, I'm not trying to do the whole diamond right away. I'm just sort of splotching in areas that I want it to be. And then I'll come back later with the orange and refine the line. And it might take a few passes to really get the correct line. You can even see right now as I'm working on it that section right there. It's already starting to look like diamonds. There we are. They're a little uneven. That's okay. And that's the other thing to remember. When you're working on anything like this, it's just paint. You can paint over it again. It doesn't really doesn't need to be perfect the first time. And that's what the practice is for. I was also in watching the stream earlier, just coming back to the reason we're here. I just was with everything that's going on today, the discussion about nonviolent resistance was also immensely inspiring for me that happened earlier. I find it, at least for my personality, it's really easy to descend into wanting to respond in a way that might be considered aggressive by other people, and just sort of elevating, ratcheting up that process, being goaded into a resistance which could be provocative. And it was really good to be reminded and to remember that that is absolutely not what should be done. I found that really inspiring and a really excellent reminder to just try to remain cool under pressure. So, some hair going. Maybe we'll make them blonde, or maybe just brown. Maybe we'll keep the hair brown. But, and so, I mean, as you can see, I've been at this for about 25 minutes now. Like it's not, you can get some pretty good, fast results pretty quickly from for painting minis. Do some work on this axe here. I'll try and do maybe a quick little metal buildup as well. Show how to do a shine. Once again, following the rule of 2 thin coats. Just lay down some color. Let it build up. And sometimes paint will be too thin, and you just have to let it dry before you can come back to work on it again. And that's okay. Once again, like, the nice thing is, it's really easy to this will probably be little too. But it's just paint. I can paint over it again. So I'll move on. You know what? I'll move on to the other shoulder. Start with the dark. Use the, there we go. This shoulder piece here. These paints also tend to dry pretty quick. They're acrylic, and pretty easy to, if you change your mind on something, that it will be, if you move on to another piece or another model, by the time you come back, it'll probably be ready to be painted on again. And quite often, you'll end up seeing some of the color that was not there come back through a little bit, and it actually only adds sort of more richness to the texture of a piece. There's an entire technique called slap chop, which I don't have time to get into here, but basically the idea is that you start with a color as a base coat that has no business being on the model, but that by doing so, it will add more texture to the more texture and more color to the work later, in very simple terms. What I'm doing here is I'm going to hit the edge, just the edges of these metallic shoulder sections with the very edge of the tip of my brush to be able to add the highlight. And it's almost pointillism what I'm doing here. I'm just sort of tapping my way across the edge and building up the color very gently. In fact, I think I might add a little bit more, get some white out. Not white out as in that stuff we all used to smell when we were in grade school, but it's actually just white out. Mix it in with the gray I was using, like I did earlier. And then remove the excess that I don't want to. If I don't want to risk adding too much paint, I will often sort of try and brush some of it off onto my fingernail to be able to help control the amount of paint in the brush. Just kind of build it up in different layers. Like that. It's really simple, actually, painting miniatures. Again, there's a lot of practice, and it takes time to sort of think about like understanding like which direction the light might be coming from, or which way you can sort of maybe cheat a direction. But it's a lot of color theory. It's a lot of a little bit of material theory. It just takes time to build it in, build the color in, build the highlights in. Like that. And then I'll use the full white, but again, sort of little bit watered down. So it is the pure white color, but just there's not a lot in the brush. And I'm just sort of giving it, I'm just using the edges of the model itself to help inform which direction to take the paint and how much to put there. And the tapping technique that I mentioned earlier is really good for making it look as though something's like lived in or it's been used for a little while. Like that. We can take a wash. Use this wash over here. This is a bit of a darker wash. It's a bit thicker. I like to water this down a fair bit, but it's got a nice earthy tone in it, and it's really good for metals. because it gives it a good grimy, sort of like oily look. And it kind of, a wash usually will seep into the creases and corners. And if you've got too much on there, you can always come back with your brush once you've rinsed it out and like lift. If it's still wet, you can kind of reduce the amount of wash that is in an area. Like that. Just on this axe here. And for the way I work, I tend to sort of bounce between. If I see an area that I want to tackle, I'll just tackle it, and then I will move on to another area that I've seen that I want to tackle. There are other ways, of course, to paint minis. There's a lot of different techniques and a lot of other products out there. One way is to do with this. I am just the way that my brain works. I am physically capable of doing it. It's called batch painting, where you take a whole bunch of minis at once that are all going to be going the same color or colors, and line them up and do them one by one, each section at the same time. I don't seem to be able to do that. I tend to focus on details and sections that I haven't done yet, and I end up wanting to do more of them. More of the more different sections that I see, and then I just keep on sort of rotating between each detail until the mini's finished. And over time, I end up coming back with smaller and smaller details, adding a highlight to an area that doesn't look highlighted enough. Or maybe I missed an area. In fact, one of the ways that I find out that I've missed a detail is I take a photo of a mini, and I end up seeing something in the photo that I realize I've missed. So that's a really good way to make sure that you're attending to all aspects that you might want to see. Yeah. Okay, let's get a wash of some kind on this guy here. We've got a nice yellow-orange wash here. I tend to try and not use the same brush that I put a wash on with the brush that I'm putting the acrylic paint on with, just because it helps sort of keep things separated a little bit better. And you also want to usually ensure that one thing that I haven't mentioned that I would love to sort of talk about actually is making sure that you never get paint too far up on your brush. This is called ferrule, and these are the bristles. On any sort of miniature, on any kind of brush, not just miniature brushes, getting paint up into the ferrule means that your brush bristles will split, and then you start getting things happening. This is a much older brush, but this is a very extreme example, but it's a brush that I bought during the pandemic when we were all locked at home. I ordered it in from Curry's, and I didn't remember this rule of only sort of put paint on the first third of the tip of the brush. And all of a sudden, I had a bunch of brushes that I ordered that were not all that good to me anymore, good for me anymore, and I had to work with just what I had. So. And rinsing your brush. If you're painting minis, always, always, always rinse your brush. Between colors, between even the same color, before you go back to get more paint. I always try to make sure that I dip my brush into my excess water and make sure that the paint, because this paint does dry quickly. If you want to ensure the length of your brush, dip your brush regularly so that the paint does not dry on the actual bristles. Okay. What do we got going on here? How's that axe looking? The axe is looking pretty good. I could probably take it a little bit further if I was doing this for myself at home. But I mean, I am at home, but if I didn't only have another 14 minutes left, I could probably do a bit more detail, but probably better to just focus on moving forward with what I've got going on here. Is there any other questions? Is there from the audience? Does anyone have any direct queries about me or mini painting or?
I'll throw in a question for you.
Yeah, sure.
What are some other hobbies that you do as well to pass the time?
Oh, I am a big fan of try to think now. I mean, the go-to, of course, is video games, but I'm also like an illustrator, and I've done drawing for myself in the past, of course. I've done, and I've done some board games for Kickstarter through a company called August Games down in California. They found me through back in trying to think of 2015 or so. I was running a blog where I was just pushing two finished illustrations out onto the internet a week, and managed to someone found me through that and offered me a job. So if you look up the board game Dragon Brew or Backyard Chickens or what else? It's Rise of the Gnomes on tabletop. Any like a tabletop boardgame.com, I think it's called. I'm the illustrator for those. Yeah, those were really great fun. Really fantastic guy called Daniel Albert George hired me for those, and it was a really great time doing that. And then I ended up getting the job that I have now, working in theater at the Shaw Festival. I work in props, which is how I know Amy, who put me in touch with this campaign and talked to me about Tony. And yeah, it's it's just funny how one thing can lead to another. But yeah, what other hobbies do I have? I mean, it used to be I would say playing playing more Warhammer was definitely a hobby. Like the current rules system for that game, I'm just not a fan of personally. So I haven't played it in a while. But it's still a good game. I know a lot of people are enjoying it. But hobbies. I mean, I guess the other hobby right now is actually getting like I mentioned earlier. If you're just tuning in recently, I mentioned this earlier, is getting the hobby hangout that I do bi-weekly at Phoenix Rising in St. Catharines on St. Paul Street. Bi-weekly painting weekend days on Saturdays. I'm there from noon to 4. And again, it's just like come and hang out and work on a hobby thing, or build a hobby thing, or do some other bring a project. And it's not necessarily supposed to be a class, but it is like just an open space and an open time for people to come and explore and learn and share ideas and how they do things. So yeah, so we're about 50 minutes in to painting this guy, 45 minutes or so. And got some leather going on, got some skin tones going on. You know what? Let's get those gloves being orange. So we'll start with the base tone again, the red. Like that. On his gauntlets here. And this guy is actually missing a piece right now. There's a shield that's supposed to go on this arm. So if that arm sort of looks like it's just sort of hanging there strangely, it will eventually get a shield placed on it. Come in with our slightly brighter orange. Just work up on top of what was already there. And the other, another technique to use for mini painting is you don't have to necessarily paint the entire thing on the model all the same color. If you want to have shadow, just leave the section that's going to be shadowed as the base coat. It's amazing how much work the human brain does in color and the assumptions that it makes about how it's reading a volume, and it will see things that aren't there. It will assume certain things are a full color. And so you can use that to your advantage over time to make something look like it has more volume than it actually does. There we go, got slightly orange gauntlets. Like that. And I realize now that I missed his hands. This gentleman has hands. I'm just working around section. It's actually pretty good skin tone right off the bat. That one's called Bugman's Glow from the Citadel Paints line. Something you can find at any hobby shop. Or probably actually you'd find it easier at a local game store than a dedicated hobby store, but it definitely it's a good line of paint. I like it. I use them a lot. There are other lines of miniature hobby paints that are really effective. Vallejo is a really good name. Their paints are a lot of people swear by those. The WizKids line of paints is basically Vallejo paints, but those paints are from the same company that makes Dungeons and Dragons minis, if you see those in various places. Okay, so I'm going to add just a little bit. I'm going to take some of this crimson wash here and just water it down, probably about 2 parts to 1. You can see I've taken a lot of water and added it to this crimson. I'm just going to add this to the skin tones just to sort of deepen the recesses of his eyes, around the nose, the ears, and down around his neck, just to sort of really drive home the volumes on his face. But not necessarily the back of the head. I would leave that sort of section a little brighter. Just because usually the face is a bit more red. Just let that sink in and dry for a little while. Okay. Now I'm going to come to the some of the smaller details with the time that I've got left. Try and just, once again, I'm using just the very edge of the tip of the brush to sort of get these smaller details here on, I don't know, I guess this would be called the jerkin, maybe? This piece of leather that he's wearing over his tunic. And again, it's like I put a base coat color down, and then I'm coming in with just a slightly brighter color. In fact, I'll probably come in again with a bit more white, just to really drive home the idea that these are metal studs. Just tip, 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 and just edge these sections like that. And we can even use a black wash to go around, add a bit of shadow. To the corners of this leather jerkin to help the volume and add just that extra little bit of depth around the work. Bring up my black sheet one more time here. Yeah. And something you can do is once a section is dried, you can come back with your original color. And if you've put a wash down and you feel like you want to sort of revitalize an area, it's not hard to sort of bring back a section of color just to sort of add a little bit of extra highlight, especially if it's metallic. it's really a good way to do that. So yeah, so it's a course of layering and layering of different qualities of paint with different colors. And for a beginner, if you don't mind sharing. So if I've got, how much time I got left? Any tips for mini painters as a beginner? Just start. Go to your local hobby store, and I would say, there we are. Go to your local hobby store. Talk to the people who work in the store. Quite often, they are hobbyists themselves. YouTube is your best friend for looking up techniques. And having really good sort of product reviews or having good sources of information, and just start. And also get a good primer. Usually a rattle can of Citadel Chaos Black or Corax White or Sear Gray is a really good place to start. And I'm trying to think what other some good. There are really excellent introductory kits that you can get for the Citadel line, but there are quite a lot of minis that come pre-primed as well that you can get. A lot of Dungeons and Dragons miniatures come pre-primed, and they have a you can just start painting right on them. So that's a really good way to get going. I find the plastic quality in those is not quite as desirable. The plastic tends to bend a bit more as you're working on it. And personally, I prefer a bit more of a rigid model that when I'm working on it. But that's just personal preference. Another good thing to do as a mini painter is to get a friend who has a 3D printer. Or start 3D printing yourself if you're willing to take on the risks of resin in your home. But 3D printing is almost a hobby unto itself as well, which is fair warning. But yeah, check out your local hobby store. See if there's a painting group that you can be part of, or try and start one if you have if there isn't one there. Yeah.
Mac, thank you very much for coming on and sharing your talent. I really enjoyed that. And also, you have you have a very soothing voice.
Oh, thank you.
All right, Mac, I will wish you a good rest of your day. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Happy to be here.
Bye. Okay. I'm bringing Tony on. Hi, Tony. How are you?
I'm Keith. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
If you want to try sharing your screen, so just so everyone knows, we're going to do a. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say before we get into that workshop, I've been doing a bunch of workshops, some online with writing associations or regional gatherings, and then I did when I was in British Columbia some in person. And one of the things I've been sharing before we got into the actual workshop were some resources on unarmed civilian defense. It's not something we know a lot about, but I think like as a culture, it's not something we know a lot about. There's a lot of information out there, but you have to go looking for it. It doesn't show up in your Netscape stream or other movies very much. But it's something that I think it's very valuable for us as a political movement to understand and know more about, and certainly also to share with our communities. So there's a piece on what the research shows about the effectiveness, an online available booklet, downloadable booklet on nonviolent defense and the techniques of it. It's social defense in the booklet, and also the link to the Canadian Coalition on Nonviolence, because one of the things I'll be talking about in terms of building our riding associations is how we connect more with our community and share valuable information and resources with them to build our strength as a organization. And this is one of the areas that I think is quite timely, and probably nobody else is going to be bringing forward other than New Democrats. So that, I think, Keith, you'll post that in the chat, hopefully. And now I'll see if I can share my screen. All the fun
Sounds
of technology.
Good. Okay, while you do that, I'll put those links in the chat.
Okay. Let me see. Where is my PowerPoint that I want to share? Okay, I want to see my window. Okay.
Okay, give me 1 second.
So
there, they
is
can
that
see your
showing
screen
up?
now.
Okay, great.
Yes.
So
Yes.
good. Well, in terms of, I'm a holistic management certified educator, and I've found the ideas and the analytics of the holistic management system very helpful. And so I wanted to share some of the concepts that I think are perhaps most useful in thinking about how to strengthen an organization like a local electoral district association or riding association. So when we're looking at a farm, a ranch, a family situation, or a business situation, or a community organization, we like to think about first, is there a log jam, or you could call it a roadblock, but it's something that's blocking progress across the organization. And, you know, when I've been talking about it at our provincial and national level, that the first past the post electoral system is our log jam. But in talking with riding associations, is there a log jam at your riding level? And it could be various things. It could be lack of finances, it could be lack of volunteers. It could be a conflict within the riding executive, two people who just never get along. And if one is suggesting something, the other one spends their time tearing that apart. Hopefully you don't have that kind of problem, but that can certainly be a problem in any organization where people have a strong disagreement. And the problem with a logjam is unless you deal with it, it's very hard to make progress, because it just takes the focus, is something that stops you. And one of the ridings we worked with last week had the logjam of a big surprise in terms of when they got redistributed, they ended up getting a very significant chunk of another riding executive's debt that they had taken on. And, you know, if you're a small riding and suddenly you get a $20,000 or $30,000 debt dumped in your lap, that can be a big logjam until you figure out how to deal with it. And is it you know, something you really are needing to deal with, or is this something that other people should be responsible for? Or is it still in place? So figuring out if you have a logjam and then figuring out how to deal with it is a really important thing. The other is we try and ensure that people have a clear, written, shared goal. And this is a goal that talks to the quality of life they want to share as a team or as a family or as a community group, what their vision is, where are they trying to get to, and then how are the things they're going to have to do or behave to make that real, to make it happen. And so what we call a holistic goal. And I've created one that is basically for a riding association. But the important thing about a holistic goal is that it's something you create together and talk about. This is who we are. This is what we want to be. And one of the things I'd say that could be very valuable in a holistic goal is that when you're talking to people outside your membership, outside your executive, is to share it with them, because it will tell them who you are, where you want to get to. and can help people decide, well, this is something I'd like to participate in. This is something I'd like to support. This is something I'd like to be involved with. So in this example, and again, it's an example, in each riding association, you would say, produce your own that speaks to your own team of people that are working together and speaks to the context in which you're working, the kind of community you're working in. But in this example, I say we're in effect, in terms of our quality of life, we're an effective, welcoming, and democratic organization that works well together and shares the workload. We build community within our organization and membership, as well as reaching out into our larger community. We are learning how the work of our party in the past has made for a more equitable and just Canada. We're developing ways to share that information with people in our riding, and we're exploring how new policies and programs could continue to improve our community and our social and ecological health and resilience. And then the longer term vision, our riding has engaged citizens who work together to meet community needs and face challenges. We are implementing regenerative practices for the land and communities within our riding. Our riding association is actively engaged in building that vision and connecting people politically to all levels of government. And then finally, on the systems and behaviors, we develop two-way communication with individuals and organizations throughout our community to share information and ideas. We work with others on multi-solving projects and solutions to real challenges in our community. We actively invite and welcome people to our association's activities. So that's just a sample or an example, but if you have that as part of the information you share with people, it will help them have a much clearer sense of what you're trying to do, where you're trying to get to. So another thing I've found really helpful to myself as an activist, and I think many people who are involved with the NDP and certainly those who are involved in the executives and riding associations are activists, is Stephen Covey's idea of the circle of concern versus the circle of influence. And Covey said, we have most of us have a circle of concern that is bigger than our circle of influence. Donald Trump, unfortunately, has the reverse. He's got a very big circle of influence, and his circle of concern seems to be himself and his cronies. But that's rare. Most of us, our circle of concern is bigger than our circle of influence. But what Covey said is, if you spend too much of your time worrying about the stuff out there in your circle of concern, your circle of influence will shrink. But if you spend most of your time working on the things in your circle of influence where you actually have an impact, are connecting with other people, that sort of thing, then your circle of influence will expand. And so it can be very helpful to think about both that from a personal level, but also from an organizational level. What are you actually managing? What's in your circle of influence? And then when we look at our EDA or riding association specifically, who are the people in the management team? Who are the people on the executive? Who are the active volunteers? And then what are the resources you're working with? And that can include physical resources, like maybe you've got a computer and a printer, and maybe you've got an inventory of signs and sign stakes. So there's physical resources that you have, and then there are physical resources in the community. There are halls and parks and organizations that you can interact with that have maybe there's a union hall you can use, and that. Also, what kind of money might you have to work with? Money's an imaginary resource, but it can mobilize a lot of various other resources. And then who are the people? Your executive, your members, your candidates, and who could be supporters in the community, both individuals, but also are there community organizations with similarly aligned values and goals. So doing that kind of inventory work for your own local context can help you have a much better sense of your resources. And in some of the workshops we've done, because we've had people from across the riding working on this, and we look at what are the resources, they come up with a much larger list than any one of them would have thought of. And so it's helpful to do that kind of work. So, you look at what are the resources, the people, the material resource, community resource. Another really important thing to think about is skills. What are the skills that the members on your executive have? And then, and also maybe there are skills in the membership, and have you in a newsletter or an email reached out to the members and say, what are your skills? What can you contribute? And another, I think, important thing when we're thinking about that kind of reaching out and checking with people is checking with people on what kind of time they have. And sometimes in organizations, people try to guilt people into participating. That's not a good approach, in my opinion. But if you can involve people and say, okay, we need all the help we can get, but what can you offer? If you're a single mom with a couple of kids and 2 part-time jobs, you're going to have a lot less opportunity to give time and volunteer than somebody who's retired or semi-retired, or somebody who's still maybe in school but has much more time in the evening. So being sensitive to that and appreciating whatever people are able to give is a really important part of building a cohesive and well-working team. And then in addition to looking at what skills people have, what are they involved with? What other networks or communication channels might they be? Are they involved in the local hockey team? Are they involved in a nature group? Are they involved, and maybe they're involved in their union? What sort of things are they involved with? Maybe they've got a toddlers group that they're participating in, and how can those communication channels be mobilized and more specific information provided? And then, what financial streams does the Riding Association have access to? And you've got donations, but are there other ways that you can raise money with events? One of the ridings in our area used to do a spring strawberry social. Actually, they called it a strawberry socialism, and they had a strawberries and ice cream event to celebrate the start of the strawberry harvest, and I had it at one of the members' yards. That was a nice yard to visit. Another thing to think about as a riding is, what are your unique assets? Are there any things that are unique? Did you have a famous member of parliament come from your area? J.S. Woodsworth spent time there. Did Agnes McPhail? We're a neighbor riding to Agnes McPhail. Maybe we should do an Agnes McPhail celebration. Or maybe you've got somebody who's been an MP or an MPP and can talk about their experience and also mentor other people to be candidates. And that's something we need to, of course, be thinking about, is how do we mentor and bring people in so that they feel comfortable considering running for office, either municipally, provincially, or federally. And I think that aspect of building capacity to run candidates municipally is an important one, because that's often the stepping stone that gets used to both gain political experience and also to get people who have enough experience to feel comfortable running as candidates. There are two things on this slide that I'd like to stress. When we, as holistic managers, once we have our holistic goal, then in addition to using the usual ways that we assess a decision or a policy, how much is it going to cost? Who's going to do it? Where will we get the resources? Is to apply the 7 what we call testing questions to determine how we feel about this decision, and is it actually going to take us toward the holistic goal we've described. And the first question there is the root cause question. Does this policy or program or purchase that we're going to do, if you're a farm or a ranch or a family, is this going to take us toward our holistic goal? Is this addressing the root cause of the problem or difficulty or challenge that we're trying to address? And the thing is, if you don't address the root cause of drugs or poverty, you can spend a lot of time messing with the symptoms and still not get anywhere. And I think in part that's why the war on drugs and the war on crime and the war on poverty have been in many ways so ineffective, and in fact having created huge symptom addressing capitalist institutions or government institutions that haven't made that big a difference. So that's a really important test to apply, and a very valuable one, because when you do address a root cause of a problem, you start to get somewhere. But the second one, which is we found very powerful in our farm and family work, was the weak link analysis. And it says that a chain of activity is only as strong as its weakest link. And there are three different areas where we look at the weak link. The first is the social. And in that one, we ask, is there somebody that is going to be frustrated, irritated, upset by the decision we're about to make? And it's important to think about that. Doesn't mean you don't make the decision, but if you've thought about it, you can also take action to try and ensure that the person is not blindsided, is not surprised, and you can perhaps address the concerns that they would have before they learn about the decision. And certainly in our federal provincial party relationships, I think this would be a very important one for us to ponder as we move forward. How can we make sure that people at least know, even if we're going to be a bit at loggerheads, at least make sure that we've thought about it and communicated with each other. The biological weak link applies when you're either trying to get rid of something like a weed. Do you attack it at its weakest point, or do you wait till it's a big full-grown thing and already set seed? Or if you're trying to encourage something, how do you strengthen it at the weakest point in its life cycle, or find the place where you're having a problem? But it's the financial or organizational weak link that I'm going to focus on when it comes to riding associations. And that is thinking about our organizations in terms of their chain of production. And in holistic management, we talk about resource conversion, product conversion, market conversion. And on my farm, our cattle enterprise, the resource conversion is we're converting sunlight into grass and grass into beef animals. Our product conversion is converting the beef animal into steaks and roasts and quarters of beef or halves of beef for 20-pound packs. And then our market conversion is selling it. But in a riding association, what are your resources? What are your products? What's your market? And resources, people, if this was a workshop, we'd be brainstorming now and talking about what are the resources of your riding association. And get in touch with us if you'd like to have a specifically tailored presentation and workshop, really a workshop much more than a presentation, for your riding association to explore these sorts of things and get them started. But who are the people that are involved? They're a resource to you, and their skills are a resource. How many different community organizations are in your riding, and how can you connect with them? Are there union halls or community centers or library spaces that you can use to hold meetings and invite people to? Are there events like farmers markets or the Gay Pride Parade or the coldest night of the year, which our riding association will be participating in tonight, that you can reach out and connect with? Are there protests going on? What kind of things are going on in your community that you might consider as a resource? And then how do you convert the resources you've got as a riding association into some kind of product? And products could be things like a newsletter or a website or regular emails with information for your membership that they might then send out to their contact lists. Do you have a card? I mean, election campaigns in a sense become a product. If you've got a candidate, that's a product. And then how do you market that? So how are the ways that you actually share your information? And in some cases, things can seem to be both a product and a market conversion link, that newsletter. But how do you distribute that newsletter? That's part of your marketing. Where do you get the email list that you're going to share your email with? How do you encourage more participation on your website? How are you going to communicate about your candidate? And are there ways you can communicate about them before an election? If you got them vetted soon enough, that's another that's another issue. But thinking about your chain of production was something we found incredibly helpful, because first it helped us get a much better understanding of all the different steps involved in what we were doing. And there are multiple steps in each of those links, perhaps, but then identifying which is the one where you're sort of having the least success now. What's the thing that you have to strengthen now? Gave us really good insight into how to improve things in our farm operation. And I think can similarly help a riding association look at how they can improve things in terms of the success of the riding association. So, you describe your chain of production for each enterprise in your operation. And in that sense, you might choose as a riding association to think about, well, there's the election campaign operation, but then there's the period between elections that's also our operation. And we maybe need to think about doing things a bit differently in each of those. In the election period, we're focused on marketing our candidate and the party's platform. In the between election period, we're trying to have products that connect us to our community and create better, in terms of the marketing, better communication channels. The other thing that we found was that it wasn't so important to perfectly define your chain of production as it was to think about it and figure out where that weakest link was at that stage of the enterprise. What's holding you back? Because if you spend time on that, the whole thing becomes stronger. And what we found is that when we dealt with that weak link, it made the whole chain stronger and it made it a lot more satisfying. And so if you focus on that weak link, not neglecting the rest of it, but making sure you deal with it, it improves the return to either the money you're spending or the work you're putting into it or your creativity in addressing it. And we found that very powerful. The other thing is that we often spend our time, effort, and money on things that we like to do. And at least in our experience, the weak link was initially something we didn't enjoy doing. But by identifying it and then having that providing the discipline that we actually got around to dealing with it and not just keep putting it off to the side because we didn't enjoy it, it made the system better, and it also made it a lot more fun. It's so much more satisfying when you feel that your efforts are getting good results, and so that was why it was very powerful, and I wanted to share it with you today and throughout the coming years. So the other thing is what actions give you the best return. So when you identify your weak link, often we'll brainstorm different ways of addressing it, and then compare the ones that seem most sensible or most reasonable and which one will give us the best result for the effort and time and possibly money that we're going to spend on it, because none of us have unlimited time and energy. And certainly in a riding association, you want to be really sensitive to not burning people out. We've got to be able to be in this for the long haul, because politics is both a marathon and a sprint. Sprints are elections, but the marathon is building between elections. So, none of us can do it all, but all of us can do something. And when we do it together, we're so much more powerful. So now if I can escape and stop sharing to do, but here I am. So hopefully that came through. So were there any questions or anybody?
There is no, oh wow, the hat's on strange. No, there was no questions.
Okay, good. Well, hopefully that's useful. And if you would like a much more personalized one directed, as a workshop with your riding executive or a larger gathering of your riding membership, I'm happy to do that, because my belief is that our riding associations are the foundation of our party, and that we've got to strengthen them, and not just ones where we already have an elected candidate or we think we can elect a candidate this election. We need, if we're going to build the kind of political movement that can actually get a hold of the levers of power and change the direction that we've been going in, at least for the last 45 years since I've been watching the political system and involved in it, we strong base, connect, and deeply rooted in our communities. So that's where I'm trying to help put some energy and effort, because that to me is addressing one of our real weak links at the moment, and then the other is addressing the first past the post issue as being a big logjam for us. The reason it's a logjam is we don't have that strength spread across the country and helping us build then for electoral success despite first past the post. So I think you've got other things coming up, Keith, so let me get out of your way.
Okay, and then we'll the next time we're seeing you is at 4:30 briefly, just explaining about the coldest night of the year.
Yep.
Okay, we'll see you then.
Great. Take care.
Alrighty, folks. Before we move on to our next segment, we're gonna do a little bit of a fundraising ask really quick. So you might have noticed this down here, or then occasionally this on the side over here. And we have a goal for this live stream today, $5,000. If we raise $5,000 by 9 p.m. Eastern time, Tony will do karaoke at the end of the live stream. And then what the songs will be, that can be up to you. But we're only going to get there if we get to our goal today of 5,000. And we've done it before. We can do it again. Little thing I just want to remind folks about is the tax credits. The tax credits. Here we go. For donations 400 and under, you get 75% back for what you give come tax time. And if it's over 400, you're still getting a fair bit back. The percentage decreases the more that you give. The max is 1775, but this chart kind of explains the tax credits to you. I'll let you look at that for a moment, and I'll pop up a QR code while you're doing that. There's a QR code. Yeah, we're going to be at this until 1:30 a.m. Eastern time. At around 10 p.m. Eastern time, we're going to switch out in terms of hosts. I am... Okay, this is too many pop-ups, actually. There's just an overstimulating amount. I am the campaign manager for Tony. And then later in the day, at about 10 p.m. Eastern time, we're going to hand it off to our BC field organizer, Mason Etu. So I'm now going to bring on our next guest, which is Laura. Laura is my girlfriend. Laura, okay, I'm seeing you move around your camera a bit. I'm bring you on. Okay. Hello. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you? Can you hear me well?
Yep, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay.
Do you want to walk us through what you'll be doing today?
Yeah, for sure. So I'm going to be doing watercolor painting of one of Tony's horses, or I guess previous horse now. I found out later after picking the photo that this horse is retired. Her name is Jasmine, and so this is almost a little return gift for her, hopefully. Started by just doing a little drawing. Based it off of this image that unfortunately you might see that I had to cut Tony out of, which has nothing to do with Tony and more to do with the fact that I don't have the skills to draw and paint full body people yet. So we're just going to focus on the horse today. I did a little underdrawing already, or underpainting. And also, I should note that I'm far from a professional at this. This is just kind of a hobby for me. So if I use any of the wrong terms, feel free to give me tips in the chat. But yeah, I started with the blue. My idea with this blue is I'm going to be laying over some brown, and I want it to be kind of like a cool color because the photo I'm using is kind of this dark brown. And for the background, it's going to be green. So I feel like the blue, the brown, and the green will kind of give like an earthy feel to the painting. So I'll get started here. And I'm just going to mix. Actually, I'll grab a bigger brush for mixing. Oh, my setup right now is kind of funny. I feel like everybody here has like a professional streaming setup, and my current setup is a pile of books on my desk. And I couldn't figure out how to flip the camera on the service that we're using, so it's at a really weird angle. But hopefully you're able to see at least some of it.
We're able to see it. We're able to see it.
Okay, that's good. Also, Keith, feel free to chime in because talking and painting is something I haven't done a lot of yet. So I'm afraid that there might be some dead air here.
Tony, did you want to hop on for a moment and talk about Jasmine the horse? I see that he's talking in our little chat. Hold on one second. So what we know. Okay. Yes, you will hop on. Okay. Here we go.
Well, I want to share with Laura that my setup when I was doing the repairing ceramics was a big cardboard box with my computer balanced precariously on it. So yeah, been there, done that. Jasmine, it was a registered Canadian horse. The Canadian horse was developed in Canada from horses that were brought over early on by the French, and was considered to be a what we would call a dual purpose horse, something that could be ridden, could be hitched to a cutter, which is a little one horse sleigh, or a bigger sleigh with a team of horses hitched to it, or could be used for field work, to pull a plow, to pull a disc, to pull a harrow, to help plant seed and to harvest. So it was considered to be both something that could be used like a buggy horse, or could be used as a workhorse. They were considered to be very hardy, able to. They were Canadian. They knew about the Canadian winter and not what you get in Vancouver, but what you get in Quebec and what you get in Ontario and northern parts of both, as well as the Maritimes. So she was a registered horse. She had a daughter, Gloria, who we also had here, and my daughter got them from a neighbor when they were no longer in a position to keep them because of the farmer's age and that. And we had them here for several years, but we already had workhorses, Suffolk workhorse, and my daughter, with 3 small children, just didn't have time to really do much with them because her life was already too busy. So down in the end, it seemed like it made more sense to find a farm and place where they would actually get more use and have more opportunity to show their capability as both potentially riding horses and also pulling a wagon or pulling a carriage or pulling a sleigh. So we sold them to another farm, and they went to Sault Ste. Marie, and so they went for a trailer ride in early January, and we've seen pictures of them out in the pasture there, and they looked very happy and very contented, which was great to see. And hopefully they'll get a little more work, because right now even the team of horses that we have here, and we have 2 sets of mother-daughter teams. We have Jeannie and her daughter Mayday. Mayday was born on May 1st in 2024. So they're not a team at this point, but they're mother and daughter. And then we have a half sister to to Jeannie, who's Kate, and Kate has a daughter, Junetta, who was born June 1st of 2025. So Kate are the team, and they're the ones I've been using to take out hay to the cattle on the winter pasture. But I haven't been able to do as much as I would usually do with them in the winter for two reasons. One is, of course, the leadership race, which has taken quite a bit of my time. And the other is that we've had so much rain, or not rain, but so much snow this winter that when I have tried to use them, it's been so deep that it's been very difficult to break a sleigh trail. And at one point, I was trying to get to our woodlot where we have some what are called tops, the trees that were cut down and taken out as logs. The tops are left, and we often cut them up for firewood. And usually we have, the snow may be deeper in the field because you get drifts and that, but usually in the bush, the snow hasn't drifted and it's, quite a bit less snow. But this year, the snow we've gotten so much snow that the snow in the woodlot was as deep as the snow in the field. And we ended up having to give up the idea of making a trail through the bush, and we cut it short. I even had to walk a trail for the horses to come back out on, to make a turn and come back out the trail we'd partially broken, because I realized that it was just becoming too much of a struggle. Because when the snow is too deep, it's hard for the horses to break through it, lift their legs above it. And it was quite an interesting situation. But we're now getting a bit of a thaw, and I'm hoping that I can get to the bush. And the other situation in the woodlot was that the tops that I was hoping to work on had 2.5 feet of snow on top of them. So to actually get to the wood to cut it up, I was going to need to dig them out, and that didn't seem like a good idea. Laura, tell us a bit more about what you're doing there now with your painting.
Yeah, so watercolor is a really interesting medium for painting because unlike a lot of other paintings, you can kind of see the layers underneath of what you're already doing. So right now I'm starting really light because as soon as you add your shadows, you can only go darker, you can't go lighter. So I'm just putting on a really light first layer, and I kind of have let some parts of it dry already, and I'm kind of moving on to the back part, and then I'll come back here and start adding on more layers so that I can layer them up. I'm leaving a lot of blue open because I think it will look cool. Yeah. Do you have any experience painting, Tony?
Most of my painting has been, painting orange onto equipment that I don't want to lose in the bush or in the field, and be spray painting. I spray paint. We have a 1,500-gallon water tank at the highest point of the farm, which our solar pump at the pond pumps our water up to for our livestock and also for possible irrigation in our garden. And after the first year we had it up there, it was just basically a translucent plastic 1,500-gallon tank. And algae became quite an issue because, of course, it lets a lot of light in. So I painted that with an aluminum reflective paint to try and cut down on the amount of algae that developed in the tank. And so my painting has not been nearly as delicate or fine as what you are demonstrating today. So though my painting has been broad brush or roller painting. When we built the house, we painted in. My wife is more enthusiastic than I am, and if you look behind me, you can see that there's a little piece of drywall that for some reason never got painted. And once the house got livable, the finest finishing touches were not perhaps as big a concern, because on the farm there were other things that took priority on the to-do list. But you're doing a beautiful job of outlining the muzzle on the horse there and bringing the shadow in. Looks great.
Well, thank you. I think there's a lot of different uses for painting. And I think this can also connect to political organizing and community organizing too. The way that it brings together aspects of really practical skills, but also creativity. I mean, today, right now, I'm painting for a stream where we're fundraising for a grassroots campaign. And so many people are bringing different skills to our stream today. And it's really interesting.
Yeah, the fine work on painting on that miniature figure is just, as I say, I tend to be that broad brush person, but you're right. One of the things that has truly impressed me about the campaign is the degree to which there is an incredible amount of talent and expertise and capability across our membership in the NDP, and how we mobilize that and use that talent to help increase the understanding and appreciation of what the NDP has done in the past, but also and the parties that have come before us, the Cooperative Commonwealth Federation, and then the United Farmers and the Independent Labor Movement political efforts. Too many people don't understand that, healthcare didn't fall out of the sky because the folks with power in our society suddenly thought, wouldn't it be nice for ordinary people to have the kind of healthcare access that we can buy because we're rich? It came out of there because the NDP, or in this case, the Cooperative Commonwealth Federation under Tommy Douglas, pioneered it and showed that it could work and could be done, and governments could do this. And then that created the pressure on the conservatives and liberals to say, boy, if we don't do this, the CCF is going to gain power and quite possibly form a national government. And so many of the things that we take for granted at the moment came to us because of the work that the people whose shoulders we stand on did and showed were possible. And the thing that makes me very anxious and concerned, and why I think we have to share that message and strengthen people's understanding, is right now, we're watching Danielle Smith in Alberta and Doug Ford in Ontario basically trying to sabotage and destroy our public health care system. And as Canadians, we say this is one of the things we're so proud of. But if you starve it for money, if you allow it's not a privatization of our healthcare system, it's a corporatization of our healthcare system that they're working toward. And it's one in which services get cut unless you've got enough money to pay for them. It's one where you end up with a two-tier healthcare system. And not only do we have to fight about it, we have to work with the various health coalitions across the country and in the different provinces. And we have to build that kind of coalition in support of our healthcare system, or we're going to lose it. And I appreciated it when I first came to Canada, but I had no appreciation and understanding of it in terms of its value until we started having our daughters. And one of our friends who was in our age cohort at that time had premature twins, and here in Canada, and they were able to worry about their kids and how to spend time and deal with that. That was their big worry. Friends of ours in the States who had a premature baby or that were worrying about how they were going to come up with $100,000 to pay their medical bills. So in addition to the stress of the health situation, they had a stress for a huge financial situation. And so our healthcare system is one of our incredible distributive or redistributive systems as a society in which we share together the risk of we share together the risk of just a common cold or a minor accident. We share the risk of a farm accident or a serious accident, and we share the risk of truly life-threatening and very challenging problems for families and individuals. And that's why it's so critical that we protect this. I'm talking about creating a more redistributive economy and doing a better job of collecting taxes from those who are well able to pay them and who have been the beneficiaries of decades and even generations of a system designed to accumulate wealth at the top. But we've got to hold on to the things that we already have in our economy that are distributive and supportive of people. That's pensions, that's healthcare, that's investment in education, it's investment in childcare. And while the liberals and conservatives will talk about these things and supporting these things at election time, they have been working consistently to undermine and limit their effectiveness and in many cases starve them of resources, which with a fair tax system, we could be supporting them far more effectively. So figuring out how to mobilize our communication talents, which artistry is, and people with internet technical skills and writing and publishing skills, because that's the thing. We need to be telling the story of social progress in Canada so people understand why it happened, how it happened, whose shoulders we stand on, and why we need to preserve it. Feels to me to be very, very important, and unfortunately really needed at this time. But as local riding associations, we can try and figure out who were the heroes who were involved in our communities and celebrate them, and make sure that people hear the story about how we got healthcare, how J.S. Woodsworth in a minority parliament situation got the first old age pensions started, and how those are so critical. They aren't perfect. I know they're not perfect, but if we lose them, things are going to be a lot worse. But so tell us a bit more about your horse here.
Yeah, absolutely. Great points, by the way, Tony. That was really well put about what we're doing here and what we're trying to accomplish. Okay, back to my horse. So I've laid down the first few layers. The thing with watercolor painting is it takes a while for your layers to dry, and depending how much water is on the paper, it can have different effects on your painting. So if there's more water, then the paint spreads more easily and it's a little bit harder to control. But if you keep the water down, then you can place the paint a little bit more precisely. So I finished the body right now, and now I'm going to move on to the face of the horse so that I can let the body dry for a little bit before I go back with another layer.
Well, that body is starting to look three-dimensional on the paper to me, and it's really nice.
Glad to hear that. I don't know if Keith is still there or not, but if he is,
I'm still here.
Is there anything in chat?
There's not anything in chat, but I to show another watercolor that Laura did. This was a Christmas card that that she made me last Christmas. Kermit the Frog, because I am Kermit the Frog. And I have some others too. I also have, this is on the wall, so I'm going to be very careful about taking it off. This is not watercolor. This is a drawing, but it's a frog. Well, toad, actually.
Yeah.
And then this hangs right on my wall. This is actually one of my favorites. This Laura and I used to share a little cabin in the woods on a remote island called Gambier in the Howe Sound in BC, and then that hung right by our bed, and it's a cute little frog.
Would you get to hear those various toads and frogs singing? Are we there in the spring at a time when the mating season would be on?
Yes. Additionally to painting, one of my other hobbies is music, and I love to make music. So what I would do is I would sit by the creek with my tape recorder and record their voices, and I've been trying to incorporate them into the songs I've been making.
Well, in our area, we say we have to hear the spring peepers 3 times before spring will really be getting here, and you'll be ready to do much in the way of field work and that sort of thing. Because, they come out pretty early. You get some warm days and you'll hear the peepers starting to sing, and then you'll get a couple cold nights, and there won't be much romance in the spring peeper area, but then it'll warm up again and they'll be singing again. So it takes a while for the snow to go, the ice to go, and the ground to dry out enough for field work to really work well. But it's one of those things that if you're in a rural area, you sort of connect with those rhythms of nature more perhaps easily than if you're in an urban place, where much of this kind of connection with the flow of the seasons and the cycles aren't as obvious or aren't as readily participant. But if we've done a good job in urban design, hopefully there are many parks and places where people can have that connection with the natural flow of things. I wrote a little essay a while ago talking about what time are we in, because human time has gotten very, very broken up and concentrated. We talk about nanoseconds, we talk about quarterly reports. We get upset with something if they don't show within a few minutes of when we time. And now with text messaging and the fax machine speeded up communication. Why aren't you getting back to me? If you were sending a letter, you could expect a couple day delay. If you were working a couple hundred years ago, the sailing ship might be 3 or 6 months before you got a response. Now we want instant response, instant messaging, instant this. So we've made human time very, very short. And yet, if you think about what I would call natural time, it's cyclical. It's not linear. And that's the other thing. We think human time, we're linear, we're going in one direction, but natural time is cyclical. It's seasonal. You go from day to night to day to night. You go from spring to summer to fall to winter to spring again. So, you part of that, and certainly as a farmer, I participate in that kind of rhythm to my life and to my activities. But then I also think about geological time. And when I'm most despairing, when I feel most hopeless about the direction that we're going in, I remind myself that the 500 years of colonialism and the 100 years of corporate consumer capitalism are going to be a very, very thin layer of rock up on the Canadian Shield or something else that's pushed up from the sediments of the Great Lakes and the oceans. And that layer is going to have an ever increasing amount of carbon black in it from all the burning of fossil fuels, and then the burning of forests and peatlands and prairie wildfires as we've become burning more and more of that. And it'll also contain an increasing level of pesticides, and it'll increasing level of strontium-90 and depleted uranium. But in the scheme of planet Earth, it's going to be a pretty thin layer. And I hope that it'll be a thin layer that gets a lot cleaner, and that we're still part of what's happening in those later layers, because that's the act we've got to clean up, or we're going to become part of the mass extinction that our current choices are leading us to. But those are our current choices. Humanity is making those choices, which means humanity can make better choices, different choices, and Canadians can make better choices and different choices. But if we don't, that's why I'm in this race. I'm concerned about the future for my family, my children, my grandchildren, and your family, and your children and grandchildren, and all the rest of life that we share this beautiful, wonderful, miraculous planet with. And I'm in my occupation as a farmer, I've been so lucky that I get to go out there and be in it. And some days it doesn't feel as lucky as it could be. Sleet is one of my least favorite ways to experience the environment. But if you got to get stuff done to feed the animals and get something done, you're going to be out in it. But most of the time, it's a miraculous part of life to be connected to. And I just think, we can make so much better choices, both for the people and for the planet. And that's what we've got to start understanding. And that's where the idea of a holistic goal for Canada that talks about where do we want to get to? What do we want to be part of? How do we want to do this in ways that preserve our future and regenerate it, make it better for everybody, rather than continuing down the path of wealth inequity and ecological destruction that our current leaders are taking us on. So not sure what that has to do with painting, except that your painting is beautiful and life is beautiful. We live on a wonderful, abundant planet, and through our management, we are making it less productive and less beautiful and less abundant. And unfortunately, some people benefit from that lack of abundance because they price it and sell it dear. And if we learn to care and share for each other, we will do a much better job.
Okay. I wanted to share this as well. This is another watercolor painting from Laura. This is, if anyone recognized the meme or like the photo of Anthony Bourdain where he's hanging off like the train, not hanging off, but he's like kind of like holding onto the door, kind of swinging out like that. That's where this comes from. It's just Anthony Bourdain is not in it. I like trains. If anyone who knows me personally knows that I am a big fan of trains, which is why
You're not the only person I've cut out of a painting, Tony. So
yeah, Anthony Bourdain, you're on a list with Anthony Bourdain in that regard.
Great.
Okay, so now for our next segment, it's just talking about the coldest night of the year. So, Laura, did you want to keep doing the painting while we kind of talk about the coldest night of the year?
Sure.
Or do you? Okay. All right. So, Tony, I'll let you go ahead and talk about it, and yeah.
Well, in so many situations, we find community groups and citizen groups working on things because government is not helping us collectively deal with problems. And homelessness is certainly one of those issues. And, Coldest Night of the Year is now a national program where people collect pledges, collect money, and then we have a night, in this case in 2026, February 28th, when people all across Canada will be walking to raise money to support communities which deal with support for families and individuals who are homeless. And of course, people are homeless for all sorts of reasons. And we need, support programs to help those who, because of financial circumstances, have lost their home, because of various either mental health or drug addiction issues, find themselves homeless. And it's a way for communities to come together and care for each other and share with each other by participating in the coldest night of the year. And if you want more information, if you go to cnoy.org, it'll take you to their website. And if you go there, you can find out where it's cnoy.org, where you can find out if there's a coldest night of the year walk in your area. And also, if you go there and Google Tony McQuail, you can find out my place on their website where you can, support this particular project financially if you were to so choose. But the value of people coming together, and it's people from all political walks. It isn't a political thing, but our Huron-Bruce NDP Riding Association, Electoral District Association, has a banner, and we walk together. And I'm not sure it gets cold holding the banner, so I'm not sure how thoroughly. But we're also listed as an NDP team, and the money raised as a team is identified as being part of the NDP effort in our community. So it's a way of raising awareness both for ourselves as well as raising money for a very important and useful cause in our community. And that's the neat thing about it. It is local community based in terms of where the money goes. So I need to be thinking about getting off and going up. Yeah, I see the QR code. Great. This is one of the things that I find so exciting about what I'm learning in this campaign is there are all these talented people who understand how to make QR codes and make Instagram posts and do things. So, if we can involve people in our riding associations, we can channel a lot of talent into working on the things that we need to do. But wherever the weak links are in your riding association's chain of production, there are talented people out there. And I've been so blessed to have these talented people join my campaign for the leadership, because part of my reason for running was to try and highlight and bring attention to these different ways we could be making different choices, supporting the real needs in our communities, as opposed to talking about economic growth as if it's some magic solution, when in fact, I think economic growth has become both a cancer in our society because of the way it is actually fueling economic inequity in our society, and also because of the way it's damaging our ecosystem. And finding people who've resonated with that and participated is just wonderful. But now I'm at the point where I probably should gear up, get my warm clothes on, and go up. We do move our participation in the coldest night of the year because we're fortunate. In Huron-Bruce, there's one in Exeter, there's one in Wingham, there's one in Goderich, there's one in Kincardine. It's a community activity like our fundraising in the telethons that we do for local hospitals and the Gay Pride events. These are things where the community comes together and says, we're a community that's inclusive, that values people, that values the important resources in our community, and we intend to hold on to them. And to me, that's a place where, as New Democrats, we have an opportunity to connect with others and share a vision of a society that does that, and that has a government that actually supports those values and puts our collective tax money where we want it to go to support the kind of community we want to build now and into the future. So I'll get my toque instead of my farm straw hat and get out, and I will try and bring some messages if I can figure out how my fully charged iPhone can let me bring you reports from the coldest night of the year in Kincardine, in Huron-Bruce riding.
And we'll also chat with you on the way there too, a little bit briefly.
Yeah, possibly, or I may get
possibly. We'll see how the phone.
I may get there. Given your schedule, I may get there before you actually get back to me. But text me when you're ready for me to try and next come back on.
We'll be ready for you at any point.
Okay.
Because what we're going to be doing is just we're going to have Lucas come on, do some graphics for us, and then it's just going to be the next 2.5 hours of the stream is a bit loose to account for whatever time you want to hop on and say something.
Okay. Well, I will get dressed. I won't show you putting on my coat. I think everybody knows about winter and putting on coats. So anyway, we'll see.
Unless they're in BC.
Well, that's true. I just took a light jacket.
Or not all.
No,
right.
Northern BC. Okay.
Okay, Tony, we'll see you in a bit.
Okay, take care.
Okay. Laura, I really like how the horse is coming along. I'm going to bring us to our next segment. But thank you very much for joining us. And if you want, there will be if you keep working on it and you want to show people the progress, there will be plenty of time to do that.
Okay, awesome. Well, thanks for having me on.
Okay. Thanks for coming on. I'll talk to you later.
See ya.
See ya. Okay. Alrighty, folks. Like I said, the next 2.5 hours is going to be a bit more loosey-goosey. And we're just kind of go with it. We are going to bring Lucas on. who Lucas Fallows does all of the amazing comms work that you see. All of our Instagram posts, those cool graphics, that's all Lucas. And Lucas is going to kind of run us through his process and kind of show us how things go. It's been we've been putting out throughout the live stream. Lucas has been putting out a fair bit of graphics. So we very much appreciate the work that he does. Lucas, I see your camera's not on yet. Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna bring you on, but I'm guessing your camera doesn't work and you just want to share your screen.
All right, so I'm gonna try and get my screen shared
Sounds
so
good.
you guys can see my Canva as I work. I do.
Right. Maddie Malloy says, "So excited to see."
Awesome. Thanks for the support, Maddie. All right. Let's see. How's that? Can we see my screen?
Yes, we
Can
can.
we see Canva?
We can see Canva, and then we can also see the tabs and stuff, just so you know, but I think it's fine.
That's all good. All right. So my process is not super well defined because I'm pretty new to this still. So generally when I am making something for the Tony campaign, I like to start with the text just because it kind of gives a sense of where the rest of the design is going to go. So for the titles and everything like that, I use this app on Canva called Type Studio. It basically allows you to do all these like cool shadows and warp the text however you want, do all sorts of stuff. And I don't push it to its limits, but I do get a lot of good use out of it. So for our titles, I like the font called Caprissimo. So I have nothing planned, but I'll do something like Tony is live. Now, on its own, it's pretty bland. So the first thing I do is I drop the letter spacing a little bit. It just tightens it up. In my opinion, it looks a bit better. I know some people have left some negative comments, but I like it like that. And that's all that matters. Then if I'm going for like a more fun vibe, my general combination is a light color for the text itself. And then I come down here and I do a custom shade effect in our brown color or our green color. And I keep the border thickness at 100. I usually do a -45 for the angle. And then for distance, generally 20. So that's a super basic idea of how I do the text. But obviously, you know, there's cases where you want to spice it up a little bit. And that's where these warp effects come in. So for instance, I use this one sometimes, although I find it can be a little disorientating. But I think it looks pretty good, especially with the shadow. What else do I like? I like this one a lot. It's kind of like a subtle arch. That's probably like my favorite to use. Just gives it a little bit more of a dynamic look because it's in motion. And then, you know, there's like a fully arched one. There's all sorts of stuff. And you can mess around with it, right? So if you want to arch it the other way, you can switch it to -80, say. And it's like that. So whatever fits your design, right? And generally, the point of starting with the title or the text in general is you can be a lot more picky and choosy with your images, right? You can crop them however you want. You can remove the backgrounds to make them fit better. But text in general is a lot harder to make fit in a way that looks good. So let's say Tony is live is going to be our title. And we'll use, we'll use like a squiggly, just super out of the park, like crazy, right? And for now, we'll throw that in the middle. So for anyone who's not familiar with Canva, these lines basically, I think they're called guidelines. They help you line stuff up on the page, and they come in handy a lot of the time. So we'll throw it in the middle, and then we'll start thinking about the rest of the sort of composition of the image. For instance, Tony is live. That's like our headline, but we may have some like supplementary information in terms of like the date, the time, that sort of stuff. And I like to copy the text, keep that shape as is, so it kind of follows it. And then the nice thing about Type Studio is it keeps the width the same. It matches the width instead of the text size. So if I type one word, like if I type fun, it'll be huge, right? Because it matches the width. But if I type a bunch of words, such as February 28th from 10 a.m. EST to 10 p.m. EST, you'll see it's super tiny. But it still matches the curve of the original, so it lines up nice and snug. And I make good use of my arrow keys to just nudge stuff into place. And you'll see with Tony's name, the Y, it can be a little bit hard to line things up sometimes, right? Because the Y drops lower than most of the other letters. So that's something that in all our graphics I've had to keep in mind. But okay, we can shorten this a little bit. Maybe instead of from, we do this. And then we only need one EST. There we go. So now it's a little bit bigger, a little bit more easy to read. And I still think it looks pretty snazzy. Let's just make sure we can see the Y though. Perfect. Okay. So now we have our main title. We have our sort of subtitle, I guess. And what you want to make sure is that you have it laid out in a way that it's clear that the top one here is the title, and this is your subtitle. You want your eye and the eye of the audience to go 1, 2, and then 3, right? I know sometimes I'll design stuff and the eye, it just doesn't pass the eye test. Your eyes are jumping around the page and it doesn't make sense. So having a nice clear 1, 2, 3, that's always what you're aiming for. All right. So now I'll go to the elements, which is where everything lives. And I like the sort of squiggle that we have going, the wave shape. So I think I'm going to keep that going with, let's see if there's just a nice wave we can use, like a wavy line. this. This is perfect. The nice thing about shapes in Canva versus graphics is that they're a lot more flexible in terms of how you're allowed to like manipulate them. Graphics, they're nice, but you're limited in terms of what you can do. So if we're trying to match the text, we actually have to flip this. So let's see, can I do it like that? No, we're gonna have to do it the other way. And if you guys have any questions, I'm no expert, but feel free to leave them in the chat. And Keith, if you see anything good, just let me know, because I don't have eyes on the chat right now.
Sounds good.
No. Okay. I'm not going to waste time trying to get it to match. We'll have two waves going two separate ways, and hopefully it's not too confusing. So in our branding, one thing that I've used a lot is this sort of like 70s style gradient with the 5 lines. So I'm changing the text color, of course. All right. There we go. So I begin with a dark green, and then I just copy and paste and try to get it to line up nicely, and set this one to our lighter green. And in terms of colors, I find you want to find about 5 colors. 5 is usually a good number that you can basically use for absolutely everything in your branding. And the more you stay consistent with the colors and the sort of brand elements that you use, the more professional it's going to look for sure. So, you know, if you're, say, looking to take over the social media for your EDA, think about, from the beginning, picking colors that aren't just for one post, but you can use for serious posts, happy posts. You need, I'd say, about 2 neutral colors. Orange is obviously going to play a part in that, in the accent colors, but that still leaves the room for, I would say, 2 sort of standout colors, right? So maybe something blue to go with the orange. Really, it's up to you, and it's up to the vibe that you want to give to your community, right? So you could pick a more serious palette. You could pick something more fun. But yeah, make sure you stay consistent with that. Now, how's this looking? This is looking pretty cool so far. I actually like having the waves go 2 ways. That looks pretty good. Or do I? Sometimes you got to test things out both ways because you can't trust yourself. Let's try. Like that. Yeah, you know what? I think that does look better. Perfect. There we go. So, again, thinking of the composition and, you know, how we want the eye to follow and the information that we want to get across. I think it's time that we fill in these white gaps, right? Because that just doesn't make sense. So let's take a look in Let me find a picture of Tony and bring it in here. No. I like this picture of Tony. I've used it for a couple of designs. Obviously, it portrays him in a certain vibe, right? He's talking about something serious. He's not goofing around, but I think it shows to me Tony's ability to explain complex issues, right? So always think about when you're picking pictures, like the overall sort of the message, right? Not just the emotion, but the message that you want to get across with it. So on its own, this picture looks pretty good, but I always, for all our stuff, use this fresco filter. It's just like one of the defaults in Canva. And I just think it gives such a nice, like, vintage look. It looks, kind of oversaturated, and I don't know. I love it. I love it. Then I will also use this texture app, which I think comes built in with Canva. Little water break there. And I think for this, we want like a subtle grunge, maybe. And give it a minute. And on its own, that's definitely a little dark, but we'll drop the opacity. Let's see how we look. Okay, maybe not. There's a lot of trial and error here, just finding what suits the image. Texture in general is one of those things that just makes your work look so much better, so much more if you're doing something vintage, it makes it look so much more authentic. It warms up the image, makes it more inviting. So yeah, I think everyone should use more texture in their graphic design. Let's see. That one looks pretty good. Drop down the opacity, sure. Cool.
Lucas, I'm just hopping on for a second to say that I'm just going to grab dinner for the next 10, 20 minutes. So I'm going to be away from the next 20 minutes.
Sounds good. Okay. And then what do we want to do in this bottom part? That's the question. That is the question. Because we have Tony up close, maybe, just maybe, we want to do sort of a group shot of him talking to the group, which I know we have. If I go in my uploads. And I definitely recommend keeping things organized a bit better than I do. Exactly keeping things organized, but there's a method to my madness, I think. Okay, what am I looking for? Here we go. This is perfect. Let's go with this one. Okay. So we'll stretch it out to fit. And we'll arrange it so it's on the back. And we'll do the same treatment that we gave to the other one. So we'll go fresco to make those colors pop a little bit. And then look to put some texture on it. Let's see. Let's see how this looks. Give it a minute to load. Okay. And then you take a step back, look at what you've done. And I think it looks pretty good. The composition is definitely a little bit busy, right? Your mind doesn't know exactly where to go. But I think it's okay. Your eye settles on Tony is live, and then it goes to the date, and then this stuff, just kind of fills in the blanks, right? Okay, this is Tony. This is Tony talking to an audience, which kind of informs, I guess, what the live stream is all about, right? Tony talking to an audience. Even though it's virtual, it still gets that same idea across. Okay, so I am going to stop sharing my screen for a second, and I'm going to open up a new file, and we're going to start working on something else.
Okay, I'm still here. You'll need my permission to share your screen again. So
Okay.
So
I'll open it up quick here.
I'm getting tired. I
Long
love
day.
seeing the graphics that you do. Ever since you've joined the team, people always come up to me and they're like, "Whoever does your graphics is amazing," and it's true. It's a real. Oh, okay. And so we can see your screen right now. We see a white screen, and
There
now we're on Canva. Okay, good.
Perfect. Okay, I appreciate that. Yeah, it's a lot of, I'd say trusting your gut and just learning as you go, right? Sometimes
And also embracing your creativity, right?
Oh yeah, like a lot of people, not to throw shade, but just a lot of political communications in general, I find to be kind of boring, kind of lifeless. So, why not be the most exciting of the bunch, right? Why not shake things up? As long as the information is getting across, that's all that matters, right? And how you bring that to people is completely up to you.
Yeah, I think, and that's why I love being on Tony's campaign, because I've been on a few campaigns before, and I've never been on a campaign before that allows for such creativity.
For sure.
The
Yes.
rule with Team Tony is if you have an idea and you think it'll work, and you're really passionate about it, that you think it'll work, give it a try, and we'll see how it goes.
That's the advice I've gotten on everything, right? Try it out, see how it goes. Accepting stuff might not work all the time.
But you're never going to know if you don't try.
Exactly.
And it's something in political organizing. I think everyone across the board needs to be better at. Is be much more. Risk is scary, yeah, but if you don't take a risk, you're not going to have a reward. And I think that's something on the left we have a lot of issue with, is that we're afraid of taking risks because definitely after the last election we've been hit so hard, but we're not going to be able to dig ourselves out of this if we're using the same repertoire that put us in the hole to begin with.
Well, that's exactly it. And I mean, we're already, you know, we got nothing to lose. We're rock bottom pretty much. So we might as well take some risks, right?
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna go eat dinner. I'm gonna let you continue with this graphic here. And just my thing I'll say is, as long I'll tell you when I'm back, but in the while that I'm not here, don't unshare your screen because you won't be able to share it again without my permission.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you, Keith.
All right, see you later.
All right, so I'm going for a t-shirt design here. Designing a t-shirt for Tony. A hypothetical t-shirt, of course, but thought it would be fun to try out. So I'm looking for like a sort of chunky font, I guess. And like I said, start with the text. It just sort of frames the rest, unless you know it has to be based off of one particular image, right? Then obviously start with that. But yeah, let's see. And I mean, it's not really what I had in mind, so I gotta scroll through that list again. Let's see. And again, the big thing is consistency, right? So when you're trying new stuff, keep the sort of the basics the same, right? And that will tie it in. You don't want to do something completely different every time you post, but keep it united with a color scheme and maybe some similar fonts. Like for body text, you always use the same font, or for titles, you always use the same font. That's a great way to keep things cohesive. All right. What am I looking for? I'm looking for like something you'd see out of like a sports team or like a university. You know what I mean? Like a real chunky square letter sort of thing. If you guys know any good fonts, drop them in the chat, even though I can't see the chat. Let's see. Okay, let's try this. Now, I'd say about 50% of graphic design is scrolling through lists of fonts until you find what you're looking for. So this is the authentic experience here. Maybe this. Let's try this. Close. Close. We'll remember that one. Let's see. Nope. Now that's pretty good. That is pretty good. That could be exactly what we need, I think. I'll take one more look, but that looks pretty perfect. Yeah, that's going to be what we want. Okay, perfect. So, we'll take this, and for now we'll make it white. And should we try an italic? Yeah, let's do an italic. That looks cool. Awesome. And we'll just make it like so. Perfect. And in the middle, perfect. And sure, like that. Okay. Then I'm thinking for his name, we'll do like a sort of signature look, like a handwriting or a something like that. Okay. So I think we need something a little bit chunkier, but that's the right idea. Let's see. And as you learn, you get some fonts that are good for certain circumstances. You have like a go-to handwriting font, right? I do not. Well, let's see what we can find. That one could work. We'll come back. Okay, we need a nice handwriting font. Let's see. Okay, for now we'll go with bit cheese. Why not? Looks good enough. And do we want to try and give it a little bit of a shape? Sure. That looks, yeah. Yeah, that looks good enough. Okay, I'll make that white too. And again, you gotta look at how the eye reads it. And generally, I'm okay with making the first name quite a bit smaller than the last name. You almost want the eye to read the last name first and then come back for the first name. Okay, that looks pretty good. Now I'm thinking we'll throw Tony's signature 4 R's under the name, right? Because that's like a key bit of branding. We can't miss out on that. Okay, let's see. For this, you want this to be pretty readable, but also sort of, you don't want it to be too like light, right? Because it'll get, all the attention will get taken by these because they're super thick and super punchy. So you want this to be able to hold up as well. We'll write them out first. And guys, be sure to share your favorite R of the 4. Or if you got a 5th R candidate, share that as well. I would say I lean towards regeneration a lot. I like it. And redesign. It's down to those two. Okay. So if we want it to fit like super nice, we're gonna have to size it down a little bit. And we'll use those arrows. So you see this sort of a purple arrow that shows up when, see there? There's like a purple line like that. That means you're at the edge of this text box, right? So, and I think to make it fit even better, we'll do a white highlight on it, and we'll make the text itself black. And we'll just see how it looks. The default highlight in Canva is really ugly, I think. So I'm going to drop the roundness all the way down, and we'll keep the spread as it is. We'll make that. Okay, so yeah, that font's not going to work. We got to switch it up. Let's go for something bold. Yeah. Let's see. That could work. That could work. No. You know, I like this one. What was it? What's this one? Yeah, that's cool. I like that. Okay. We'll go back to our highlight and we'll drop the spread a little bit. That just keeps it a little bit closer to the text itself. Let's do 25. Let's see. Yeah, sure. Now, I don't like how it's interfering with the Q, right? So first I'll shorten the box itself so that it's just as long as the white. Perfect. Okay, and then we should be able to scale it up. Again, we don't want it to be too big, right? Because we want to read the McQuail first, or ideally the Tony. and then the McQuail. And then the sort of subheading that we have. Perfect. Okay. Alright. Or actually, you know what could look good? Because we have the Q sort of in the middle, to balance out the Tony, if we line it up with the outside edge, bring it down, and just like that. Let's see, how does that read? I think that's pretty cool. Yeah, let's roll with that for now. Let's see. We can always change it later. That's the beauty of it. It's not painting, right? Perfect. Okay, cool. And then we got to fill out the rest of the design a little bit. So what are we thinking? I think we obviously need a picture of Tony. And that's going to leave some space for sure. And we'll have to decide what to do with that. But let's start with a picture of Tony. And go from there. Let's see what I have. It's got to be something that'll fit in that space nicely, but not need, you know, the whole design, right? So let's go here. Let's see. Something like this could definitely work. But I'm not sure it fits the vibe necessarily that we're going for. Let's see. There is one in particular that I'm thinking. This one. Because I like this one because it sort of faces right. But also if you track his eyes, it sort of leaves space open up here, right? So it's also nice because it already has the black background. And I don't like using this AI tool. So we'll keep it as is. We'll give it a little bit of a crop. Mainly on this side. Cool. And then I'm thinking for now, I'm going to use the screen app. And what that does is I can do a halftone, a semitone, or corduroy or lino, whatever that is. But I want to use the halftone. So what the halftone does is it transforms the image into basically a grid of dots. And I can control the amount, which will control the color. And because we're going for a black and white design right now, I'll do 1. And then we'll just bring up the scale to sure 2.75 looks good for now. And okay, I'm liking that. The thing is, we got to make sure that the whites are fully white. Like that, there we go. And then change the shadows to our background color. Perfect, that looks awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. And then we'll move it to the back. And let's get it back again. Okay, cool. Perfect. So from afar, it's looking good. And then close up, looking good, right? This is sort of like a t-shirt print, right? But we definitely have empty space that we gotta fill here, so I'm thinking we could do a quail, like flying sort of thing. Let me see if I have any. I do. Perfect. So I'll drag and drop that in. Oh. Okay. Interesting. Doesn't want to work. Let's see if we can do this. And that. Let's see. There we go. Okay. Cool. So this can kind of fill up some of the open space, I think. And we'll do our magic to layer it so that the quail is kind of coming from behind Tony, right? Also would like see how before we have this sort of beam, which I think is a cool design element, but it just stops, right? It just doesn't look super professional. But now we can use its wing, and that looks a lot better, I'd say. And just gotta get that perfect spot. Okay. Yeah, that looks pretty good. I'll clean up here, and then, yeah, perfect. Okay. Let's do a pixel eraser. That just allows us to remove parts of the image. So I'll take that out. Awesome. And then to make it look like the bird's actually coming from behind, like Tony's hat, I'll have to erase here and here. And this, you just need a lot of trial and error, honestly. There's no good way of doing it in Canva, but that's okay. Let's see. Let's try it like that. We can always restore it. That looks pretty good. The bottom leg could use a little more. Just a hair, though. Actually, maybe both while we're at it, but okay. Let's see it like that. No, that made it worse. Okay, let's try again. Just the bottom one. Try that. Close. Now, I didn't know that quails could fly. But they can. Okay. That looks awesome. Okay. So now we'll give it the same treatment as this, which was screen, halftone, and then change the halftone scale to 2.75, so it's super consistent. And yeah, money. That looks awesome. Look at that. Now, I am finding that there's sort of a empty space sort of along this line, right? And we might want to find something to kind of fill it in. Yeah, let's see if we can find anything. If not, it looks pretty good as is. So what if we do like a growth arrow, like one of those like yeah, perfect. But we do it upside down. Let's see. That's pretty funny. I don't know if that looks good though.
What message are you trying to articulate with the arrow?
Like degrowth.
Yeah, I think it's better off without it.
Yeah, I agree.
Because
okay.
Tony's advocating for like the stock market to.
Okay, yeah, we'll steer clear of the arrow. It's great you're back because I actually have to switch what I'm sharing.
Okay, great. Okay, let's do that then. Actually, and if you'd like a little break, we have Joshua on, and Joshua's going to show us the electoral banquet that he's been working on.
Okay. Yeah, why don't we switch over to Joshua, and then I'll be back in when he's done.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so I'm just going to, there we go. All right, I'm going to take you down. All right, Joshua. Okay, my hat keeps on falling in weird spots in my head. That's the one thing I don't like about this hat, but I wear it all the time. Okay, Joshua, I'm bringing you on. How are you? Oh, you are muted. I don't hear you.
I'm doing well. How are you, Keith?
Yes, there we are. Okay, now I can hear you. I'm doing good. I'm tired, but I'm doing good. Tell us about what you've been working on the past couple days.
Absolutely. So I have been working on a online survey based around some options for presenting different electoral systems that have been done in person. The idea is you're at a event, you're sitting down at your tables, and you're voting on what foods, what small refreshments are provided to the table, the same way you would vote for a candidate, right? So I've digitized it here.
Okay, if you want to see, all right, how we'll do this, I'll share the link. I have to be the one to share the link in the chat. If you click the private chat button in the bottom left, you can put the link in there.
Okay.
It's a little. On the left. Yeah, you'll see a little private chat button. You see it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Let me just open that up. Cool. Okay. I am now putting this in the chat. Okay. And also say, because I know there's people who have the stream on, but they're cooking dinner, they're doing errands, they're doing something like that. So if that is you, calling on you over there, come back here for a moment. Look in the chat. There is a link there, and we're gonna learn about electoral reform together. So come on back. Okay, I'll hand it off to you now.
Absolutely. In fact, if you can give me streaming, I can do the introduction by going through the form step by step with folks.
Cool. Yeah. So just share your screen.
After this point can just read through it. It's pretty self-guided, but a good way to go over it together.
Cool. Okay, we can see your screen.
Fantastic. So welcome everyone to the electoral banquet. This short survey has been made to demo what it's like to vote under different electoral systems and to understand them through the lens of voting on what refreshment options your table orders at a banquet hall, as one may attend for a convention, a panel, or a seminar. The intention is to provide hands-on experience with proportional electoral systems and how they differ from our current non-proportional systems in Canada, in a way that is easy to understand. Results of these mock elections are tallied on a Google Sheet where the results can be shown step by step on stream. So we're going to be taking in some responses. A little later on, we'll be going over the different steps, and that's something that can be revisited over time. We do need a couple of responses here. I have some preloaded from prior tests, but ideally, every time it's run, it should just be the votes from that set. The current demo version includes a choice of drinks and a fruit platter for your table, a demo of first past the post, and 2 ranked ballot systems. Integration with a Google Sheet, which automatically counts the ballots and shows not only the results, but each step of the process to really understand how it all works. Future versions, I'm hoping to have it set up for multiple tables so that we can model other systems with additional member seats. Other systems in general, I would like to have available to look into, and more visual representation. Maybe I can get Lucas's input on how to make something look nice in regards to that. But right now it's all Google Sheet numbers. Would be nice to have graphs. So let's get right into it. The very first page is what we're all familiar with here in Canada, an electoral banquet's first past the post course. First past the post is a system primarily used by the UK and past colonies of the British Empire. It's the system used at all levels of government in Canada and in the United States. First past the post is known as a plurality system, where the candidate with the most votes, even if not a majority, wins the entire district. When there's more than 2 candidates or options, or more than 1 district, systems like first past the post often end up in distorted results at odds with over half the voters. For this system, I ask that you please vote for only one option, as each table will only get 1 pitcher of the drink with the most votes, and the fruit platter will only carry the highest rated fruit, right? Same as when you go to the election, there's a candidate on the ballot, you vote for one person, and whoever gets the most votes, they are the representative for the entire riding, for the entire table. So we'll go down. I'm just going to take it nice and simple here. We'll grab, let's say, water. What fruit? Let's go with...
Okay. Sorry, Joshua. Tony's just joining us from his coldest night of the year walk. And so we're just going to pause this for a moment, but we're coming back to you. Hold on one second. Okay. All right, Tony, I'm bringing you on.
Okay.
Hello.
Well, here we are at the coldest night of the year. People applauding. It's a great community event for the homeless. And here we are at the Kincardine Legion with a bunch of the people who've completed their walk. And now I'm going to go out and join our team.
And have a bowl of chili.
Well, when I get back, I'll have I might even have two if there's any leftovers, but you never know. But I've walked a lot in the day, but I haven't walked yet. I don't deserve your applause yet, but all these other people do. But I had another meeting. So anyway, I'm going to go. Oh, here they are. Here's the team. There you are. Hi, Sue. Hi, Willie. Hi, Joe.
Jim's out there calling.
Okay. Maybe me. I left him a message. Okay, well, I'll go out and say hi to Jim, and then we'll.
And you missed Michael there. He's going on the next round.
Okay. Okay, good. Well, I'll go back out for a minute. Anyway, here we were at the Kincardine Legion, and one of the other walkers in our group is out here, I understand. So I'll go find him if I can. But here we are. There's Lake Huron in the distance, and I'll get together with the other folks.
You come out for
Sure,
a little bit
sure.
with you?
Not
It's a beautiful night for a walk.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
It is. Anyway, this is Willie Laurie.
Hi.
Here, I'll get you in
Hi.
there, Willie. And,
I'm Willie. We got our orange. I actually am wearing more than one orange scarf today.
Yep. But this is the part of the NDP team. How did we do in terms of fundraising for the Kincardine?
I know Joe and I got $1,415, just the two of us, and the Goons had $500, and I don't know what the Vance or the other Jim Vance, and so yeah, we had 7 people participating, and we had a really good time. Here's Jim.
Come on here.
He's wearing his orange scarf.
Yeah.
I got my Tony button on too.
Oh, there we
Tony
go.
button. I was looking for an NDP button, and I found a Tony one.
Great. Well,
So-
we're live streaming with the live stream out of our campaign.
Mhm.
And if you don't mind, stand out here for a moment and tell us why are you New Democrats?
Oh my gosh. I started voting for
Here
the
we
New
go.
Democrats
Come on over this way.
when I was in university, because I lived in Northern Ontario, in Sudbury. And Jim or John Rodriguez? John Rodriguez?
Rodriguez, yeah.
Rodriguez, anyway, was the NDP MP up there, and everyone loved him. And of course, it was the first time I realized how important the NDP was to the workers, you know, the nickel mine and like all the workers in the north, after living my whole life in either liberal or conservative Ontario. So I was quite involved, and it fit in with my family values, fit in with my church value, my religious values. It just worked so much better. And the environment was starting to be talked about in the 70s. And so, yes, I've been involved with the NDP, but I haven't been a member since, I've only been a member since 1988.
Right. I remember you getting involved in the local riding.
And I was just had a new baby at the time, and I thought, I got a little time, maybe I can get involved. And yes, Tony was there. Yes. So I've been doing that on the executive ever since, pretty much. Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And Jim, tell us about your journey into the NDP.
I have I've been worked in a salt mine in Goderich for 38 years, and on the union executive for most of that time. And of course, unions have been big supporters of the NDP for forever. And part of my journey was to start a labor council in Goderich and work to build community with the labor council and through the NDP. And of course, I've known Tony and Willie for many, many years, and
Joe.
And Joe. There's Joe. We're old hat for sure here, but certainly I picked up on the values part of things. I do believe that having a well-paying job like I've always had, it's important for people that do well to help those that don't do so well. So that's the reason why I like the NDP and why I have supported them.
Great. Well, thank you.
And we're really happy to do this. This is our 7th year doing the coldest night of the year. And we've been doing the coldest night of the year because it fits in with all the things we believe in, taking care of our most vulnerable. And, this particular one that we're doing today is about food. And they serve 80 boxes of food per month. Per month or per week? Per month in this area to people who have trouble feeding their families. So, every time we participate in a different coldest night of the year, we're participating in a different fundraiser to help the most vulnerable people in our society. Fits right in with what the NDP believes in.
Yep. Joe, anything you want to add as to why you're
I
involved?
just say ditto, and it's good to see you, Tony.
Okay. Well, thanks so much. Okay. Well, I'm gonna. I'll step over. I'll be in a moment. Okay. Keith, is there anything else you need from me at this moment?
Nope. If you feel free to go and join the others, and if at one point while you're on your walk, if your phone's still working, you can join us again and we'll check in. But otherwise, just enjoy the event.
Okay, well, I'll put it in my pocket so it stays warm and hopefully the battery stays with us. And I did charge it on the way up. So I'll go in and visit and then go out for the walk. And then I'll head on back to rejoin the live stream and hopefully sing some karaoke.
That's good. Yes. And that's a reminder, if we reach 5,000 by 9 p.m., we're gonna get Tony to do karaoke. So be the change you want to see in the world. All right.
Highlight my toque there, Farmers for Climate Solutions, another group I've been supporting and involved with for a number of years. But you heard those folks that I have been working with over the years. We're here because we care about our community, we care about people, we care about the planet. We those are our values as New Democrats, and we've got to figure out how to get them on holding the levers of power much more effectively. Anyway, I'll go in and then I'll get out on the walk. Take
Sounds
care.
Good. Okay, we'll see you later, Tony.
Bye-bye.
All righty. Okay, Joshua, I'm going to hand it back to you. Okay, so I'm going to... Hello. And then
fantastic. Great seeing Tony.
Okay.
Great seeing everybody there. All right, am I coming through loud and clear?
Yes, you are.
Perfect. Well, that was great to see Tony. Great to get an upgrade. Great to see everyone there. We love the coldest walk of the year. We get back where we were. Just get back in the flow. We had just finished stage 1 of the electoral banquet. This is the kind of ballot that everyone's familiar with here in Canada, right? It's basically 2 ballots here, both the same as always. You have one selection. That's what you can pick. If I like water and tea the same, I got to pick one. If, water gets less votes, and tea would have also been good, but they don't have enough. We all know the weird ways that votes get counted that result in a lot of people not having a voice. Moving on, however, is where the banquet gets more interesting. Oh, that was weird. Let's try that again. I believe I was going with apple juice and bananas. Now we're going to run the table again under a different way of voting. A ranked ballot. A ranked ballot can be a great way to more accurately express voter preference, but the counting method can make huge differences in the results. Instant runoff voting is another plurality-based system like first past the post that attempts to gain a majority for a candidate by considering choices beyond someone's first preference. If no candidate has a majority of the vote, over 50%, The candidate with the least votes is eliminated, and the voters' ballots are reassigned to their next ranked candidate. This continues until a candidate wins a majority, again, over 50%, of the votes. Under this counting method, there will again only be one pitcher of the highest rated drink, and the platter will carry only the highest rated fruit, though. This is the system, by the way, that's being used for the NDP leadership election, where there's only one leadership position. This can be a great solution for building a consensus in races with only one option or position to fill, but in elections with more than one seat or option, this has similar problems to first past the post. In many cases, this can distort the result even more so than first past the post, and strongly funnels votes towards the center or to protest parties when extrapolated at scale. Most modern democracies in the world, however, use some form of proportional representation, where by design the votes are counted in such a way that the results closely match, are proportional to, the actual vote share, to give all voters equal representation in Parliament and ensure Parliament reflects what people actually voted for. Single transferable vote, STV, is a proportional system for tallying votes based on the same ranked ballot that alternative vote uses. It achieves this the same way many proportional systems do, by moving away from a single result and towards a multiple winner per district system. Under this system, your table will have 3 pitchers of the top 3 highest ranked drinks, and the fruit platter will carry an assortment of the top 4 highest ranked fruits. Options which receive enough votes to win a seat will have their surplus votes redistributed to the other candidates first, based on each vote's rankings, before eliminating any candidates. And we'll be running through that. I know it's a little confusing without a visual, but we'll be running through it as a brief demo right after this. So, we ask that you please mark your ballot in order of preference, with your most preferred option in each section ranked as number 1, and your least preferred option ranked number 5. If you so choose, you may leave your least preferred options unranked instead, which would mean that there's no chance of your vote going towards supporting that option or candidate. And this ballot will be used for both alternative vote and single transferable vote. Now, let's see. I like apple juice the most. Let's say my next favorite would have been tea, or even just water. And I'm not much of a coffee or wine guy, so I'm not going to pick either of those. Right? Nice and simple, that's my ballot. And ranked choice, but voting itself is that easy. Again, I believe I had bananas as the highest, my favorite here. What else do I like? I like watermelons next, and then strawberries, and then maybe I like blackberries are pretty close, apples, and I like clementines, but I'm not big on pineapple, so I don't want to rank pineapple. That's okay too. And that is a ranked ballot. Do keep in mind you can only rank each of these options once. So you cannot double up, it won't let you. You can't rank 2 things at the same rating. But once they're in order, that's it. You submit that off, and it's that easy. And from the voter side, that's about as complicated as it gets, right? It's just ranking order of preferences. All of the actual complicated parts that people bring up when there's concerns about changing systems, when they're not certain, or when certain political actors are wondering or trying to advise that it's not feasible. A lot of that is stuff that the average voter doesn't interact with. The responses themselves here are where things are going to get more interesting. So I'm going to run through it briefly here. However, it's not going to be quite accurate, just because we don't have everything set up, and we only have a handful of responses. Just a moment. So if we look at this from a first past the post perspective, the first tab here is just first past the post. That was that first page, if you remember. That one is just tallying everything up and showing which is the one with the most votes. On the drink side, it seems we actually have a tie, and that's, again, due to the very small amount of responses so far. However, in most places, there will be either a revote in a case like that, or a tiebreaker measure. In this case, our tiebreaker is just whichever one comes first on the ballot. So apple juice, your entire table's getting 1 pitcher of apple juice. Now, keep in mind, 3 people out of the 5 at this table wanted something else. So our first result is already rather disproportional. Our fruit platter, we have strawberries as the only fruit at our first past the post table. Okay? Strawberries has 2. Again, 3 people voted for something other than strawberries. But only strawberries are being served. And that kind of elicits the real issue here, is that over half of people didn't get something they wanted. They don't have options. Now we're just going to look briefly at the other systems here. So alternative vote, the formatting's gone screwy, but that's okay. We still have everything down here. When it comes to the alternative vote, all the votes get tallied, and then round by round, an option gets eliminated. So over here, we see the results. We have 2 for apple juice, 1 for coffee, 1 for tea, 1 for water, and 0 for wine. Wine, eliminated immediately. Nobody voted for it. That gets removed. If we see here, wine was 3rd through 5th rank for a bunch of votes, completely removed. Then we look through again. Okay, what's the next lowest? Well, it's a 3-way tie. Tiebreaker says coffee. Coffee gets removed. Coffee was the 1st rank here. Coffee gets completely removed from... Oop, I messed that up. Just a moment. Coffee gets completely removed from the list. And its vote now gets redistributed to water. So now we have 2 votes for water, which means the next lowest is tea. Remove tea. Its vote gets moved on. What was the tea voter's next vote? Water, which means water is now elected. With that, our total results are 3 votes for water and 2 for apple juice. For a single winner, not the worst, we did manage to get, this time, a result with over half of voters represented. But it's interesting that the one with the most first preference votes, apple juice, didn't get represented at the table. And our table still only has water available. Only one person wanted water the most, right? Following through, we're just going to do the drinks for this brief intro because there's less options, so it works a little better as well with less votes in. If we take a look at those same results under a single transferable vote, we'll notice something different. Again, at this table, there's 3 spots to be won for pitchers of drinks. The amount of votes gets divided across 3 spots. So, in our case where we have 5 votes total, the quota is determined to be 2 votes to secure a seat, which means apple juice immediately gets elected as one of the first options because it has 2 people supporting it. It has roughly a third of votes in favor of it. So one of our pitchers is apple juice, our most popular option. What happens next is it looks if there's any surplus. Any surplus votes from apple juice would be redistributed. It sees that there's no extra votes there. So instead, then it's going to look at what the one to be eliminated is. Okay. My apologies, it seems there is a minor issue with the results with so few votes for this one. I seem to have gotten a minor hiccup with my code here. In theory, it should be choosing a tiebreaker out of these instead of all of these being eliminated at once. At which point it would have gotten rid of coffee. I can just do that manually, I believe. Well. Give me just a moment here, folks.
While we figure this out, I'm gonna let you do this, and I'm gonna do a fundraising ask really quick.
Absolutely.
Okay. Hello, everybody. We're here to make sure that Team Tony is able to, from part, pay off some expenses. And what those expenses are would be, truth is, 133K is how much we needed to raise to just be in the race. And we did do that, but that 133K goes directly to the Central Party. We're not able to use any of that money. 133K, it might surprise you to hear, isn't free to raise. It costs money to raise that money. So we need to pay off a fair bit of expenses. By the time the end of convention hits, when the race is over on March 29th, we need to have raised in the ballpark of around $40,000. And that money goes towards paying off a loan that Tony gave to the campaign, goes towards paying off expenses like the Vancouver debate and the BC tour that we did. It goes towards paying off the expenses incurred even back in November with the Montreal debate. And also we have an email system that is surprisingly costly. So those are some reasons of why we're fundraising today. The goal is to raise $5,000 today by 9 p.m. And the reward is Tony will come onto the stream and do some karaoke. And what karaoke? It's up to you. It's up to you, my friend. Democracy is key. As Joshua's been showing us. And I'm gonna just check in on Joshua. How you doing? Is that?
So I am still having an issue, but I think I've got a workaround. It's gonna be a little annoying, but it is what it is.
Okay. And one thing I'll say actually to folks is I'm just gonna show the chart here. Donations 400 and under, you're getting 75% back for what you give income tax. So if you give, as long as you pay income tax, but if you're giving $100, that only ends up being $25 out of your pocket because you're eventually going to get 75 of that back. And that applies to any donation amount 400 and under. So even if you're given a smaller amount, you're still getting 75% back of that smaller amount. And then if you want to give over 400, I have this chart here. And then it the percentage goes down a little bit, but you're still getting a fair bit back. But yeah, thought it would be helpful to kind of talk about where the money's going. Okay, Joshua, I'm handing it back over to you.
Okay. Give me just a moment. I think I've almost got it fixed. So all I've done here is I've added one more result.
You've put in votes.
I put in one more vote just to fix the logjam, because there is a problem with any election where if you don't have quite enough votes, sometimes things don't work.
So in this case, in this election about food and drink, Joshua did stuff the ballot box, but just with one ballot.
Just a little. Mostly because if you don't have enough ballots for all the candidates, it's hard to make a decision if everyone wants something a little different.
If this election
really, the main thing is, it seems I've forgotten to include a tie-breaking measure when there's a four-way tie. Those kinds of ties become vanishingly uncommon once you have more responses. When I was working with a larger pool of test questions, it was more like 20 responses, and this didn't come up once, which would be why I missed that.
Okay. All right. Okay. I'll let you run us through it.
All right. That should do it. So here we should have as long as I have not perfectly balanced this to continue the issue. There we go. Now it's refreshing. All right, so now we have a couple more votes in. Apple juice is now 4. That means it has a surplus of 2 extra votes. Those votes are going to be redistributed based on what Okay. I may have broken that worse than I thought. Here I go again. My deepest apologies, everyone. I swear this was working with more responses. But this is our first time using this demo, so it does make some sense that if it was going to go wrong, it would go wrong now.
It's always Murphy's Law. It's always it always happens.
Yep.
Okay. All right, Joshua, would you like me to go to Lucas again, or do you want to see if this will work?
I'm just not certain what's... Yeah, I do believe it would be best to tab to Lucas here. Unfortunately, It seems I will have to fix this before the next attempt. However, I can do that, and we can check in later to go over how this works. But the idea would be surplus votes get added, then eliminations happen, then more surplus votes. If I pull in all the results from before, just as a brief check-in, as you can see here, things look a lot different once you have more votes. Here, we had 2 elected right away. The first one, surplus, got moved over. The second one, surplus, got moved over. And that still wasn't enough to win a 3rd seat, so somebody got eliminated. After that, there was 1 more elimination, and we ended up with our 3 seats, which became the 2 highest rated options, apple juice and tea at that time, as well as water, which had the most second vote preference support. So the idea is you have more options, you have better representation, and under this system, I believe that is over 70% represented. Yeah, over 70% of the vote, if I'm counting that right, have people with one of their preferences on the table, even at these very, very low vote numbers, which is a lot more. It's a lot more. But absolutely, thank you for having me on for this brief demo. We can always check back in later as we get more responses, if that would be of interest. I hope this was informative. And now I know what I have to fix before the next version.
Sounds good. Okay, Joshua, we'll see you soon.
Have a great one.
Okay. Oh, wait, now it's, hold on. Okay, just waiting for Lucas. Lucas walked away from the computer, so I'm just waiting for him to come back. I hit you with a fundraising ask momentarily ago, but I'm going to hit you with another one. What? $5,000 by 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Tony will do karaoke. What will that karaoke be? It's up to you. That's all the fundraising ask is, because Lucas is here now. Hello, welcome back.
Hello, good to be back. Thank you. All right.
I think this is your screen, or is this going to be infinite loading? Yeah, it is.
Let me, if I do this, can you see that?
Hold on. Yep. Oh, we're not in Canva anymore.
No, we're
Okay.
switching it up. We're getting fancy.
Okay. All right. Is this Photoshop?
This is GIMP, which is a free alternative to Photoshop.
I've never heard this.
So it's a little more limited than Photoshop, but you can still do a lot of really interesting stuff. So we're using it to color in our picture of Tony here. So the specific thing we need is to only color in the white spots, right? We don't want to color in the black because that's all of our shading. So the way to do that is, I already have it on the mode. So you want your brush on darken only. And because white is the brightest color you can have, any other color will darken the white spots, but it won't darken anything that's black. So we'll start by making his signature green shirt nice and green. And yeah, this is definitely the relaxing part compared to putting the whole design together. But we'll do the shirt and then we'll zoom out and take stock of what we have. And we'll hope to get this done before James Gordon hops on. That's pretty exciting. And I saw Tony was having a great time, it looked like, at his coldest night of the year walk, which is awesome. And I saw a little bit of what Joshua was doing, and it looked super interesting. So I'll have to go back and watch it retroactively, maybe. But so, I mean, this sort of stuff is just purely for fun, right? It's a good way to learn like new skills. This shirt that we're designing is never going to go into print unless we raise like $20,000 this stream. Maybe it'll go into production. No promises. I don't think Keith liked that. But yeah, and why is that not?
I would love it if we raised $20,000. I would love that.
Would the shirt go into production? Can we look into it?
If we raised 20,000 by the end of this live stream, yeah, we could look into it.
Someone clip that. Someone clip that. But yeah, pretty boring at this point here. And I don't have one of those fancy drawing tablets. That would make this a lot easier. But you can always make do with what you have. That's, I'm sure, what Tony would say if he was here. Get all these. If we get a little bit of white, that's okay on the letters, because we'll come back and take care of that. Yeah, just be, just have fun with it. If you're following along at home, if this was a Bob Ross, he would be telling you to make mistakes, right? So, happy accidents. Okay. Last few dots here. And we'll take a look. So, if you're excited for James Gordon, you gotta spam that in the chat. Spam James Gordon. Okay. Now, I think because we're kind of getting the letters green, we'll come back and make them green after. But we'll zoom out, and now he's got his signature green shirt. I think that looks pretty good. What do you guys think? All right. Now,
I think it's fire. Personally, I'm a big fan of the imposed coloring, like recoloring of it is a pretty cool look.
Yeah, I think it looks good colored with the dots. Like, it looks like a comic book or something. Let's do the letters next. And how do we want to do them? Do we want to do them maybe orange to make them pop? Could look good. Turn up our brush size, and this will definitely take some time, but gotta enjoy the process, and good things will come. Good things will come when you enjoy the process. Make it a little smaller. Perfect. Oh yeah, this will look great. And I mean, this is the type of stuff that, will make your riding association stand out, or, if you're on a campaign team, never has to, turn into anything real, but just shows a certain energy. And people like that. People are very receptive to that when you go above and beyond. Okay. Cool. Awesome. Okay. Do. Now, especially when you're doing any sort of painting or, things that it sort of happens in strokes, you want to do kind of short strokes, because if you have to undo, you don't want to undo like 2 minutes of progress where you're holding down the mouse and then at the end you made a mistake. It's not always super easy to erase that stuff, right? So just do nice and short, controlled strokes, and then makes it super easy if you make any mistakes. That's my advice. In general, you don't do a ton of painting like this, but every once in a while, there's a project that needs it. And yeah, makes it look fantastic. Okay. And another big thing is finding inspiration, right? So that could be from other campaigns that you like. That could be from something completely unrelated to politics. I know for this shirt, I was inspired by a designer on Instagram who I think goes by Mind of Noah. He does like football teams t-shirts. And yeah, I mean, inspiration's a major thing. As long as you're not, copying exactly what they're doing. Okay, after the queue, we'll zoom out and we'll take a look at how we're doing. Oops. That's just something AI could never do, right? Because AI doesn't know what it's doing and can't make cool Tony McQuail t-shirts. Okay. Now for this, we gotta get real precise, so we'll zoom in. Perfect. And we'll go all the way down to like a 1. Just to be super precise. And now because we have the green there, the orange won't go over top because it's only darkening, right? So the orange is lighter, and that should keep the green dots protected. Okay. Let's take a zoom out. Oh yeah, that's looking awesome. Nice orange outline. I'm thinking when we come to it, we'll make the Tony itself orange. So let's get this done, and oh yeah. Now some of these dots, I mean, we can come back and paint them green, but you don't have to be perfect. You can leave some white, and it'll still look good in the end, definitely. Yeah, if you're enjoying, remember, we got to reach 20K, and this shirt will hit production. We'll have a pre-order. Maybe, tentatively.
I like the politician talk coming from you at this. Okay, Tony has rejoined us. So let's just join him and see how he's doing on his coolest night walk.
For sure.
Okay. Hi, Keith. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. We can hear you. We just
Okay.
can't see you. Hold on one second.
Okay.
Okay, we can see you.
Okay. Well, I'm here. The Legion is emptying out. People have had a bowl of chili and a hot drink, and it was absolutely full and more people coming in. People are getting their seconds now, but I thought we could talk to some of the people who've been involved. Shirley, can you tell us a bit about this? Here you are. Let's see if I can get the on camera. There you are. Tell us about why you're involved with Coldest Night of the Year and the food box you work on and those sorts of things.
Yes, well, the Coldest Night of the Year helps fund our Kincardine Good Food Box. It's a neighbor-to-neighbor program where we supply boxes to folks that are food insecure right now, and it is our major fundraiser. So it's wonderful when we are able to give fresh produce to people who can't afford it.
So how many people would you be serving in a month?
Each month we give about 80 boxes away, which seems like a lot, but it's amazing the number of people that just can't afford the $25 to buy the box.
And so are you also selling the box to some people to help
Yes,
fundraise
a lot
for
of
it?
people, you can buy a box for $25 and you just pick it up and pay for it and then pick it up. And the more boxes that we have ordered, the better price our driver can get from the terminal in Toronto.
Right, so you're getting the benefit of bulk ordering because some people in the community are buying
it,
and then
yes.
some people in the community who can't afford to still get it
Yes.
that way. So
And all of that fundraising it's all by donation. None of it comes from anywhere else, government or whatever. We have to fundraise everything.
okay, so that sounds like a really good program. And excuse me. So the Coldest Night of the Year really is an important part of your community's service to those who are most in need.
Half of the proceeds here after the expenses are for the United Way, Bruce Grey United Way, and half of them come to us, the Good Food Box.
So it serves both the Good Food Box in Kincardine and the larger community of Bruce County through the Bruce United Way.
Yes, yes.
Oh, that's great. Well, thank you very much for sharing that with us.
Thank you.
Great. Okay. So, as I say, Keith, this is a community project. There were a lot of people walking, and as I say, this room was full. You can see the Coldest Night of the Year picture place where I may get my picture taken with our team before we close it off. So there you have it. A lot of volunteer effort and a lot of good money being raised for the community.
And how was the walk?
Oh, well, it was a lovely night for a walk. A little icy in a few spots, but overall, just lovely. Not a lot of hills, so pretty easy to do. And so in that sense, it was a lovely night for a walk compared with some when we've had snow and blizzards and that sort of stuff. So yeah, it was good.
Great, and I'll just let people know there's a QR code to the right of me, everybody, and then that link is supporting the Coldest Night of the Year. It's not supporting our political campaign; it's supporting the Coldest Night of the Year. That QR code to our right here.
The other thing I should mention for people who don't know the Coldest Night of the Year is this is happening in communities across Canada. It's happening in Toronto. It's really happening in all the major cities and many of the towns. And like in our riding of Huron-Bruce, it's happening in at least 5 different towns tonight. And so I know in Huron, I think the major portion goes directly to the United Way because it serves so many different organizations under it. And as you've heard here, it both is split between the Kincardine Food Box and the United Way. So, it's community reaching out and supporting those in need when, we're in a situation where government seems, and those who have the most seem least willing to care for those who have so little. As I was saying, my father used to say that money's like manure. It does the most good when you spread it around. But he also said, the problem with money, the trouble with money is you can always want more. And as an accountant, he dealt with some pretty rich people. And I think he saw greed and uncaring at times that really disturbed him in his occupation. Because we are an incredibly rich and wealthy country and society, and we have so much that, to have people sleeping on the streets. And I mean, that's the other thing. Even in our little rural communities, homelessness is increasing and people are on the streets of our small towns and villages. And we can do better. We can do so much better. But this is a way that local communities try and pull together and come together, which is what's the amazing part about community is people want to help, and that's what gives me hope when I'm feeling most despairing, is that people want to make a difference. People want to make a difference about the environment. I just ran into the president of our Huron Bruce Nature Group. She's here on the walk, and so a lot of people in many different aspects of the community, and we were talking with her about the need to multi-solve problems, to have all the different groups who are involved in things working together, because she was looking at a pamphlet I sent her which showed that you working for nature is also working to solve problems like asthma. It's also dealing with the cost of living, because as your environment becomes less stable, your production of food becomes less stable. So there's so many ways in which problems that one group is working on connect with problems that others are working on. And that's why I feel collaboration and coalition building is so important. But I won't take up more of your time. I'll get back.
Don't ever worry about that. This is your show. This is your stream.
Well, they let us come back for seconds on the chili, and it was good chili. So I've got my spoon. I'm going to go back and get a little more to eat, and then head home. And I'll let you know when I'm back, so that if I need to do some karaoke singing, I hopefully will still have some voice.
Sounds good. Okay, we'll see you later, Tony.
Okay, take care, guys. Bye-bye.
Okay. Yeah, and that reminds me. We do have the goal, 5,000. And I'm going to put up the other donation link. Sorry, $5,000, and Tony's going to do karaoke. What karaoke songs? That's up to you. I'm also going to put the campaign donation link in the chat, because I haven't done that for a bit. A little bit about me. I am Tony's campaign manager, and I am the MC for today. But I will be handing off the reins of the stream in about 2 hours. So I'm passing it over to Mason, our BC field organizer. I'm in Ottawa myself, so it's only 6:30. It's not too late yet, but when it gets a bit darker, well, it is already dark. It's wintertime. I'll be handing it off over to Mason. Okay, so I think we're gonna pass it over back to Lucas again, and then in about 30 minutes' time, we are in for a real treat. James Gordon will be coming and joining us and performing some lovely music. James Gordon is the if you don't know, is the musician of Jack's Dream. And also plenty of other songs too. But Jack's Dream is the one I mentioned because it's also Team Tony's official campaign song. So James Gordon will be joining us in about 30 minutes time. So make sure you don't miss that. Anyway, I'm going to pass it over back to Lucas again. Lucas, you're on.
All right, good to be back. Can you see my screen? No?
I see infinite loading. Here, you just, if you want to just share your screen again.
Yeah, here we go. And, what's it doing? Here we go. Can you see that?
Yes, we do. Okay,
Awesome.
I'll hand it off to you.
All right, well, we're pretty much where we left off. I'm still working on these letters. Definitely takes some time, but all good things take time. Isn't that what they say? I think so. So we're on the I. The I is probably the easiest. And then we got the L, and we can move on to something a bit more fun. But it was great to hear from Tony. It sounds like everything's going well with the coldest night of the year. Very important cause, so you know Tony supports it if it's an important cause. Okay. Now, I would love to see him perform Sweet Caroline, personally. I think that would make all my donations worth it. And if you have a special request, make sure that you donate. Because we want to see him perform. Okay. One more letter. This must be tedious for you guys to watch. Okay. And while I'm back, let's spam the chat for our MC Keith. He's done a great job organizing this and, of course, hosting it. So blow up that chat, guys, if you're watching.
Thank you. I love the fact that every once in a while I'll do, because while you're doing this, I just like doing work I have to do, and I hear in the background, can we just spam the chat?
Listen, I used to be a Twitch streamer. I know what I'm doing.
Wait, did you used to? Were you a streamer?
I actually never was a streamer, but I did watch a lot of Twitch.
I had a streaming era when I was like 14.
Yeah, what did you play?
I played Minecraft mainly. I also played this game called Growtopia.
Oh yeah, Growtopia.
Oh my gosh, you know Growtopia? Okay.
Roblox, and I mean.
Yeah, Roblox. I don't think I streamed Roblox. I did play Roblox, but I don't remember streaming it. It was mainly Minecraft, and like niche stuff. Like there was one time where for Halloween I had this idea of, I saw online that like, I don't know if you've ever heard of this like Halloween costume where it's like you just get a door and then you go up to someone's door and you just put your detached door up to their door, and then they open the door, and then it says on the door like, please knock, and then they knock, and then you give them candy.
Wow,
So,
that's meta.
And I didn't have a spare door, so I built a little cardboard house. And I remember I streamed that. I didn't stream the actual going. I did record it though. It's actually still on YouTube. But yeah.
I think we should get Tony playing Minecraft for charity.
That is a good idea, actually. I really enjoyed the Dungeons and Dragons. Tony is a natural at Dungeons and Dragons.
Did you see? It was like the first question that they asked at like one of the recent debates or something, or it was the one where it was him, Avi, and Tennille, I believe.
Oh, okay. I haven't watched that one. They mentioned that?
The first question was about D&D.
Oh.
Which
I
was
mean, I guess that makes sense, because I think Avi has talked about playing D&D, and Tennille and Tony both played it on the stream.
Yeah, that's what they were saying. They were saying Avi's like an avid player or something.
Yeah. I want to be into D&D. I've always wanted to play it, but every time I know somebody who plays D&D, they always assume that I don't want to play. Actually, okay, though, I say that. I do say that, and recently my friends invited me to play D&D, and I've been too busy with the campaign that I have not been able to go once.
I see.
So perhaps maybe that is the reason why I haven't been invited to D&D, is I'm too much of a workaholic. But okay. Alrighty, so I'm going to pass it back to you. My mom is donating $25, but I have to be the one to process the donation for her. So I'm going to do that.
Sounds good. Well, we're still coloring away. Now, I'm not sure if we'll finish this in time, but hopefully. So we can see a finished product. All right. Okay. Now, Tony in his D&D era was pretty iconic while we're talking about D&D. So, Wizard Tony, I think, should make a comeback. So we'll see if that's in the cards anytime soon.
It's funny that you mentioned Wizard Tony should make a comeback because I actually still have the. I don't think this one isn't the one that you made. I think it's the one that, or maybe it is. Did you make this? No. It's just on the screen right now.
Okay,
I'm realizing you can't actually see it, but
I've not seen that. That's pretty good.
I forget who made this, actually. I thought it was you, but now I'm looking at it, and I know it was not you. I think maybe it was Trevor. But anyway, yeah. I guess that's not even Wizard Tony. That's
Barbarian Tony.
It's this one. It's this one I'm thinking of. Yeah, okay. I still have that graphic up. There's Wizard Tony.
Oh, where did my thing go? There we go. Lost my window for a moment. All right. Now, the nice thing about Tony's hair is that we don't have to cover it. Don't tell him I said that. So we have his hat to do. We have the quail, which will be interesting. And we have Tony itself. Oh, we got to do his neck, too. So, everyone spam what their favorite part of the stream so far has been. I know we still have a lot coming up, but let's get active in the chat. I can't see it, so maybe you guys are active and I'm just missing it. What color should we do for the Tony as well? That's an interesting question. We could do orange, but we already have a lot of orange going on, so maybe we want something else. And a hat is maybe like that. Yeah, that's perfect. And we can take a zoom out and see how things are looking. Okay. Awesome. And now if I'm really smart, we could do maybe a bit of an orange reflection on the brim of the hat here. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Let's roll with it. Okay, and then the underside of his hat, I'm thinking has to be something a little darker. Although, yeah, we'll do it a little darker. And this is a rule I learned in a random art class, but when you go for a lower color, you want to darken it, but also increase the saturation. Let's see. Oops. Is that dark enough? Hopefully. The good thing is because, again, we're on darken mode, we can go light and come back and darken it until we get the color that we want. But I think this is going to look pretty good. Probably make my pen a little bigger. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Okay. Oh yeah, that looks awesome. Perfect. And now I'm gonna have to pull up a reference image of a quail because I don't know what a quail quite looks like. So I'm sure we can figure it out. Wow. This could be the best thing I've ever made, guys. All right, let's yeah, I like that orange outline. Let's do a little more of that if we can. Hopefully we're able to. Let's see. Yeah. And then we can even do a little bit up here. Oops, don't want it on the bird. Let's see. Perfect. Okay. Let's see. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That looks perfect. Okay. What are we thinking for this Tony? Well, let's do this first. This can be orange. Just a nice big brush, and we'll go all the way across. Awesome. Okay. Let's try a green for the Tony and see if it's like visible enough. It might be a little dark.
What if instead of a t-shirt, this was a fridge magnet?
What's that?
What if instead of this being a t-shirt, it was a fridge magnet? Because it's also the shape of a fridge magnet.
Sorry, of a what?
A fridge magnet.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. You can do a fridge magnet.
Or a mug, actually.
I mean, we could just plaster it everywhere.
True.
No, I'd like a fridge magnet. You don't see many campaigns making fridge magnets.
Yeah, and honestly, if any campaign were to make a fridge magnet, it would be our campaign. It would be Team Tony.
You know what else? Bumper stickers.
Bumper stickers?
Not this design. And we're also a little anti-car, maybe.
Yeah, I feel like more of like a bumper sticker for Keith 2.0 just joined. What does that mean? I think more like a bike bumper sticker, but I don't even know how that would work.
Like on your helmet, maybe?
Oh yeah, true actually.
I don't know. And it encourages you to like wear your helmet too.
Also, this could also be a good sticker too. That would be cheaper to produce than a fridge magnet.
Yeah, that's true.
And I would proudly put this on my laptop.
Hopefully, I can get the quail right. I am not familiar with what quails look like. So, and I know they're a little complex. So we'll see. And how does that look in green? I think the green looks pretty good. Like it's a nice contrast from the orange. And then let's see how this Y looks, maybe. Okay. Oof. Okay. The Y looks a little odd, but that's fine. Do that. Okay. Ooh. It's odd. Okay, let's zoom out. Yeah, that's looking awesome. Okay. Okay, let's figure out this this quail. Let's pull up the original and let's use that as some reference. But yeah, guys, remember that it is a ranked choice ballot. So even if you you like Tony a lot, but you're worried maybe about strategic voting or throwing away your vote, you don't have to worry about it. It's a ranked choice ballot. So throw Tony up at the 1, and then maybe your second favorite, who might have a bit of a better chance, but they're not Tony, right? Okay, so it looks like this part here is brown, and there's definitely a lot of white on it. Okay, cool. Let's start with like an orange part for the under, like another little reflection. And I want to deselect. Okay. There we go. Okay. And perfect. Okay. Then we'll do the brown part. It's sort of like it's an interesting brown. Like a golden brown almost. Oh yeah, that's perfect. And then the brown sort of goes up onto the wing, doesn't it? That's interesting. But not all the way, just part of the way. Like that, yeah. Okay, interesting. And then looks like that color sort of comes back here, but it's more of a shadow color, so we don't really want it there. And let's grab this color. We want like the light color, like that, yeah. It's almost like a medium gray. Interesting, okay. And then here, a better artist would be doing like a gradient or something, but That's too complicated for me. I don't know how to do that. That's sort of, yeah. And then we got to check what color these feathers are. Yeah, they're sort of a light. Okay, interesting. You know, let's just do it all the same color and see how it looks. We can always change it up. The nice thing about this sort of the duotone with the dots is you don't have to worry about shading. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good actually. Yeah, why not? Okay, where else? Up here is that same color. I mean, the whole bird's almost the same color. With that, yeah, okay, interesting. Learning a lot about how quails are colored here, which is, you know, something you wouldn't expect, but my segment's been very unexpected. Okay. Yeah, all the light spots are kind of the same color. Interesting. And do we have any bird experts in the chat? If you are.
Laura, if you're still watching, this is your time to shine.
Laura's a bird expert?
Laura majored in zoology.
Okay. Well, that's a bird expert.
Oh, let me. Okay, I think.
Now I feel like I've been mocking this bird here. Okay, let's see. Getting close to the finish line here. I think just in time for James Gordon to take over, but we gotta finish it up. Okay, perfect.
The verdict is in. Laura says it looks fire.
It looks fire. Thank you. Is that bird terminology?
Well, I think if a bird is on fire, that's bad.
Yeah.
But and also says someone needs to hire Lucas.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. Wow, you've done I've never seen you seen your process of actually other than in Montreal. I saw a little bit of your process.
Yeah, you saw my on the road process.
But
this is different, definitely, than my normal process.
This is awesome. I maybe not on a shirt, but I do think we need to put this on something.
I'll hold on to it. I'll make sure to save it, and we can discuss where it ends up.
Yeah, because it's a really cool design, and frankly, whatever we print it onto, I would like one. This is sick. Okay, and we're now on Instagram as well. And I do see people entering the Instagram chat. So for anyone who has questions in the Instagram chat, feel free to put in the comments. We're also, if you'd like to see this on a bigger screen, we're also on YouTube. If you just type in on YouTube, and also there's links all around our Instagram of it. But if you go on YouTube and look up Tony McQuail live stream, it's probably gonna be the first thing that comes up. Or you can watch from Instagram if you prefer to see it from the smaller screen. Okay, so your segment's almost up, Lucas.
Well, I think we're done. So that's perfect. Perfect timing.
No, this is sick. This is awesome. I think this is And I like the Tony McQuail this way. The McQuail gives like 2008.
It almost gives Lightning McQueen.
True, actually, it does. And you know, I think when did Lightning McQueen came out? I feel like, or whatever it is, Cars release. It was 2006. 2006, so close. Okay, so we're in for a little I'm not going to say a little treat, quite a big treat. James Gordon is going to be joining us. And I see that James is ready. So Lucas, thanks so much for letting us into your process.
Of course.
This was this one. I liked both of the graphics you did today, but this one's really cool. I like the amount of detail you went into.
Thank you very much for having me, and I hope that we can see Tony do some karaoke later.
Me too. Remember, everybody, 5,000 by 9 p.m. You're gonna see Tony doing karaoke. Okay. Alrighty, now it's just me. All right. So I'm gonna bring on James. Hello, James. How are you?
I'm well. Can you hear me fine?
Yes, can hear you great.
There we go.
Amazing. Okay, I'll hand it off over to you.
Thank you very much. That was a very nice quail lesson I was overseeing there. Very cool. So yeah, James Gordon here. I'm coming into you from Guelph, Ontario, and I got a few songs to sing for you. The online performing is a very odd process, so I'm encouraging you to. This song is a sing-along. I won't be able to hear you, but answer every line I sing to you, and it kind of. Oh, you don't have your harmonicas. I've got one. It's like this, and we'll see how it goes. Well, it wasn't made for you. It wasn't made for me. It was made for who is at the top of the heap. Well, now listen to me when I say the system isn't broken, it was made that way. The system isn't broken, it was made that way. Well, it isn't fair, not supposed to be. They don't care about you and me. Well, now listen to me when I say the system isn't broken, it was made that way. The system isn't broken, it was made that way. Well, you think your social fabric has been torn. It was ripped right from the start. From the story day that you were born. It's meant to keep us and them apart. Well, now the system isn't wrecked, 'cause it was meant to protect the 1%. Well, now listen to me when I say the system isn't broken, it was made that way. The system isn't broken, it was made that way. Well, it was built to last by the upper class. Built on greed, not democracy. Wasn't built with proportional representation, was it? I think that's what we're working on with Tony's help. Well, it wasn't made for you. It wasn't made for me or for Tony. There we go. I hope you sang along. Yeah, and I think one thing all of us NDPers are hoping is that we can be the facilitators for the systemic change that we need. And I'm going to go straight to, I'm going to switch guitars for you here from my wall of wonders. I'm sure it's come up today, but was pretty shocked, as probably a lot of you were, to see the instant automatic approval that Prime Minister Carney gave to the attacks on Iran without even any public input about that. So I think that guy is a little bit too eager to suck up to the crime syndicate in the United States. And this is about what got that orange fellow elected. And there's a co-write with Globe and Mail reporter Andrew Coyne. It goes like this. Except I think, because I don't know all the words, you don't either. I'm going to use my glasses. Nothing mattered in the end. The unfathomable ignorance, the selfishness, the arrogance, claims made with no evidence. Nothing mattered in the end. The malevolent, probable dementia, the malevolent intention, lies the insurrection. All his henchmen, all the yes-men, grifters, gangsters, thugs and crooks. His flim-flam scams, the smudge he ran, the way he cooked the books. His obsession for revenge upon his many enemies. America took a good long look and they said, yes, please. And they said, yes, please. And my point in singing you this song is that why do we have to say yes, please to all that too? We have the power to say no. Nothing mattered in the end. The rapes, the misogyny, the homophobia, the bigotry, his penchant for autocracy. Nothing mattered in the end. His dangerous defiance, his denial of science, his Putin and Musk alliance. The way he managed to convince his cult to swallow his baloney. The way his so-called policies will only help his toady cronies. The way he showed such cruel disdain for our democracy. America took a good long look and they said, yes, please. And they said, yes, please. They raised up an orange idol, a red-hatted anti-hero, handed him the keys to Rome so he could be their hero. Played them all for fools and talk of cheaper groceries. America took a good long look and they said, yes, please. And they said, yes, please. No, thank you. All right, thanks. And yes, please, join in when you can. See what I got next for you here. Oh, sorry, that puts my hand right in his face, doesn't it? Okay, switching guitars again. So I know Tony's been a real champion of being the farmer lad in the group, of exploring different methods around food security and how we can be sustainable in our agriculture. Here's one way that I can suggest helps with our food sustainability and solves another problem at the same time. It goes like this. Well, eggs are out of sight, bacon prices are a fright, like the rest of your groceries. And no one's there to help, you gotta do it for yourself. But how are we supposed to eat? Here's something for your diet, I encourage you to try it, you'd be doing us all a favor. Go ahead and try a bite, I think it's something you would like, with some ketchup for the flavor. Eat the rich, they're very tasty, they were raised on caviar, and you can make them in a lovely pastry or cook them on the barbecue. The poor are just too bony and the rich are rich in fat. They're so full of baloney, they're good for all except Jack Spread. Eat the rich. Well, even beans and rice are an awfully high price. You can't afford them on a minimum wage. But try a billionaire, they're quite yummy paired with a decent Chardonnay. Chewing on the greedy when too many are so needy, it seems alright to me. They raise the cost of your food, so it's only fair, dudes, if you like well done white meat. Eat the rich, they're appetizing, though they're filled with preservatives. They're soft and it's quite surprising how nice they are when switched through a sieve. They're really quite delicious in the hands of the right chef. Clean up all the dishes, eating Elon, Mark, or Jeff. Get out your knives and forks now, go team. And even though they're filled with crap, they're an excellent source of protein, and you help eliminate the income gap. Eat the rich, they're really scrumptious in a casserole or a bun. And even though they're all so unctuous, having one for dinner is quite fun. A Fortune 500 cookie comes with every meal. In our billionaire cookbook, we show you how to get them finely peeled. Eat the rich. Yum, yum. There you go. The rich. Okay, oh, another guitar switch for you. Sorry about that. I think what we're seeing today in Iran and in policy that I'm again disappointed that our liberal government is supporting a lot more of this foreign policy of empire building by the United States is based around oil. So we can't forget that that's probably part of the actions today. So very pleased that there are quite a few of the NDP leadership candidates who are really advocating for getting off the oil as a way to be more sustainable. That's what this song is about. It's called Gotta Get Off the Oil. And the willing acceptance of the corporate domination of pipelines is quite baffling to me. Well, I might as well admit it. They said I am hooked. Sometimes I don't get it. If I take a look at myself, take a look at myself, you know I gotta get up, gotta get up, gotta get up, gotta get off, gotta get off of the oil. Just because you won't use it, when it all began, now I'm a substance abuser. Things are out of hand, now it's first thing in the morning. It's the last thing that I do. I ignored all the warnings. Black tide on the bayou, I might as well admit it. They said I am hooked, maybe I don't get it. But if I take a look at myself, take a look at myself, you know I gotta get off, gotta get off, gotta get off, gotta get off, gotta get off of the oil. It's in my water, it's in my food. Yeah, I breathe, I need that food. So desperately am I drive my car all night to have it feel no home. Just let me have it, and I need my fix. And I need it today. BP is my dealer. They're making half a basket pay. Oh, half a basket. Oh, half a basket. Oh, half a basket. You know I gotta get up, gotta get up, gotta get up, gotta get up. I gotta get off the oil. We got to do it. Thank you. Open this back. Okay. Alert. I'm not sure how loud this is on YouTube, but it's getting out the banjo now. I wrote this song a number of years ago after a great activist movement of Occupy Wall Street, and it was Occupy Toronto too. Remember that? And it really pointed to the fact, and I think Tony's campaign and the party would be in agreement that too often, and as the policies with our government right now and around the world, we kowtow to the 1%. We forget that we're the 99%. We have the power. We just have been disabled in our ability to use it. So this is called We're the 99. Well, is it too much to ask when it's time to go to bed? There's a meal in your belly and a roof over your head. Is it too much to expect in the morning when you rise that the sun's shining down? Find some hope in your eyes. This country is rich. We know this to be true, but that wealth is in the hands of the fortunate few. So there's a new conversation in the Global Cafe. Let's all sit down together, find a better way, find a better way. Is it too much to ask for a job with a wage? It gives you a chance when you reach your old age. Is it too much to wish for a system that's fair, that shows a little compassion and a willingness to share? This country is rich, we know this to be true, but that wealth is in the hands of the fortunate few. So there's a new conversation in the Global Cafe. Let's all sit down together, find a better way, find a better way. And I've been really pleased with how much Tony is showing us that better way. Oh, so should those few be rewarded for their selfish greed, when the rest of us struggle for basic human dignity? That's the question before us. Now is our time to let our voices be heard. We're the 99. This country is rich. We know this to be true, but that wealth is in the hands of the fortunate few. Now there's a new conversation in the Global Cafe. Let's all sit down together, find a better way, find a better way. That's what we're all doing on this call. Looking for that better way. Thank you. Okay. Got my time here. Here's a song that was written after noticing this seems to be a major conversation point with everyone that I encounter when I'm on tour. Noticing the lack of government help at all levels in just trying to make ends meet, trying to make our way in this worried world. People are realizing that we have to look out for each other now, and we kind of lost track of that in this consumer capitalist world. I think we made an assumption. So we're learning, and that's the lesson here, that gathering in community is going to be what helps to get us through. And Tony and company are all about celebrating and rewarding community. So I live in a neighborhood in Guelph here called The Ward. Real nice mix of people. And this is kind of the way I hear them talk around here. Well, that's more like playing the harmonica, but you'll hear them talking. I could give you $50 for those snow tires on your lawn. Looks like there's a couple winters worth of tread left on. And I'll give you 50 more when the bogey check comes in. Since they closed the plant, you know, me and the times are thin. Hey, Jeremy, it's scaring me. Looking at the news, it's the worst I've ever seen, and I'm a man who paid his dues. If there's anything you need, feel free to come around. Buddy, we've got to look out for each other now. I'm new to the table, I've been doing odd jobs here and there. Roofing, drywall, small engine repair. And I admit sometimes I've scoffed a little copper wire too. What would you do if you was in my shoes? Hey, Jeremy, it's scaring me, looking at the news. It's the worst I've ever seen, and I'm a man who paid his dues. If there's anything you need, feel free to come on round, buddy. We've got to look out for each other now. Yeah, we've got to look out for each other now. Well, Sadie, she's been walking dogs, cutting hair, cleaning house for that rich dude who lives over there. And is that a plow in your garage? Well, bro, I got my truck. Cold weather, we could get together, make a few bucks. Well, look around, this poor old town going to pot. Don't you fret, don't forget one good thing we still got. Friends and neighbors sharing labors, helping each other. Try to divide us, we're all sisters and brothers. Hey, Jeremy, it's scaring me, looking at the news. It's the worst I've ever seen, and I'm a man who paid his dues. If there's anything you need, feel free to come around. Buddy, we've got to look out for each other now. Yeah, we've got to look out for each other now. There you go. I believe that is a true thing I've just said. We must look after each other. I've got one more song to sing for you. Really appreciate you joining me this evening. and all the best with what's coming up. It's a pretty cool event you've put together here. So I'm going to end with a request from Tony. And thanks for the invite. Some of you will recognize this. This is Jack's Dream, written and inspired by, including a lot of the words of that famous last letter that Jack Layton wrote to Canadians before he passed away. And that's a few years ago now, but I think that it stays very current. The message stays very relevant. So let's all take his words to heart as we move forward. So love is better than anger. Hope is better than fear. Optimism's better than despair. So let us be loving. Let us be hopeful. Let us work to build a world that is fair. Our system excludes many from our collective wealth. Too many homeless, too many in poor health. But if we carry his passion and his values, you and I can make sure Jack's dream never dies. Here's the chorus. Love is better than anger. Hope is better than fear. Optimism's better than despair. So let us be loving. Let us be hopeful. Let us work to build a world that is fair. With our commitment, we can shift society. We can face climate change, poverty. We will succeed together if we try. We can make sure Jack's dream never dies. Love is better than anger. Hope is better than fear. Optimism's better than despair. So let us be loving. Let us be hopeful. Let us work to build a world that is fair. Let us honor that dream, finish the good work that's begun. Don't let them tell you that it cannot be done. Love is better than anger. Hope is better than fear. Optimism's better than despair. So let us be loving. Let us be hopeful. Let us work to build a world that is fair. Thank you very much. Well, I'm an old radio guy, so I like to end right on the nose. So I'll do a part of another song, so I end up right on 7:30 for you here. This is when we're worried about everything's falling, everything's going to hell. We always realize that it's a cycle, and it'll come back. So that's what this song's about. All of our tears, they could fill a stream that would flow to a sea of sorrow. All of our tears, all of our dashed dreams, hard to see through to tomorrow. And we fall and rise, fall and rise. All our and all our minds, calling hope into our lives. We fall and we rise, we fall and rise, fall and rise. All our hearts and all our minds, we call in There you go, everybody. Thanks so much for having me. Onward.
Thank you so much, James. That was lovely as always. I always have a segment when we do these that I'm looking the most forward to, and it was yours today.
Oh,
I was very much looking forward to it.
Appreciate it. Okay.
Have a good rest of your night, James.
Okay, thanks.
Okie dokie. Our next segment is going to be another best Tony moments compilation. So this is just like news clippings and like interview clip, or I just kind of copy and pasted whole interviews into here. So I just have to get it up. So just give me a second. Bear with me for a moment now. Nope, that's not going to work. There we go. Okay.
Let's turn now to Tony McQuail, who is also one of those candidates in the race, and he joins me now. Nice to see you, sir. Thanks for coming on.
Well, it's my pleasure. And I'm glad to be here.
All right.
A farmer for, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say to you, there's 5 of you in that race. Obviously, I just read off those names. Some are better known than you. They've raised more money than you. They've racked up some key endorsements. Why should party members pick you? What's your pitch to members, sir?
Well, my pitch is that as a parent and a grandparent, as a farmer for over 50 years, and as a New Democrat for over 45, there's some really critical things we need to be dealing with. And in our campaign, we're talking about 4 R's: representation, regeneration, redistribution, and redesign. And they're all critical to not only the NDP, but to all of us who live in Canada and around the world. But representation is first on our list, because unless we deal with the first past the post electoral system, we aren't going to get stable governments. We're going to get these phony majority governments that end up controlling Parliament with maybe 38 to 40% of the popular vote. Right. And for democracy to work well, you need everybody around the table in proportion to how the public supports them. So that's the first thing. But I bring a lot of experience and a lot of commitment over the years.
Yeah, speaking of commitment, you've run for the party 7 times, right? Both federally and provincially since 1980. You've seen the party evolve over time. You know, some have said the New Democrats have sort of lost their way. I mean, the fundraising numbers aren't great. Obviously, it's not actually a caucus in Parliament because there's so few MPs. The polling numbers aren't looking so good. Why is the party struggling to connect with voters, do you think, and how can you turn it around?
Well, as I say, I think one of the big aspects is the first past the post system, which has handicapped women and working men since they got the vote after the First World War. Because with first past the post, the more established parties tend to be the ones who win. And so then parties like the United Farmers or the Independent Labour, Cooperative Commonwealth, the New Democrats, and now the Greens, all tend to be badly underrepresented. And when people feel their votes don't count, they either vote strategically or worse, they give up on voting. And that's what we're seeing. Over half the people who are eligible to vote don't vote. And over half the people who do vote don't get any representation because of first past the post and the way it skews representation. So this is a serious problem for the NDP. It's also been a serious problem for the Greens and our predecessor parties. Because if people don't have hope that you can win, they don't vote for you. And so that's why I've been calling for developing a green progressive coalition or collaboration. I'm not saying merge parties, but I'm saying until we get a proportional representative electoral system, which most Canadians want, and that includes Liberals who are disenfranchised in Alberta, Conservatives who are disenfranchised in downtown Toronto, we need a system where everybody's vote counts in every election for representation, and then governments that actually represent a majority of the people in the country rather than 40% that want to go this way and 40% that want to go that way. So that's why representation is so important, and building cooperation and some form of coalition to put forward what I would call a green progressive alternative to the liberals and conservatives.
Okay, I mentioned you're a farmer. You know how important the American market is for farm products. I was looking at the stats today. 60% of agri-food exports go to the U.S. every year. And of course, that relationship is on shaky ground right now. How do you propose we as a country, and if you were to form government, deal with Donald Trump?
Well, I think we have to look to how do we relocalize our food system so that we are really much more self-reliant and not nearly as dependent on export as a major portion. We have to, this is part of the redesign R in our 4Rs, because we need to be looking at trade relationships that are not that are mutually beneficial, that have a cooperative advantage rather than a competitive advantage. And this doesn't happen overnight, but we have to have a clear goal, and that is to be self-reliant in our food and to have trade relationships that are long-term. I mean, the conservatives cut the Canadian wheat board out of the system. Well, that was something that had farmers being supported and government-to-government work that made sure that farmers got a fair value for the quality of wheat that we were producing. And so we need to get back into that kind of, as I say, cooperative advantage in our trade. But we really need to focus in a time of climate crisis and increasing trade instability and saying, do we really want to be that vulnerable? Or do we want to figure out how to create a secure food system that works for Canadians?
You know, historically, there's been this debate within your party about whether you should be kind of the party of conscience, pushing progressive ideas in the House of Commons, maybe pulling the Liberals to the left on some issues. And then there are others who say, well, really, we should try and win. We should try and form government, that should be a top priority. What do you think about that issue? Do you think it's best to be just the guy with the ideas, or should you try and govern?
No. JP, the guy with the ideas who governed was Tommy Douglas, and that's why we have health care. We need to govern. When I ran in 1980 as a young farmer, I ran because I wanted Ed Broadbent to be our leader and as our prime minister, and I wanted the NDP, who were talking about dealing with inflation caused by energy price escalation, by dealing with renewable energy and conservation and efficiency, whereas the liberals and conservatives are saying we're going to fight inflation with high interest rates. And that just jacked up inflation for farmers, for homeowners, for small businesses. We have had the preaching of a capitalist corporate consumerist ideology that we've got to keep growing. We've got to keep growing. What we're seeing is ever increasing inequality in terms of wealth growing, and also incredible damage and growth in environmental damage. So we've got to change, and the only people who are really thinking about are, the NDP and the Green Party, right, and possibly the Bloc Québécois in terms of progressive stuff. We've got our current leadership, whether you call it the 1%, the elite, or the decision makers, have been taking us in the wrong direction from my perspective in terms of environmental health and social equality for all the 45 years that I've been involved. So yes, I don't want to be the conscience, because the other thing that happens is you get something like healthcare because of the leadership of Tommy Douglas and others, and then people who don't believe in it, you've got in Alberta, they're tearing apart the health system, and in Ontario, Doug Ford's starving it. And so, if you don't have a real stake in government, or at least in good minority government coalition, you lose the things that we've worked for. Yeah. It's not about being a conscience and bringing more stuff in. It's about losing what we already have if we don't.
All right, let's leave it there. Tony McQuail, good luck to you, sir. We'll see you on the debate stage later this week. Thanks for coming on.
Okay, well, if people want to see more, our website's Tony McQuail, greenprogressive.ca. We're running a very frugal campaign, but we've had a lot of good support from the other candidates in terms of working together in cooperation, and certainly Tennille. And that's what gives us our strength as New Democrats, is that we do believe in cooperation and working together.
Wonderful. Let's turn to one of those now. Tennille Johnston is another NDP leadership candidate. She's also on the line there, Tony. Thanks, Tony. Tennille, welcome to the show. Thanks for coming on.
Hey, yeah, how are you?
I'm great. Thanks for doing this. So as I was saying to Tony there, it does seem like the NDP, have had a rough road as of late. There's some trouble there with the fundraising numbers. The parliamentary caucus is small. The recent polling numbers must be concerning for you and others. The Liberals are in a dominant position. How do you turn this all around?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say I'm concerned. I think we have a huge opportunity in front of us. With change comes growth, and it's really exciting to actually be a part of this leadership race and have the opportunity to bring some of those new bold ideas to get people excited, to re-inspire our members, and to move forward in a really exciting way.
Yeah, as I was speaking there with Tony, it seems like there is and has been for a long time a debate over what the party should be. Should you be the party of conscience? Should you be that player, that key player in a minority government, pushing progressive ideas, pulling the Liberals to the left? Or should you make a play to try to win power, vie for power and try and win it all? Where do you stand in this debate?
Yeah, I don't necessarily think it's one or the other. Incrementally, as we grow and as we win our seats back, we get our party status and we gain that leverage that we had before, where we literally got the biggest healthcare win that a generation has seen. We do play that role of being the conscience, absolutely. However, we need some really big changes in our country. We need a wealth tax, and we know that the Conservatives and Liberals are never going to do that. And that is something that we have to do from a position of power in order to get those big, bold, progressive changes. We're championing a guaranteed livable basic income. There's no way that the Liberals and the Conservatives are going to support a guaranteed livable basic income, even though we've seen it lift people out of poverty. We've seen it reduce child poverty. We've seen it reduce crime rates. It's such an amazing opportunity to do so much for Canadians. But we know that is an NDP policy that we're going to have to champion, and we're going to have to do it from a position of power. So I don't think it's one or the other.
Fair enough. But how do you deal with Trump? I mean, that is obviously a big factor in all this. It's just so significant, this relationship with the United States. I don't have to tell you that or anybody else. 2 million jobs in this country, either directly or indirectly, depend on trade with the United States. Voters are consistently putting it as one of their top 3 issues. I was looking at polling today. It's right below affordability. How do you handle a leader that is sometimes erratic? What's your proposal to deal with Trump?
Yeah, absolutely. I think our way of dealing with Trump is focusing on ourselves. We need to reinvest in Canada. We have so many assets within our own borders that we don't really harness and we don't leverage for Canadians. Our agriculture industry is amazing, but it's hampered down by our interprovincial food trade barriers. We don't support our farming industry in a good way so that we can develop like co-op farms and support the small farms that are feeding into their little local markets and in places like Moose Jaw. And we really need to look at our country as the asset to us that it is and invest in ourselves. Because when we do that work and we turn those industries into Canada, then we're not impacted as much by the United States. It can get us out of that rut where we're so enshrined and we absolutely depend upon the United States. So we need to invest in Canada. That is how we deal with Trump.
One of those investments is potentially an oil pipeline. As you know, the Prime Minister is leaning into natural resources to try and turbocharge the economy as it grapples with these trade threats. He's backing a pipeline to the Pacific. And there's a reason why. The last one they built, the Trans Mountain, it created some 15,000 jobs during construction. It generated $53 billion in economic activity. But I understand you're opposed to building another one. What would you do instead to stimulate the economy?
Yeah, I mean, we had a beautiful proposal come forward through the Assembly of First Nations that showed about closing the infrastructure gap and what that would do for our economy. And by doing that, how many jobs would be created. We're talking about 700,000 jobs. That's amazing. That's amazing stuff. We have the numbers that proves every dollar that we invest in doing that work, we're going to get 2 out of it at a minimum. So we have other opportunities within our own borders to make really solid investments that are going to allow our economy to thrive, and small investments that we can make as well that are going to do the same thing. If we want to watch our economy get an immediate uptick, why don't we invest in childcare? If we invest in childcare across this country and we target our healthcare workers and enable our healthcare workers that are sitting at home because they don't have access to childcare to go back to work, those folks that have good, awesome paying jobs that love their profession, they're going to be able to use that money to do really fun things with their family and contribute in our economy. But we don't look at investing in childcare that way. We don't look at those really quick moves that we could make that would not only support Canadians to get back into the professions that they love and support our healthcare system. We're looking at pipelines and mines and these really big billion-dollar investments that they're not immediate money. That stuff takes time, and it's so destructive to our environment. So why don't we look for some of these quick wins so that we can do the really amazing things for people in Canada right now and help them just go back to work?
I want to end on this note just quickly. Of course, there's 5 of you in this race. Avi Lewis has raised quite a bit of money. Heather McPherson is a sitting member of Parliament. What's your pitch? Why should party members go for you over the others?
Yeah, I mean, I'm coming in with a very different perspective. I'm a social worker. I'm a millennial. We just broke the glass ceiling and became the first Indigenous person to be on a major party ballot federally for leadership, which is absolutely amazing. And like, this is the stuff that I love to do. I love to do the impossible and show people that there are no mountains too big. We can climb them all, and we can have a thriving Canada that really fits everybody, and we leave nobody behind. So I just bring a very different perspective, and I think people are ready for that, and they're excited about that.
All right, let's leave it there. Tennealle Johnston, NDP leadership candidate. Nice to see you. Good luck.
Bye. Thank you.
Well, my friends, if we are to meet the current challenges as a party, a country, and a people, we need bold change. We need the skills and talents of all these candidates working to rebuild our movement and share our vision with Canadians. This is a lot to ask of one person. Canadian Quakers have gone from having a single clerk to having a clerk's table with a team approach to leadership. And I would suggest, as part of redesigning how we do things, perhaps it's time to have a leaders' table to share the work and the wisdom.
Tony McQuail, thank you for joining us.
My pleasure, Michael.
Listen, I want to begin with the last NDP leaders debate in Vancouver, because it was interesting to note, at least for me, that of all the candidates, you were the only one to say that you're in this race to become Prime Minister. The others, to be clear, have that aspiration too, but they were talking more about rebuilding the party. You were talking about running in this moment to be Prime Minister. Do you honestly think that this party, averaging at just about 8% of the polls, has any chance of winning a majority of seats anytime soon?
That depends on what the voters decide to do, and it depends on the vision that we offer them. And the reason I said I'm running to be Prime Minister is when I first ran in 1980, I wanted Ed Broadbent to be Prime Minister, and I wanted the New Democrats to govern. They were the only party talking about dealing with high interest rates as a problem that was not going to solve the problem of energy price inflation, and that we needed to go to renewable energy, efficiency, and conservation. I'm running to be Prime Minister now because for the last 45 years, I've watched our leaders take us down a road of growth, which has been growth in wealth inequality and growth in environmental damage. And we can't keep going down that road. We've got to change direction. Half the people have given up voting. Half the eligible voters don't vote and have given up on politics because the system is not serving them. And half the people who do vote get their vote thrown out on election night because of the way our first past the post systems works, and they get no representation. So we've got broken systems politically, broken systems socially in terms of economic wealth disparity, and a disaster in terms of how we're treating the ecosystem on which all our lives depend. My little cake chart in the back there talks about nature, family and community, then the public sector, then the private sector. And the person who did it, Hazel Henderson, said, you know, the important thing to understand about a cake chart or about a layer cake is that every layer depends on all the layers below it. And we are not serving the family and community layer well in terms of how we're treating people with regard to wealth inequity. And we're certainly not doing a good job of looking after nature, which is what we all depend on.
Okay.
So, you know, I'm running for Prime Minister because I think we need to change that.
Okay, and to that, your campaign does, the platform at least, it does focus on representation, regeneration, redistribution, and redesign, the 4 R's as you call them. And maybe it's worthwhile to break that up a little bit, beginning first and foremost with redistribution, one of the R's that you highlight, because you do campaign on a wealth tax. And right now, given the economic perils that this country is in, the productivity challenge this country has faced for 30 years. The criticism against that is a wealth tax can discourage investors from investing in this country. What do you say to that?
Bullshit. The reality is that people invest their time and effort in our society all the time. And investors, money is an imaginary thing. We don't realize that, but money is a human creation. And maybe if we were denominating things in calories, which are our real measure, we'd actually have an economy that wasn't so distorted. But yes, maybe investors wouldn't invest, but the people who do the work and the resources that we have are still going to be in Canada. But if the investors aren't going to do that, then maybe that's what we need to do through cooperatives, through government involvement. We got through the Second World War because of heavy government involvement in the economy that produced the resources to win the Second World War. We are losing the war because investors are not investing in the things that people need, and they are creaming off. I would say we've been told that the trickle-down theory is going to make life better for us. That is, make the wealthy wealthier, and it'll trickle down to us. As far as I can see, that actually is the suck out and suck up theory. Suck resources and suck our labor, the value of our labor, out of our communities, and suck it up to both the wealthy within Canada and transnational corporations and the wealthy beyond. So, from my perspective, it's not working. It hasn't been working for the last 45 years. And don't keep telling me this is how we're going to solve our problems. The kind of growth we've been being told is going to work for us does not. And I look at
let me jump in.
Okay.
Sorry, just because I don't want to lose time here, but let me jump in because that leads me to another one of your R's, which is redesign. Because you say instead of chasing infinite growth, Canada needs to focus on small scale and sustainable projects, and that housing should prioritize affordable and communal living. So I hear that and I wonder, is what you are asking Canadians to do is learn to live with less?
I say that we learn to live with more quality of life, less consumable products. We've been on the treadmill or the hamster wheel of corporate capitalist consumerism. And, when I see that the number of our billionaires has gone up 1,400%, but the number of people on the street seems to have also gone up that way in terms of people sleeping on the street, we've got a big problem. But no, we live a very frugal life, Michael, but it's a very rich life. Rich life in terms of involvement in our community, rich life in terms of our family, rich life in terms of the, growing a lot of our own food. Now we have that advantage as being farmers, but we can all be much more embedded in meeting our basic needs and having a really rich life without being on this hamster wheel of debt and growth and, got to keep going. Human beings are where we are as a species in terms of having survived because we learned how to care for each other and share with each other. We come into this world absolutely helpless as infants, and because we care for each other, we survive. And because societies have cared for each other and shared with each other, we survived. We need to get back to those values, and we need to stop growing our consumption, both our energy and our resources.
Sorry to interrupt again. So what would you then do in the case of Donald Trump? Because, I'm hearing what you're saying, but without a doubt, trade with the United States, with other countries, that has created growth, economic growth, and wealth in this country. I hear you making the counter argument. No, I am listening. I am listening, and I'm hearing what you're saying. It leads me to my next question, though. So, because right now, so much of the political leadership is concerned about how to deal with Donald Trump. How would you then deal with Donald Trump? If what you're saying is that we need to reassess how we live our lives and what we do, how would you deal with Donald Trump, if at all, then?
Well, I would say the strongest way, I thought when it was first announced that there was this great tariff problem is, okay, let's relocalize our economy. Let's use our resources first to meet our needs as a society. Let's not try and keep growing those needs through advertising and promotion. Let's meet our needs with our resources. And in terms of Donald Trump and his, 51st state belligerence, all that sort of stuff, let's work on developing a non-violent defense strategy of unarmed civilian defense and work to strengthen our communities all across the country.
when Carney talks about nation building and its pipelines, mines, industrial carbon capture, those are planet destroying projects. They're not nation building. I would say if you took the money that they're going to spend on that and the 30 billion or so dollars that we subsidize the oil companies with every year, and we put that into $1 million grants to communities across Canada, just the oil company 30 billion would give 30,000 communities $1 million grants.
So you wouldn't you would not concern yourself with trying to renegotiate a CUSMA? You would just throw that out the window?
Negotiating with Donald Trump is like negotiating with somebody who is, I mean, we already negotiated with him, and now he says what he negotiated with us in the past is no good.
And I hear that, but would you then just walk away from CUSMA then? Would you say that deal needs to go and we need to recalibrate this country without that type of agreement?
We need to recognize that in this climate with Donald Trump, spending a lot of time on that is just going to be probably a waste of time. And what we need to do is say, okay, now, how do we meet Canadian needs with Canadian resources? How do we buffer ourselves from trade with the United States during this period? And yes, we need to look at what I would call not the idea of competitive advantage, but cooperative advantage in our trade relationship with other countries, so that we build strong, mutually beneficial trade. But right now, like if Donald Trump were my neighbor and we'd had an agreement on equipment sharing and they were starting to behave the way Donald Trump is, I would be very much looking at, okay, how can I work with other neighbors and buffer myself by either not needing that piece of equipment, figuring out how to run my operation without that equipment, or how can I look after getting and having control of that equipment within my farm operation.
Okay,
Donald Trump is just so unreliable and so quixotic.
Let me move on to another topic right now, and I mean this respectfully, but national unity will be a big issue this year. Alberta will hold a referenda in October. Quebec could be headed for another referendum on separation if the Parti Québécois wins the provincial election this year. How are you the man to make the argument for Canada if you are, in Alberta's case, campaigning against oil and gas, and in Quebec's case, can't speak French?
Yep. Well, we have a holistic goal for Canada, and using that as the values to which we try and direct the country. And unfortunately, if it had been in place 45 years ago and we've been working toward it, maybe we wouldn't have these separatist tendencies. But in Alberta, oil and gas is not the friend of the workers. It's what they're currently in and what certainly Danielle Smith wants to keep them addicted to, but it's not the path to their future. And it's not the path that's going to be renewable, regenerative, sustainable for Albertans. I mean, they have some pretty good wind and solar renewable energy potential there as well. And in terms of Quebec, I'm not going to be somebody who's glib in French, but I think the vision that we articulate in our holistic goal would appeal to rural Quebecois, urban Quebecois. We've got bigger problems than, the root causes of our problems are how we're using too much energy and too many resources and are destroying our life support system and the planet. And that's a bigger issue than either Alberta separation or Quebec separation. But if we don't address those, they're quite right. They may be able to make an argument that they're better off on their own. But those are things we'll have to negotiate and discuss. And I certainly, if either one decides to separate, then we're going to have to figure out how to do that as amicably as possible and with as little damage to the long-standing benefits that having a connected Canada is. But I think the reality is we'll have to face that when we get there. But the other thing that I bring to it as a Quaker is we are a group that has worked for over 400 years on the concept of consensus and trying to find a way forward that all can agree to. And that's sort of in my long-standing approach to negotiations and dealing with people. And it's one that's respectful and recognizes that we have to listen
not just talk with ideas.
Listen, Tony, I only have a minute left here, but I do want to ask you, win or lose, what influence do you hope to have on the New Democratic Party?
Well, I hope it gets us looking at and talking about what to me are the fundamental issues of our time, which are the growing inequality in the way we distribute the resources and wealth that we all help to produce, and the way that we relate to the ecosystem on which we all depend for our lives. And if we don't do that, none of us are going to come out of this looking well. Not talking about the New Democrats, I'm talking about Canadian society and global society. There are fundamental changes that we are going to have to do as a species, as people, to stay within the carrying capacity of the planet that we all depend on for life. This globe that we live on is the only spot in the whole universe that we're aware of that has biological life on it. And we are not treating it like the precious, miraculous thing that it is. And unless we do, it's going to tell us to give us the eviction notice, because we've cut down its capacity to support my children, my grandchildren, all of the young people in the world. So we need to change our ways, and we've had lots of warnings. They're getting sharper and harsher. And if we don't get smart and stop getting on the corporate capitalist consumer path, we've had colonialism on the planet for 500 years. With a conquest of the planet. Now we've had corporate capitalist consumerism for about 100 years, and we are headed in a really disastrous direction in terms of what we'll have left on this planet.
Tony McQuail, I appreciate the time. Thank you for this.
Well, thank you for the opportunity.
All righty. Now it's the next segment, which is me playing GeoGuessr. I always like this because I can just play. I can play a game. Okay, so give me a second to get it up. So if you haven't been on the previous times I've done this, we're gonna play GeoGuessr, which is it puts you on random part of Street View somewhere, and you have to guess where you are. But for the stream, this is something I really love to play, and I love to play all types of modes of it. But on the stream, I like to do just Canada because I like testing my Canadian geography skills. So let's click play again. Okay. Interesting. I immediately don't know. I'm not a usually there's kind of okay, so we're in a place. We're in a place for sure. I'm thinking either prairies or maritimes. I feel like I've just named a pretty large swath of the country. So we got to narrow it down a bit. Mason doesn't like when I zoom in on like the garbage cans to try to figure out where we are. And I've been did this earlier today. I've been considering whether if I want to respect that, even though I don't think it's cheating. I think it's called playing the game. It's not like what's cheating is Googling. Googling is cheating. So I'm gonna zoom in on the garbage can. But actually, I don't think it's gonna be helpful. Nope, not gonna be helpful. I have no idea. Usually, I have some sort of. This could be Northern Ontario as well, but I don't think so. This is an interesting community. I don't even know. Like, hold on. First, I just want to kind of find my way out of here. Okay, what's that street side look like? Wow. That's really interesting. So that the street sign like this kind of makes me want to say the Maritimes or maybe Manitoba. I don't know why I'm getting a Manitoba vibe too. The streets, like when the street signs are like that, I find they're. Oh, I'm also not going to look at the chat. I had to turn. I realized I had the chat open. I didn't actually see any messages. I don't think anyone said anything, but I'm a rule follower. I think we're in Manitoba. I'm gonna hope that this real estate. Oh, I can't even go that far. I just Google Street View didn't. Oh wow, this is great. This is awful, actually. And I can't. Oh, it doesn't even look like there's an area code on there. I like to find a sign with the. With the phone number, so I can see the area code. Because a little bit about me. I've been a phone fundraiser for quite some time, so I'm familiar with a lot of area codes. The only area codes in this country I'm not as familiar with are in Quebec, because I don't speak French, so I usually do not call Quebec folks. Okay, so I still have no idea. Okay, I am gonna say Manitoba. Feel like that could be wrong. This very well could be the Maritimes, but something in my gut says we're like right around here. Ah! It was Prince Edward Island. This is devastating. This is devastating. All right. It's okay. It's okay. All right. I think this is Ontario. Actually, no. This is not Ontario. These curbs do not look like Ontario curbs. Is there? What does that say? I don't know. This is there a business? I hate when the numbers don't have the area code, because then I don't know where we are. I feel like this could be Ontario, but the curbs are throwing me off, because I don't see these curbs very often in Ontario as an Ontarian. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you're an Ontarian watching this and you see these curbs all the time. But I feel like I only see these rounded off curbs in like Alberta. Actually, I think Alberta has rounded off curbs. I was going to say BC, but I don't actually think that's true. Interesting. Huh. The mystery, is that going to say? Okay, so whatever this place is. Can I see this? Ugh. I don't know that, like right here, that top line seems like it might be the name of whatever place this is, but I can't read it. But also I don't think so. It kind of looks like it. All right. Okay, see, the thing is this does look a lot like Ontario. But this also just looks like bungalow suburbs anywhere. Okay, no, not Ontario. I feel like Ontario does not. Okay, this is Alberta. Wait, okay, hold on. If we can find our way to a major road and that has stoplights, that will help us narrow it down. I'm thinking Edmonton. I'm thinking Edmonton a little bit. I'm gonna be real embarrassed if this is Ontario. Can I see what that says? No, I still can't. I just want to see stop signs, or not stop signs. I want to see stop lights. Give me a major road, please. Please give me a major road. Okay, the more that I'm going around, the more that I think it's Ontario. No, not Ontario. This is not Ontario. I don't know what about this. Wait, is that... Okay, 780. Is that BC or is that Alberta? 7 usually is, if it starts with a 7, I feel like it's usually BC, but, and it's, this particular spot is rainy, so could be BC. But if it is, there's no mountains. So if it is BC, this would have to be like Prince George, I guess, or Quiznow. 7, 8. I think no. I'm okay. I'm definitely taking too much time trying to think of this. I feel like I'm just gonna go for it. I'm gonna go. I don't know. I'm not feeling confident about that choice. I'm gonna go Edmonton. That was the correct choice. I'm glad I didn't fall into the. I saw rain and thought it was PC. Okay. I immediately, just without moving at all, I think this is Ottawa. I'm almost certain this is Ottawa. I'm almost certain I've passed by this place multiple times because I can't think of another place. But also it looks. See, there's a Jean. Okay, no, this is Quebec, probably. But I'm seeing a lot of shawarma. But oh no, there's an IGA, so it can't be Ottawa. Okay, and that is a Quebec election sign if I've ever seen one. I think this is maybe Gatineau. I think this is Gatineau. Yeah, you know what? I'm not even going to think about it. I'm not even going to think about it that much. It's Gatineau. I think it's like up here. Nope. It was. Wow, that's a lot of shawarma places all in one place. I guess it would. Okay. Really interesting. I just have to say, really interesting. We're in presumably the middle of the woods on a highway, and there's a bus going downtown. So we're somewhere in BC, I think. Actually, no, this does not look like a BC bus. We're in Whitehorse. Mason might call that cheating. I call that playing the game. I'm a detective. I look at the bus. It's there. I don't know why I guessed downtown Whitehorse. I could have known that wasn't the case. It was okay, whatever. Next. Ooh. It's another unique street signs that looks like it says exactly, what does that say? Mount Pearl? All right, that is a place I do not know where it is. So this doesn't really narrow it down, unfortunately. City of Mount Pearl. So I think this is either New Brunswick or Nova Scotia. Does that say, that says Ave, doesn't say Rue. So I think we're not New Brunswick. I think we're in Nova Scotia. It's a city? Mount Pearl. Where is that? Where is that? Okay, wait, hold on. Let's look at the geography real quick. Around. Maybe. I think more like here. Mount Pearl. Mount Pearl. Okay, if I can't find Mount Pearl, which I don't think I'm going to be able to find it. Which way are we facing? East? I'm just going to say Cape Breton. arbitrarily. I've done this so many times where I always think it's Nova Scotia when it's obviously Newfoundland. I'm really upset. All right, I'm gonna this round's over. Before starting a new one, I'm gonna look at the chat. I forgot about the stream. Hi, it's GeoGuessr time again. You have a knack for coming exactly when it's GeoGuessr time. Okay, we're gonna do it again. All right, it got to be better this time. Like earlier in the stream, I didn't mention it because I didn't notice. I actually got a high score earlier, not in the last game. The last game was not a high score. So let's try to do that again. So I'd like you to send me some positive vibes. Would be great. Why in the map here do they have a big chunk of Canada just gone? Newfoundland isn't even here. Okay. Immediate vibes I'm getting is Ontario. Actually, like, not really, honestly. Kind of, but like these houses don't really scream Ontario, actually. These houses scream. These houses kind of give a Western vibe to them. Not that one. That one I could see this in but it's more like these ones. Okay, there's a garbage can over here. Recycling bin. Oh, we're in Quebec. We're in Quebec City. That looks like it says Quebec. Okay, I'm pretty sure it does make. I've not been to Quebec City since I was 3 years old, but I do know that it is quite suburban outside of the downtown. So we're gonna go here, and okay, it was the other side of Quebec City, but hey, that's not bad. That's not bad. Let's go to the next. Okay, so immediate vibes I'm getting. So there's a back alley or whatever you call them, back road, not back road. They're like, I forget. But I BC is where I know they have them the most. But I don't know if this is giving BC. No, it's giving Regina, Saskatchewan. Giving Regina, Saskatchewan. I have no idea where. Okay, that wasn't bad. That wasn't bad. Let's do it again. All right. I think we are in. I don't think we're immediate reaction. I don't think we're in Ontario. Let's turn around and see if I got proven wrong. I think we are in Ontario. I changed my mind. I think we're in Ontario. Yeah, we're definitely in Ontario. Oh. In fact, this is okay. This car is in the way. 905. We're in Oakville, or we're in Burlington. These okay. So I actually might be able to get us right on the nose here. Let's do that. So that's Ninth Line. That's Eglinton. Okay, so not Oakville. I don't think Eglinton goes. And also, we don't have in Oakville. I grew up in Oakville. Don't got blue signs in Oakville, but you know what does have blue signs? Burlington, right next door. So let's go over to Ninth Line if they have that. I thought Ninth Line. Oh, there's probably multiple ninth. We're definitely a GTA, but there's probably other suburbs that have a ninth. Okay, I know Oakville has a Ninth Line, but I don't think the signs are blue. So maybe this is Mississauga. Actually, come to think of it, because the lines go The number gets larger the more west you go. So maybe then that's Winston Churchill. I thought ninth line is in Oakville, but then I think eventually when you go north enough, I haven't lived there for almost a decade, so excuse me. Okay, 8th line. There's 8th line. Where's 9th line? Is that 9th line? That's 9th line. Okay, let's go up 9th line. Make our way up. William Halton. Fun fact about the Halton region, actually. William Halton here never stepped foot in North America. William Halton, his job in the UK was to map all of the property lines and like name all the places in the colonial territories. And then he decided that he'd name a whole region after himself, and he never stepped foot here in his whole life. Okay, we're going up to Eglinton. Oh, okay, so this is Mississauga, so that would make sense why. Oh, but this might fall apart if we don't run into Eglinton. I wonder if it. Keep going. Nope. This is fun to watch, right? You love watching this. I'm sure you do. Okay, I think that's Derry. Nope. Keep going. You'll get there eventually. 9th line. Keep it. Okay, that's the highway. That is not Eglinton. That's Steeles. Okay, so I think I've missed it. Unless. Okay, nope. 9th line continues. We keep going. We're going to get there. Eventually. I'm starting to lose hope. I don't think we're going to find Eglinton. Oh, wait. Can I know what the street's called, please? Okay, Tenside. That's not. No. Okay. We keep going. Don't lose hope. We got to keep the hope going. Wait, this is no longer 9th line. Okay. So that was a whole waste of time. I'm just going to do this. It was all the way down there. I think I missed it. Well, that was anticlimactic. But hey, we pretty much got it. Cool. Okay, wait, and also I saw that somebody in the chat said this is Orleans. It was not Orleans. I just looked at the chat in between by mistake. I'm not a cheater. Speed bumps. All right. So we're definitely in BC. There's no doubt about it. This is BC. Never seen a more BC looking place. Question is just actually the main question is, are we in Vancouver or no? Wait, that sign would have been really helpful if it didn't disappear. 778. Is that a Vancouver area code? The neighborhood is watching. So I'm thinking. I don't think so. Okay, if this is Vancouver, it's not actual Vancouver. It's a suburb of Vancouver because Vancouver street signs are black. So if we are in the Lower Mainland, we're in like Surrey or something. But actually, I kind of feel like we might not be in the Lower Mainland. North Shore Alliance Church. So this could be North Van. I'm actually starting to think this is North Van. Yeah, I'm feeling like here. Is this anything gonna be helpful? No, not really. Not particularly. I'm pretty confident about this being North Van, I think. Actually, wait, hold on. This says an address. Oh, this is North Van. Actually, okay. Let the record show I already knew it was North Van before I saw this sign. This only confirmed it. I don't know where exactly we are in North Van. I'm just gonna kind of go like here. Okay, I could have gone closer, but I was correct. Okay. We're in BC again, I think. Actually, maybe not. I don't know what about this house made me think that maybe this isn't BC. Actually, wait a minute. Are any of these... No, actually, I don't think this... These are not mountains. These are big hills. Yeah, no. We're not in BC at all. I think we're on the opposite side of the country. This is probably the Maritimes. I feel like it could be Newfoundland because I got messed up last time. But also, I'm kind of feeling... I don't know. This also could be Northern Ontario. Is this an American? Oh, okay, that's looks like looks like a Newfoundland flag. This, you know what? The more I'm looking around, this is giving a Newfoundland energy. Where are we in Newfoundland? I couldn't tell you. But I do think we're in Newfoundland. Can we see this sign? Yeah, that's a Newfoundland name. Gary Bishop. We're going Newfoundland. I'm going to go St. John's. There's a possibility that it might not be St. John's, but yep, it is the other side of the province, but at least I actually got the province accurately this time. Newfoundland is the only province that I have not visited. Okay, I see mountains again. I see a street sign, Deer Ridge. Okay. I'm realizing that we might not have enough time to do all of the... You know what? We're going to speed run it. We're going to speed run it just for the sake of time. There's mountains, but I don't think this is Vancouver. 250 is the area code. Interesting. We're just going to go like here. It was West Kelowna. All right, let's see what we got. Ontario. I think it's Ontario. I think we're in Ontario. This is definitely Ontario. What color are the street signs, though? This is not Ontario. This is not Ontario. Yeah, I don't believe this is Ontario anymore. I don't know. But it looks so Ontario, though. To me, Ontario is suburb. But everywhere has suburbs. But, huh. No, this isn't Ontario. This is... No, this isn't. This is going to be like Alberta or something. Oh my God, did you see? That's... The school disappeared. The school... Oh, and it's back. DDSB. Oh, we're in Oshawa. We are in Ontario. All right, cool. We're just gonna go here. Good enough. All right, let's do another one. Okay, we got 2 minutes. We got 2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Beat the clock. Beat the clock. Okay, they got pizza here. Okay, they like eating pizza. They speak French here. We're in Quebec. I don't know where in Quebec we are. Oh, it says. It says on these street signs. Too bad I can't read them. Okay, let's just look around. No, I don't think this is Montreal. Okay, I give up. I'm gonna go like, I think we're like, here. Okay, a bit further, but honestly, that wasn't that bad. Okay, and we're in Ontario. I think this is Ontario. Actually, no, maybe not. No, I don't like. I mean, this could be like Sudbury. Kind of looks like this. No, this is not. This is Manitoba. You know what? I'm just gonna kind of throw a guess out there. I think Bordersloe Prairie. Nope, it was Nova Scotia, and it was like Halifax. Or actually, no, that's on the Dartmouth side. Okay, it is the last. Oh wow, I'm unaware of what this of where this could be. Maybe this this will help me. Think.choose.do. So I don't think that is a place. Okay, so I give up on that. Okay, we're seeing yellow. Yellow fire hydrant. What did it mean last time? It was Saskatchewan, right? I'm gonna go Regina. It was Saskatoon, but hey, I at least got the province. Okay, we're done. And then you know what? I'm great timing too. So let's stop sharing. You're gonna see all of me. Hello. Okay. Has Chris joined yet? Chris has not joined us yet. Mason, I'm gonna bring you on to kill time while I reach out to Chris. Oh no, we're good. Hello, Chris. How are you? You are muted. By the way, we have 30 minutes to talking to the audience, not Chris. We have 30 minutes to raise $5,000, and then Tony will do karaoke on the live stream. So if you want to see that, feel free to chip in.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Great. I was so
Okay.
confused about where the link was, but then I just checked my email. It's like it's always the most obvious place. You at least check.
I should have done a better job of making sure people knew to check their emails because it happened. It's happened 3 times today.
No, you've done an incredible job, Keith. You're an incredible organizer. Everybody's super impressed with all the work that you've been doing, and we're super impressed with Tony and his campaign that he's managed to pull out in this last months. And yeah, donate. I gave $100 today. Everyone should do the same. Don't forget to donate so that we can continue to have Tony McQuail, Green Progressive, on the ballot all the way to Winnipeg.
Oh, and someone scanned the QR code, so good job there.
Of course, don't stop donating. There's never a bad time to give, and there's never going to be a reason why they can't use more money. Because more money means more people we talk to, and more people we talk to is more progressives in Canada. So the more money you give, the better it is for everybody. So if you can scan that QR code right now and give more money, do it.
And okay, so before I pass the reins to you, one thing I'll just let everyone know: I am signing off for the night, and I'll be handing the reins over to Mason, and Mason will be hosting for the rest of the night. The live stream will be going until at least 1:30 a.m. Eastern time, and I'll still be paying attention, but I am tapping out for the day. So Chris. Have a good segment, and the rest of you watching, have a great rest of the stream and the rest of your night. Have a good one, everybody.
Thanks, Keith. Hey, everybody. I'm Chris. For those of you who don't know who I am, I have been in the NDP sphere for a while. I've worked at the federal party. Right now, currently, I work at the provincial party in Ontario for the amazing and wonderful Alexa Gilmore in Parkdale High Park. If you guys know Alexa, sign off in the chat. I'm sure only good things about her will be said because she's incredible. And so what I wanted to chat with everybody about today is video. And so a lot of us here are campaigners, are people that do progressive initiatives, that work on getting our voice out there. And I'm sure that a lot of you guys know that the way that we get a lot of our voices out these days is through social media and digital communication. And where that primarily shines these days is in short form video. And so I want to talk a little bit about that, the importance of short form video, and also like if we're going to do it, how do we do it well? How do we not be cringe? How do we, be successful and have campaigns that inspire? And so I have a little PowerPoint, but it's not too much. So forgive me if it's a little short, but I'm also open to taking a bunch of questions. And this will work this will be like a workshop. So if you have questions, comments, concerns, things that you want to talk about, if there's video and people that are doing digital communication that has really inspired you, sound it off in the chat, and we'll talk about that. And we'll give the good, the bad, and the ugly of video. And so let's start here, and let me see how I can set up my screens so that way I can still look at the chat. So give me a quick second, everybody. I also want to see me in case my cat jumps up or something, and then I have to act quickly to get him out of frame. Cool. So let's talk about short form video. So my name is Chris Chow. A little bit about my background. Right now, currently, I do social media and digital communications in my role in the provincial party. But I have a degree from Carleton University in media production and design. And I've done a few short films in my time and other things within the filmmaking sphere. And so this is all sort of in the realm of merging these ideas of creative storytelling with political organizing. So that is a little bit about me. So we can talk about one thing that's super important when we're talking about these initiatives to do short form video is that a lot of this got a lot of momentum, a lot of popularity from, of course, Zoran Mamdani in New York. Everyone knows about his story. He had a really engaging social media presence that gravitated, that brought a lot of gravitational pull to him. A lot of young people got activated from his content. I know I was a big fan of Zoran all the way back in the day when he was making videos for the Gravel Institute, when nobody knew about him, and he was making these explainer video about Red Vienna all the way back, maybe it was like 2018 or something. And so one of the things that's important to remember about Zoran is and short form video altogether is that we should never, ever, ever prioritize style over substance. This is something that I think a lot of people get lost in, that Zoran won because he had flashy, engaging videos. Even, we can look at this clip that I just put down here of Cuomo. Oh, sorry, I'm not even sharing my screen. I'm sorry, guys. That must have been very confusing for everybody. Wait, let's see if I can do it with audio too. Yeah, I was showing a PowerPoint this whole time.
I'm hopping on for a second because I'm realizing we need to give you permission to share your screen.
There we go. Okay.
Okay. There
we go. Okay, that's so. Now we'll actually get into the presentation, as it were. So here I want to emphasize this slide here, which is never prioritize style over substance. So Cuomo never realized this foible of his, and this is what he had to say on the question of why he lost the primary.
I think in the primary campaign, I did not do enough on social media, which is a very effective medium now. I think the Assemblyman did do a better job on TikTok and social media than I did during the campaign, and that has changed now.
So, coming from the horse's mouth, Zoran's social media guy, his person who created his whole brand, his videographer, his left-hand man, all the way up until all the way from the start, all the way from his launch video, even he admits that the videos are just a medium in order to share a message. And if your message stinks, there's no amount of flashy video that you could possibly do that'll grab people's attention. But for the sake of this workshop, let's assume that we all have great ideas. And I'm sure that we all really do have great ideas because we're in here right now supporting Tony. And so we have a lot of ideas to share that are worth hearing. And so let's put aside for right now the idea that our ideas our substance is already there. Now, this is a workshop all about how to turn that substance into style as well, too. But I just want to reiterate a lot that a beautiful, well-produced, glossy, shiny, perfect film-grade video is not going to save a campaign, no matter if this is an NGO work, whether this is just trying to get a campaign within your own local community or for a candidate. A shiny video will not save you, but it is a good tool in your tool belt. So if we're going to use those tools, we might as well learn what is effective about a good video. So let's talk about the man himself, Zoran Mamdani, and his launch video. So I think we'll just go through and watch this this video, and then we'll talk a little bit about what tools he used in order to create a successful brand, a successful vision, successful motifs, what film language he used in order to achieve that, and then go from there. So,
New York Mayor Eric Adams has been indicted by a federal grand jury. Every politician says,
sorry,
New York is the greatest city on the globe. But what good is that if no one can afford to live here? City Hall is engulfed in corruption.
Unscientific report.
The cost of living is the real crisis. New Yorkers are being crushed by rent and childcare. The slowest buses in the nation are robbing us of our time and our sanity. Working people are being pushed out of the city they built. A mayor could change this, and that's why I'm running. I'll make buses fast and free.
So I can just get where I'm going.
I'll make childcare available to all New Yorkers at no cost.
I want to raise my kid in New York.
And I'll freeze the rent for every single rent-stabilized tenant.
These Eric Adams rent hikes are killing us.
Life in this city doesn't need to be this hard, but politicians like Eric Adams and Andrew Cuomo want it to be this way. They care about their donors. They care about themselves. They don't care about you, the working class who keep this city running. This campaign is for every New Yorker who believes in the dignity of their neighbors. And the government's job is to actually make our lives better. We can afford to bring down the rent, have world-class public transit, and make it easier to raise a family.
So we can pause there. So some things right off the bat that I really like about this video is so we have let me do it this way. So right off the I don't like that. I need to do a pen. Can you draw on a video? No, you can't. You can only draw over here. It only goes underneath. That's annoying to me, but that's okay. So essentially, some of the things that are work really well about this video. You don't have to, we don't have to reiterate the success of Zoran's campaign and how it spoke to young people, but what his brand right from the jump did, even when he was just an assemblyman and no one knew who he was. immediately started playing off his strengths. His strengths of being a young person, his strengths of a background in hip hop, his strengths of knowing the city very, very well. And one of the things that is really striking to me, and we'll see this as a theme throughout all these videos, is the constant movement. There's always movement in these videos, and people tend to call this snappy. They break it down as being a lot of cuts, a lot of snappiness, but the way that he talks, the way that it moves through the scenes, is methodical. It's well spoken. He uses his vocabulary. There's a lot of text on screen. There's a lot of effects. It's just about engagement and keeping things flowing, and it follows a beat and a rhythm, which I found really interesting about his style. But not everyone is Zoran Mamdani. Not everyone has that same background, that same branding. And so I wanted to look at another person in the same city that took their launch video in a different direction. So this is Assemblyman or Comptroller Brad Lander. And so we'll look at what he had to do on his launch video.
Hi, Brad. Good morning. Great to see you. This community means everything to me. It's where Meg and I raised Marek and Rosa, and where we've worked together for years to make life better for our neighbors.
Brad rooted out waste and corruption,
Divested billions in fossil fuels. Built housing New Yorkers can afford.
Saved 50,000 families from being kicked out of their homes.
When Donald Trump and Elon Musk tried to steal $80 million from New York City,
Brad caught it.
and when ICE agents started kidnapping our neighbors, I fought back.
Keep fighting, Brad.
Take a look at this video. It's Brad Lander being arrested by ICE.
I've always believed that you fight for the things you love. And I love this city. I love the streets where I walked my kids to school, the public schools that nurtured their curiosity, the fields in Prospect Park where I coached their Little League games.
So the reason that I bring up Brad in this example is because it sort of is a two sides of a similar coin. Him and Zoran Mamdani. While Zoran ran a lot on being the new guy that was going to shake up the system, he brought fresh energy, he brought youth, he brought community. Brad is an established politician. He is somebody who brings a tried record. Someone who has things to call upon, a vast history in public service, a vast history in New York City. And so these are different styles of branding that you can jump off of as ideas. And so when it started off, I'm sure that both of these campaigns asked themselves for key words on what their campaigns were about. Zoran was about shaking up the system. So you hear him immediately talk about how the system is not working for everyday people. He immediately went into what are people's grievances. We're going to shake things up. Brad instead went on a brand that I'm sure invoked certain words like authenticity, about tried and true values that he has brought into his service. And so in that, he does a parody of Mr. Rogers, a good neighbor, that this is somebody that you know, this is somebody you can trust, this is somebody who has the same values as you, a kind person. And so in both of these videos, we get a very different pacing as well, too.
But what good is that if no one can afford to live here? City Hall is engulfed in corruption.
Unscientific.
Fast cuts, lots of effects, while this one here
Caught it.
And when ICE agents started kidnapping our neighbors, I fought back.
Keep fighting, Brad.
It's calm, it's relaxed, it's hopeful. both of these have this sort of sense of motion, but in different ways, right? And so that's something that you really want to think about when you're making your campaign videos, when you're thinking about doing online video, that you're trying to sell something right off the bat. And so what are those key words that you want people to feel that you want to be selling? Because it's not just a candidate, it's not just a campaign, it is a feeling, it's invoking an environment. But one of the key things that I think is really interesting about both of these videos is motion. They both are constantly moving. And this is something that I think as progressives, we should really embrace, this theme of motion. And so it takes a theme within how you're writing your communications, how you're doing your branding, and metaphoricalizing that into film language. We are people that want to see the world move forward. We want to see change. We want to develop new ways of doing things, and that doesn't come from standing still. So literally standing still in your videos gives a different impression than constantly moving, constantly walking, having effects on the screen, changing up your environments, because that is the kind of energy that we're bringing to organizing. So now we've looked at how sort of a young man in the New York political scene, a newcomer, takes on this approach, as well as an old timer, someone who's been doing this for a while and has a proven record. So what happens when they both make a video together? Well, they actually did do that, so we don't have to speculate. We can watch that and see how those two styles come together to form something new. And let's see if I can actually activate that video.
The cost of living is the real crisis. New Yorkers.
Some bonds are unbreakable.
Some ties are unshakable.
And winning coalitions are still makeable. I'm Brad Lander, a lifelong progressive, and I'm running for Congress.
A lifelong progressive? You mean you haven't sold out to special interests?
Or AIPAC either.
That's impressive, though it shouldn't be.
And I'm not about to change.
But Congress needs to. So if you have some spare change, please go to bradlanderforcongress.com. Give whatever you can.
Because it's not enough to elect Democrats.
We need better Democrats.
And
some things are better together.
So I really like that video a lot. That came up naturally on my feed. And this is a promotional video for Brad Lander and his campaign, with Zoran as a sort of endorser of that. And so this is actually also a creative way to feed in your endorsements as well too. If you have a community behind you, if you have people that are notable figures in the community, bring them into your videos and bring them into your space. Give them lines. Show that you guys are together. This is about what this video really emphasizes is unity, about seeing a vision beyond just one person, having a team behind it. And one of the big things about style in this one is that they didn't go for the hip hoppy, fast paced New York, and they didn't go for the Mr. Rogers. They went for a retro feel. They went for an 80s, 90s aesthetic. And this is about how we can go back to a good time. We can go back to a time when things were brighter and funner. It feeds off of nostalgia, which has its own brand of hope to it. And so in that sort of 90s feel of it, it plays on Brad's experience. He said it himself. He's a lifelong progressive, and he wants people to know that he's a lifelong progressive. So he is doing a retro feel to it. And so the effects reflect that. And likewise, this video also has a lot of motion. So people are moving around, people are walking through sets, people are moving while they're talking. And when they're standing around together, when they're standing in the subway, they have props. So they are holding ice cream and they cling it together. It gives something interesting to see on screen. And so, especially with short form video, especially with social media, you want to be quick, you want to be snappy, but you also want to give people something to look at, something visually interesting. And that could be as simple as an ice cream cone in your hand. Just something to fill your screen. That's how you attract attention. So we've looked at two New Yorkers. Let's look a little bit more around the world and the country. And apologies on some of these examples because they're very America centered. Which I wish that we had better examples that were coming out of Canada that I can pull from. And I tried to go around the world. But really, the people that are doing it the most interesting that I find are progressives in America. And I also apologize that all of my examples are of men as well too. Not to say that there aren't great women that are putting their face out there and getting great progressive victories. These were the examples that I found quickly this morning as I was putting this PowerPoint together. So these examples, we can look at the Green victory that happened just this week in the UK. There was a by-election that happened, and Green got a big sweep, took a big sweep and beat Reform and took out Labour, who have held that seat for 100 years or so. And so this was a big progressive win. And this is sort of the media style that they went with. And so these are just sort of examples of other creative ways that you can voice your campaigns and your candidates.
Oi, mate, haven't you heard? This Thursday here in Gorton and Denton is on an absolute knife edge between Greens and Reform, and it's your vote that is going to decide what happens.
This Thursday? Bloody hell, I better get a move on.
So that one is really simple. You can see that it's creative. It's using space in a different way. Instead of having two people just stand next to each other, there's intrigue to it. So you have a collaborative video just like the one we had before, but instead of just having them stand next to each other and say like, hey, you need to come out and vote, they orchestrate sort of like almost a skit. And skits actually do exceptionally well on TikTok and Instagram. I'm sure that you guys are going through your own feed and you see that there are like all these people that are doing like a back and forth reverse shot skits about relatable instances. So this kind of plays into that. And so I bring up this example, just one in that it was successful in getting her elected. She is going to be part of the British Parliament going forward, but also in a way that you can use trends and styles of short form video without leaning into meme culture. And so I think what a lot of people fall into is hopping onto specific trends, specific sounds, doing memes as a way of like gaining more attention. And I have never seen that work to great success. I've never seen really someone who was able to, know all the slang or be told all the slang from one of their staffers to really resonate with the wider public. But what you can do with your internet feed, with the way that people talk online, is ape some of that style and turn it into what you're already doing. So this script is really simple. It's just her saying, hey, don't forget to vote. It's going to be very, very close. Come out and vote. But the way that they did it as a reverse shot skit with very exaggerated facial expressions and things like that apes off of social media styles without, leaning into memes or copy or following trends. It's still authentic. It still feels like this is something that these two adult people came up with themselves, and it wasn't something that a social media brand manager came to them with and said you have to do this because it's going to go crazy with the kids. So think about that as well too, that you want to be authentic. People can really smell inauthenticity, and so if you can lean into things that you're already doing and just aping style or aesthetics of social media, that is probably the best. Here is a much more classical short form, like something that you would see on TV or as a YouTube ad that I saw pop up naturally on my feed as well too. And so this is someone who is running in Texas for U.S. Senate. Let's see if it plays.
The biggest divide in our country is not left versus right. It's top versus bottom. Billionaires want us looking left and right at each other so that we're not looking up at them. The people at the top work so hard to keep us angry and divided because our unity is a threat to their wealth and their power. So their social media algorithms and their cable news networks tear us apart. They divide us by party, by race, by gender, by religion, so that we don't notice that they're defunding our schools, gutting our healthcare, and cutting taxes for themselves and their rich friends. It is the oldest strategy in the world: divide and conquer. But we will not be conquered. We're underdogs in this fight. We're going up against those billionaire mega donors and their puppet politicians. We're going up against a rigged system, and we're going up against a lot of money. But I'm a former middle school teacher. I don't scare easily. And Texans don't scare easily. My granddad was a Baptist preacher in South Texas. He taught me that we follow a barefoot rabbi who gave 2 commandments: love God and love neighbor. Because there is no love of God without love of neighbor. Every single person bears the image of the sacred. Every single person is holy. Not just my neighbors who look like me.
Oh, sorry about that.
So my point. The biggest.
So I'll pause it there. I was having trouble pausing on PowerPoint, but that is a very effective video. I think we can all agree on that. It tugs at the heartstrings. It's very impactful, but it actually does a lot differently than all the videos that we've seen so far. It's slow. It's uncut. It's one long take that keeps going, and it's just a speech. It's probably a campaign speech that he gives many times on the campaign floor, on the campaign trail, I mean. But one thing that I do find really interesting about this one is its emphasis on community and together, and the fact of many versus the few. And so what he apes is not social media language, but film language. This kind of reminds me of sort of that those slow zoom outs that you might see in like an Avengers movie when Cap is at his last breath, and then he hears on your left, and all of the superheroes are coming out of the portals, right? And it zooms out, and you can see the vastness of all of these people that are around him. It starts off just him, a few people that are sitting on a car, and it zooms out, and there's more and more and more and more people. And that's very effective in what he's trying to say. And you can see the text even reflects that, in that it's bold, it's right in the middle, and it's slow. Each word lingers. And so you have time for this stuff to swell. And so this was a video that came up on my For You page, and I thought it was very impactful because it broke a lot of the traditional rules that social media, that we usually associate with social media: going fast, going snappy, following trends, doing things quickly, getting your message out very succinctly. This one is methodical. This one is introspective, but it follows a theme, and the theme is the many versus the few. We're here together, we're neighbors, and we're up against a massive force, but it's only together that we beat that massive force. And so, like I was saying, it takes from film language, and it uses imagery and score, the music too, slowly swelling with organs playing. It's totally grabbing from like superhero movies or like war movies. And so think about that as well too. Identify those core themes, and see what also falls under those same themes. And one thing that I do think that is also relevant to this is that don't be afraid to do something bold. A lot of times people will make a video and they don't want to distract, they don't want to take away from the core message, and so they'll sacrifice on style. But sometimes taking a really bold stylistic choice emphasizes everything, as long as the style also fits into that same theme. And so that core, yeah, it's that core theme. And so, if you have this favorite shot from a movie, you can do a budget version of that shot from that movie. If you really love Creed, and you love that part where he raises his fist in the air after he beats the bot, like, recreate that. As long as you feel that what you're trying to say, maybe the little guy beating David versus Goliath story, and you're trying to emphasize that point, take those themes. But just make sure take that language, take that cinematic language. Just make sure that it falls into the same theme. And so we'll do one more.
So my opponent,
shoot.
So my opponent accidentally just sent me a poll testing out misinformation about me. So I figured I'd clarify a few things before he starts publishing it. He claims I don't live here because I bought my parents a house in Maryland. I guess I'm sorry for taking care of my parents. He claims I didn't file my financial disclosures. Well, I guess he doesn't think y'all know how to Google because they're right here. He's also suspicious of an address I used for a political donation. Well, to save him some time, that was a virtual P.O. box, because I didn't want any junk mail. But there are a few things that were true in this poll. For example, my opponent is a career politician who's taken hundreds of thousands of dollars from special interest groups, developers, tech companies, and PG&E. And it did take him 2 full years to call what's happening in Gaza a genocide. I don't know if this poll is going to help him decide on which position to flip-flop on next, but when the mailers drop, I'll check my virtual P.O. box.
So I bring up this video just because, we can talk all day about creating this amazing video that uses cinematic language, that follows all these themes. But if you're going to actually have a digital campaign, you need to have consistency as well too. And so there needs to be ways that you can make videos in your office. There needs to be ways that you can make videos right at your desk, where you can respond to the news of the day, that you can respond to have an active campaign. And this is a style that works really well. And it's a style that I found in my own work that performs really well too. People like when you talk directly to camera, when you address them directly, where you're when you reference something, like where you were saying, like, oh, my opponent claims that I blah, 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 blah. He puts the receipts behind him with the green screen. These are all things that you can do within your phone app, and they're not difficult to do. But one thing that makes this video stand out over, the many other politicians that do, shaky phone selfie videos for issues is that it's sleek. It's a clear image. The audio comes in very clear, but it's still in motion. You can feel emotion. You can feel a push, things flowing, and that really comes from not a physical camera moving, but a digital camera moving. So notice the first thing that happens in this video.
So my opponent accidentally just sent me a poll testing out misinformation about me. So
right there. There's a digital zoom in. It pushes in on him from a far from a wide shot to a close up, as he's closing his laptop. So there's a physical motion that he's doing and a digital motion as he pushes in, and that immediately gives emphasis, gives intrigue. It brings your audience in, and then right after he does it, he switches to a side camera view to do a snarky comment. And so you can already feel the emotionality of this video. It's snarky. It's a response. You can tell that this guy's kind of a wise guy, and that works really well. And so we can talk all day about your dream video, your perfect launch that wows people with its presentation. But at the end of the day, you do have to create videos long term that people keep coming back for. And this is a way you can do that by doing digital motion, by having 2 camera angles, by matching the motion of your subject with digital zoom ins and zoom outs. And then, so my production tip for that is to shoot in the highest resolution that you can. A lot of modern cell phones, you can shoot in 4K resolution. And then just export in regular HD. And so that way you have a lot of room to work with in the cropping in and out. So it's almost like you have two different camera views, one where you're cropped completely out and one that you're 50% cropped in. And so you have a close up and a far shot built in right there with only one camera shooting someone. And so, yeah, I totally recommend that if you are a little bit tech savvy, you can set your camera settings to 4K resolution and export in HD. So that way you have a lot more frame room to work with to push in, push out, and do digital motion. And so let's jump forward. Yeah, so that is a lot. That's the package that I put together of videos that I think are interesting. And so I want to talk a little bit about, so that's all the ideas of what makes for good video. And I hope it, stretch your imagination on what's possible with video. What's you want to be able to do in your own campaigns. If you're a riding association, you want to put an online ad for your candidate in the next election, or if you just want to do a protest and you want to get a lot of people there, and so you do a talking head video to promote that. I hope this gives you a few ideas. But we're not just talking about ideas. We need to actually put those things into practice. You need to actually be able to produce these videos. And so let me give you a bit of a recommendation on. Let's go here on what you need in order to do so. And so really all you need to produce a video from start to finish is a camera, a microphone, an idea, an editing software, and a place to put it up. And so one of the big things that people always ask me, people are always very interested in, is what editing software I use. All the editing softwares, no matter which one you use at this point in editing software capacity, are all going to do basically all you need. I use Premiere Pro just because that is the thing that I learned how to use when I was a teenager. And so that's just where I'm most comfortable. But literally any editing software is going to be able to do all the things that we saw in these videos, besides maybe some of the digital effects where they're bumping fists and then like particles erupted from their fists after they bumped them. Besides those like more wacky stuff, digital zooms, cutting, wipes, all that stuff can be done with a ton of programs like CapCut. You can do that within the TikTok or Instagram apps themselves. If you really want one for your desktop, because you're doing a lot of these things, I would really recommend DaVinci Resolve. DaVinci Resolve is a great program that's open source and community run. So it's also, somewhat of an ethical company as well too, which is great. And then within the Ontario party, one thing that let me see where this is. I have so many tabs open. Yeah, I won't share my screen there. One of the things that all the Ontario people recommend is Capwing. That's one that is in browser, so you don't need to download anything. It has all the effects and all the overlays and all. It is so user friendly. It is so easy to use, and it's built specifically for social media, so you won't have any bloat or any things on there that are for something other than your social media videos. So Capwing, I would Google that. Add it to your favorites in your tabs. Besides that, I would say that the next thing that people always ask me about with video is equipment. People always, want to have nice flashy videos, and so they say they assume that it comes from a nice flashy camera. That could not be further from the truth. The camera that I use day to day on all videos I do is the Sony ZV-E10 II. It looks like this. It's a tiny little camera, so I can bring it around with me wherever I go. It fits right in my backpack. I can strap it around. It's not heavy. This one is a great all-purpose camera. It takes decent photos, but really it's a vlog camera. So it's built for taking vlog videos like that. It shoots in 4K, like I said, is really good for digital editing afterwards. But the camera quality of that is not too dissimilar from my cell phone. And if you only have a cell phone, that is perfectly fine. The cameras on modern cell phones are all so comparable to when looking at them on a phone screen to a camera that you might as well not break the bank on trying to go for a camera and go for one of these. The only piece of equipment that I would say is vital is a microphone. People have a very high tolerance for bad looking video. But as soon as the audio of a video sounds crispy or blown out or distorted, people will swipe away. There's a famous quote from George Lucas where he says that half the movie is what you hear. I would say in video online, it's more than half because like I'm sure many of you can relate that you put on like a 3-hour video essay to go do your dishes and watch and like eat dinner and then also do your laundry and all this sort of stuff. And you just have videos playing in the background. In instances like that, we're not even looking at the visuals. So you could be like the most amazing, spectacular editor of all time. And a lot of your audience is just not going to consume that at all. If people are intended to be watching your videos on their phone, you can assume that they're probably not really watching it. They're listening to it. And so for that, I would say you really do want to have a good microphone. But you don't have to break the bank. I would say $150 microphone like this one. This is called a shotgun microphone because it blasts only forward. These are really good for shooting like outside, shooting a single subject. These are really good because they only shoot in one direction. If you go on Amazon or you go to Best Buy or any sort of video store and you ask for a shotgun microphone, spend about $150 and you can get something really worth your time. I would say that you definitely want to get one that would plug straight into your recording device. So that way you don't have to worry about separate audio channels from your video channels. They just go together. But if you do want to get something that records your audio separately, say that you're shooting from really far away or what have you, like there's a million different reasons why you might want that. You want a recording device. And so this is a Zoom digital recorder, remote controller recorder. The brand that I love is Zoom. This one is from probably 12 years ago at this point now, and it's still incredible. Like these don't go out of season. If you get one of these, this will last you for the rest of your life. Like you don't need another one. This is like not a technology that goes obsolete. All it does is it records the audio from your microphone with no compression. And so you can have the clearest digital files of your audio. And so if you can't plug your audio straight into your camera or straight into your phone, you definitely want to get one of these. This one will run you back about $200 maybe. So that's about like a $300 page, price tag altogether there. And then the other thing that you've probably seen a lot of in online video is these little guys, lav mics. So they're either clipped onto the shirt. The trend now is to hold them while you're talking. These are really good because they're small, they're compact. You can have them, like I said, on someone's shirt, on a subject shirt. They usually come in pairs, so you can do interviews and make sure that both of your subjects are mic'd at the same time. They're really good for on the street videos. I'm sure so many people have seen like TikToks where they're like, oh, what's your favorite thing to do in the city? And then they point it to the subject. So those are really useful there. The one that I use is called the DJI. I guess it's mirrored there, so you can't really see it, but DJI. So this is the DJI 2 Mini. I would really recommend this one. It's pretty cheap, it's very effective, and super easy to use. So the way that you would use this one is this is the microphone. There's an on button right there. You just have to hit that. It turns it on. And then this is the receiver. And so you just have to take this, turn it on. And then now it's receiving that input. There's an adapter here that is a USB-C adapter. And so it plugs straight into your phone. And so I'll show you that right now. So this adapter goes onto here like that. And then I would strap this to the bottom of my phone here. There's a photo of my cat Abbott on my home screen. And so now it's recording. And let's actually grab this one. And you can see as I talk, it shows you in real time the levels at which I'm talking into this microphone. And so that's just really helpful for making straight to camera videos, doing interviews, doing on the street. I would really recommend the DJI Mini. But I have to reiterate again that if you have no equipment whatsoever and you're just shooting off of your phone, if you're just shooting in your bedroom, if you're just shooting out on the farm like Tony does sometimes, that's totally fine. All of this is superfluous to a valuable message, a theme that is impactful, and a passion and authenticity for what you're saying. So all of this are just tools in your toolkit, but they can't replace how impactful it is to have a strong message that's consistent and on theme. And so those are kind of the things that I want to talk about in terms of digital and social media video. I can talk at nauseum about like all the other different aspects of it. If there's any questions, if anyone's watching and they want to ask questions, if they have any questions, comments, concerns about their own video output that they want to talk about, throw it in the chat. I'm looking at that. For the next 10 minutes, I'll sort of continue to ramble off about some other things that are important that you should keep in mind when you are doing social media output, social media. One of the things that one of the things that people ask is, how much should they be just, posting photos of like events that they went to versus like video? When is video appropriate? I would always say that if you can find the time to get your candidate, your campaign manager, your campaign face to hop in front of a camera and record what you're doing as opposed to just taking a photo, that's always going to be more beneficial. Social media platforms right now are heavily favoring short form video to photo. Even a ton of photos. You can have 1 million photos with all the most famous people ever, and it might not do as well as just one video of you saying, hey, I'm at this event and we're doing this and this is why it's important. The reason for that is not, mystical. It's because they can sell more ads in front of videos than they can in front of photos. So they can sell more ads and more expensive ads. So obviously they're going to promote video a lot more. They want people to be making more video content so that way they can charge more ad space before and after that. So there's a lot of instances where your photos are going to get 30, 40 likes. Video will get like hundreds of likes from a bunch of people that don't even follow you because it reaches a wider audience. People are scrolling through videos as opposed to photos that are usually curated on their own feed. So photos get to your core audience while videos expand your audience. And as we're talking about organizing and as we're talking about progressive organizing, expanding your audience is really the name of the game. And converting those people into followers is also really important. So you should always be prioritizing video. Wherever you can, you should be trying to get videos with people. It's always good to collaborate, get multiple faces in a video. We can talk about that Brad Lander video where he had Zoran with him. Of course, not everyone can get the mayor of New York City to pop up in a TikTok with them, but you can get important people in your own community, people that faces that people know. You might know a micro celebrity that can get in a video with you, and just having their face in the video is great for retention. It's great for your reach, because their audience might come in to watch your video and get interested, and also more people in frame is great because it looks like there's more momentum behind what you're doing. The more people that you can get to smile and look directly into the camera, the more it looks like there's a movement. There's a community behind you. People like to feel that parasocial feeling of being part of a community. So a lot of people all together is great. There's a question which I love from Mason. Hey Chris, at what point does posting reels become spam for campaigns? Is there a max a day, you'd say? Here's the thing that's different than other forms of communication on social media, that I know as New Democrats, we get very tired of emails. We don't like emails spamming our inbox. There's a much discourse about emails going out. And so, I feel like we all have this reticence to like blast out a million times a day because we're going to bore our audience. And I would say that for the case of photo content, for the case of story content, that definitely is a concern. Because people have on their main feed a curated feed. They follow people and they want to see what comes from their followers. And so if you keep blasting off a bunch of things multiple times a day in form of photos or in your stories, people have to actively find that. And so they will get frustrated on you filling up their feed or having to tap a million different stories to get to the next thing that they care about. And so that could lead to fatigue and people dropping off of you. The thing with video is that, especially for Instagram, that is a separate feed that it goes into. Yes, you do get videos on your main page that just appear as a post, but there's a separate Reels tab. And there's almost infinite capacity. And so really, I don't think that there is a maximum amount of video you can actually be putting out. And so like this one is really abundance. Like I beg candidates and beg politicians to post more rather than less when it comes to video. But when it comes to tweeting, when it comes to like text-based stuff, when it comes to photo-based stuff, when it comes to linking people stuff, that one, you can get into the realm of spamming. And I usually put that into one type of those posts per day. But video is really special in that it's on a completely different feed. People are already prone to going through millions of things. Like the point of it is that it takes up your entire day and you never get off of it and you watch a million things in a day. And so spamming that is actually not as much of a concern as you might think. But yeah, I know a lot of people are like, oh, we already did a video today. Your audience has no perception of time on the internet. And you could fill someone's attention span if you could fill someone's attention span for the entire day with videos, that is incredible. You've done it. That's the goal. So yeah. I will say that like the pros and cons of doing other stuff. I'm kind of leaning on this thing of like you shouldn't be doing any other forms of digital engagement, but that's not the case because there's also a labor aspect to it. Video takes a lot more time. It physically takes more time to say things than it is to just like type them out. You're doing multiple takes. If you're doing motion, you're walking around, you have to find a set that works, you have to check for noise, you have to edit it, it takes longer to upload, you're dealing with bigger files, so it takes a lot more time, it takes a lot more energy, it takes a lot more manpower, it takes a lot more capacity. Your candidate or your person might be nervous, and so then they get self-conscious about being on video all the time. All these things have an effect. So you also have to balance, the human aspect of it as well too. You want to also just tweet something one time, because it's going to be way easier to tweet it than to go through all the laborious work of shooting a video. But if you can squeeze in a video out of any topic, a video is going to be better, almost like 9 times out of 10. Yeah, if there's any other questions, I think that's all the things that I have to yap about. I only have 2 more minutes to be on my soapbox, so I can gab about anything else. What else is new? I was gonna say I could talk about movies, but I actually haven't seen a movie in a while. Haven't gone to the theater like basically at all this year. So that goes off the table for me. But anyways, I'll leave it there. I won't bore everyone else. I'll leave my last 2 minutes to say that folks should go donate to Tony's campaign. I've been really impressed with Tony's digital output. I think that there's an amazing team that has been putting together really really interesting graphics. They've engaged me a lot in their digital output. Tony has been really receptive to new media, which I found really inspiring. He's an older guy who doesn't always get it. He's doing it on the rural Wi-Fi, as we were like joking about this morning. And so obviously it's not going to come as naturally to him as someone of his generation, but his openness to being part of that experiment, to being part of reaching young people that way, has been a really great part of his campaign, something that I really resonate with. And so if you haven't already, go follow Tony on everything. I don't know how we're finding people that are watching the live stream that aren't following Tony on social media, but go follow him on social media. He's putting out a lot of really good stuff. And I hope that you guys also put out really good stuff in your own campaigns and your own riding associations. Talk to the camera, put yourself out there. Let's get more progressives in the digital conversation. Mason's here, so I'll pass it over to Mason.
Keith. I'm actually Keith now. I'm Mason. Nice to meet you, Chris. Thanks for that. That was awesome.
Yeah.
Do you do this for like work? Is this something you do, comms?
Yeah. So this is what I got my degree in. I went to CEGEP in film production. And then I did organizing at the federal party during the last election. And now I work in Parkdale High Park for MPP Alexa Gilmore in Ontario. So it's a mix of the two passions that I have in life, progressive organizing and also filmmaking and film production, things like that. So that's why I have a breadth of passion for this topic. I could talk about it forever.
Can we keep you for a little bit longer? Because we have a little bit more time since Keith has left me all on my own.
Yeah, for sure. Do you want to chat? We can chat together.
Yeah, I was just wondering, so you said that you worked on the last federal campaign with communications and social media. Doing some reflection on that, do you think we optimized like the tools available to us as well as we could have last election?
I don't think that anyone would say that we were a factory machine that was putting out everything that we possibly could in the last election. There's a lot of areas that we could use a lot of growth, and I think our digital output, where it was really shines, was with our leader. I think that Jagmeet was always a strength for him. He was always hopping on trends. He was very personable on the camera. People liked watching him on camera. And where I feel like we could have really used more of is in our individual candidates. I feel like there were some candidates that were doing very well on social media and getting some viral moments, but we didn't really have the toolkits and stuff to boost up local candidates. And I think that when you're doing like we're people power movement, and we don't just require one leader to be the voice of the entire digital project. We need dozens of leaders, and we need people to bring on local celebrities to do collaborations with, not just national ones. And so I think that going into the next election, I think that we really have to be resident of how many tools and toolkits that we're giving to our local candidates, and also our older local candidates. There's a lot of older local candidates that are probably still just on Facebook and like have a Facebook account. And so we need to, be able to help them out and all that sort of stuff like that.
You know, it's interesting because I did comms work for my local campaign last federal election, and we would get this like website with like graphics we can use and like fonts and kind of like a toolkit. But I don't know, it felt like there's a lot out there in the beginning of the campaign that I could go and log on and reuse and repurpose, but then slowly I feel like it dwindled towards the end. But that's definitely something we should be integrating in our campaigns, more central repositories, I guess, for graphics.
One thing that I think we should do like a lot more of, just like in general, is like taking the Mr. Beast method. Like we should just have like an army of people just editing videos of all of our candidates, just like making fan accounts, like making like aura edits. And like I saw so many aura edits of Mark Carney in the last election, and I was like, oh man, if only we could hire like 1,000 teenagers to just like make a bunch of videos of all of our candidates. I always have like this like dream scenario where we have like a central Dropbox where you just drop every single clip that's ever been of your candidate, and then we have like a bunch of teenagers just drawing from all of those clips and making like all of these like aura edits and stuff like that. Like, anyways,
no,
it might be outside of the capacity of any campaign, but
that's how you win. Like that's what you got to mobilize the youth. I mean, I too saw those aura edits and I was like, man, if we could only combat this with our own aura. But next election, I guess.
What were you up to in where, like what riding were you helping out in the last election?
Yeah, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam. I was doing helping out with our candidate whose name is Laura DuPont. And yeah, I mean, it was a tough campaign for everyone, but I think it was especially tough for our riding. We'll talk about this later. I'm running like a little workshop on strategic voting narratives, but in our riding specifically, you have a candidate who's like a former city councilor, somebody who like the community knows, everybody knows her name, and like no matter how much social media content we put out, it felt like it just didn't break that bubble. So maybe that's the question I want to ask you. Like, to what extent does social media actually help in those kind of elections when it's like you can try everything you can, but you don't really know if it's going to work?
Yeah, and so that's like another thing that I want to emphasize a lot at the beginning, that no amount of style is gonna dig you out of a substance problem. Not saying that there was whatever this is more of a general conversation about this, is that like social media is only a tool to amplify what's already good. You can't shine a turd, so to speak. And so if you're not breaking out, that means we got to switch things up. And so all of these like techniques, all of the stuff that I'm putting is making your soapbox higher, raising up your soapbox. But if no one's coming to your rallies, you got to switch that up as well too, right? Like I think that really, if you're finding that you're doing all of all of your graphics are beautiful, everything that you're putting out is A plus, everything, there's no stumbles, everything is edited super clean, and it's not breaking through, it's a messaging issue. And so where Zoran really excelled in this is that it gave him a really good grassroots momentum at the start as an unknown. So that was really where he was able to, find a low information audience right from the start. And so that gave him a huge jumping off point where he was able to talk to a lot of people, understand the issues, and workshop messaging that worked really well. So he landed on his 3 key points really early. And he noticed what those 3 key points were that were resonating with people really early as well too, because he was so present and resident of his comms output on his own social media. And so all to summarize that, like, this stuff is really good at figuring out what in your core messaging is functioning and can give you a really big boost in that core messaging when it is functioning. But if it's not working, you really got to go back to the core. Really got to go back to the principles.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. Just trying to see if we have any questions from the chat. What's your go-to karaoke song? This is from Helene.
My go-to karaoke song, me and my good friend Laura always do Total Eclipse of the Heart as a duet. We every birthday that I do where I do karaoke, me and Laura are always busting it down with Total Eclipse of the Heart. But I always like a good pop punk song, you know, like Mariana's Trench. If I can get a good Mariana's Trench song going, that's that you know, that's a crowd pleaser. What about you?
Oh, karaoke songs. I mean, My Heart Will Go On is a classic. I mean, you can do that with anybody. Like a duet. Yeah, that's my go-to. Rap songs. Some pretty good rap songs out there too. But I don't know. You gotta kind of feel the vibe of the room.
Yeah.
You know, if you're with a bunch of people who are like into those more ballady kind of songs, like you're gonna do ballad. But if it's like hanging out with my friends, like you gotta do like rap or whatever. So it really depends. I want to know everybody else's favorite karaoke songs. If you want to type that in the chat, we'd love to learn more. Maybe Helene can tell us, or other people here.
You know, it's fun. Helene, I know her. I recognize that name because that is my sister, and she was the federal candidate in Waterloo in the last election, and she is a great activist and organizer in the environment and in the Palestinian movement in Waterloo. And she had a great phone zap with Tony last night or the night before, where he was a guest speaker. And so it's nice to see that Helene's still here helping out Tony when Tony came and helped her out with her organizing stuff. It's good solidarity within our movement.
Tony, are you here right now? Okay. Where are you? I think. Okay, Tony, I'm going to put you on, and maybe you can tell us your favorite karaoke song. Oh, Tony, where are you?
Oh, there's a private chat. Oh, interesting. I didn't even look at
Hello,
this.
Tony.
Hello,
Hey, Tony.
hi, Chris. That was a fantastic presentation. I trust we've got it recorded, and that it'll be available to a much wider audience over time, because that was just stunning. And in front of that cake chart, I realize I got to be more active and at least move around more. But when you're filming yourself, it's pretty hard to be walking. I'm pretty sure that Rick Mercer had a cameraman backing up as he would do his rants. I would love to do my rants. Doing them in January outside on the farm is a little hard on everybody. But anyway, it was a great presentation. Thank you so much for it.
Oh, thank you.
I have very limited experience with karaoke. One time I tried to do it in a regular karaoke setting. I invited them to do a song from Guys and Dolls, which is the one where the guys sing, "I got the horse right here, his name's Paul Revere, and there's a guy that says when the weather's clear, can do. This guy says the horse can do. If he says the horse can do. Well, it's Valentine. He's got them on in line, and he's got jockeys figured at 5. Well, I know all 3 parts because I listened to it as a kid on my parents' long play record, Guys and Dolls. But in the karaoke, they only had the one guy's singing. So I got totally lost because the words weren't coming up with all 3 of the guys who sing this song. They're the handicappers at a racetrack. But I regularly sing on the farm. I regularly sing if I'm driving the deer. My horses get to hear songs, both musicals, love songs. And I was thinking as I was driving back from the coldest night of the year walk, lullabies that my mother sang and my father sang to me, and that I've sung to our kids and grandkids. And I'm happy to sing when I don't need words for those, because I know a lot of them.
You got to give us a little teaser. You got to give us a little teaser, because folks, we're still fundraising here.
Okay.
And the goal for the future and it's not going to be tonight. I think it's not going to be tonight. But the goal for the future is that if we raise $5,000 by the end of this stream, Tony will do karaoke at some point in a future stream. So
Okay.
Tony, give us a little teaser. Give us a snippet of what you would give us if we raise $5,000.
Okay. Well, let me. One of the things I sing to my grandkids is, "Oh, the fox went out on a chilly night, and he prayed to the moon to give him light, for he'd many miles to go that night before he reached the town. Oh, town, oh, town, oh." So that's a lullaby. Then, of course, I like Chris Christopherson a lot, both because of his attitude toward the U.S. military, his basic progressive thing, and that. So, of course, take the ribbon from your hair, shake it loose and let it fall, laying soft against my skin like a shadow on the wall. So that's a Chris Christopherson, of course. Then there are a whole range of Beatles from my youth, which I know was well before your fellows. There's a Rolling Stone, and one that's not well known is called High Wire. Just give me a second. We send them, we buy them missiles, we buy them tanks, well, let's see. We give them credit, they can shop at the banks. And it talks about you can pay us in crude. I'd have to do a little work to have it because it's not one that I know real well, but it seems to me to be a, unfortunately, particularly apt one at the moment. But basically, it talks about setting up dictators and exploiting places and using military force and mercenaries to steal resources. Whereas in our society, we figured out how to steal wages and resources for society in a more legalized fashion, I guess. But anyway, I'll be happy to do karaoke at some point. And yes, folks, we're now trying to cover our expenses. They aren't big. Mason knows we ate sandwiches in British Columbia that we made out of the back of the car, out of our loaves of bread. We didn't have any loaves and fishes, but we had loaves of bread, sliced cheese, and apples. And it carried us across much of BC for the 4 days we worked together. So that's frugal campaigning. And, if Carney calls an election soon, we're going to have to know how to do guerrilla campaigning, how to make use of the kind of social media that Chris was sharing with us, how to run very frugal campaigns, but also very focused with clear values, clear vision, and a radical alternative to